Takes to load. Screen says we're on. I'm inclined to believe it. Good morning. Yes, those of you who posted in the chat room that Dan is wearing a sport coat, you have won the day. But it's a sport coat over a Bubble Bobble t-shirt. So I don't know. Does that pay out at all? What's happening, everybody? It's the Sports Ethos trade deadline live show, longest one we've ever done. Some of us on the West Coast here are still waking up a little bit. 5 hours of trade deadline live coverage. We already got trades from earlier in the weekend. Late last week to break down. I am Dan Vespris. There's that. And here for the first hour and change, the incredible Steve Vidovich, David Williams. Steve, good morning.
Good morning, everybody. Excited for a big trade show. Excited to break things down.
David, what's up, dude?
Man, nothing ready for it. I am Central Time Zone. I stayed up till about 3 a.m. and then got a call at 7 this morning and couldn't go back to sleep. So running on fumes, but I'm excited for this. I think that the excitement will power me through.
It is going to be some kind of day. We've already got, Harden sort of non-news, but news leaking this morning. I got a leaking. Everything's a leak. Everything is a purposeful leak at this point. I would say, by the way, before we get rolling in all of our analysis, we got a lot of stuff to cover today. Thank you to everybody for tuning in here at the front end. I know many of you will be sort of in and out throughout the day. It is a 5-hour show. We don't expect anyone to sit still for 5 hours. Even I will be getting up for a half an hour during today's show. Most of the time I do the full 4, but we extended it because David and Steve were insane enough to say, yeah, I can go earlier. Why not?
Let's do it.
Let's go in the morning. Screw it. So I think we're the only show going right now for like the next 2 hours. We better have some good content for you guys. Why don't we start with the Harden stuff, and then we'll sort of roll it back and start over at the beginning. Oh, by the way, I thought maybe the link would show up once I got all our pictures on the screen. It looks like it's not. You can see the Ethos logo back there. But Ethos Fantasy BK is the Twitter handle for Sports Ethos NBA coverage. Steve, you play a very large part in maintaining that. I'm sure you're going to be quite busy today. That is up to the minute, up to the second updates on the breaking news throughout the day, plus analysis, which is always the key. Ethos Fantasy BK. Again, I hope that many of you will also follow the hosts and guests that you see on today's show over on Twitter. That's where we do a lot of our fastest business. And I will say to a lot of folks on YouTube that are seeing us for the first time, and I know this is going to sound insane, but if you're not on Twitter for NBA news, you're like 4 hours behind. So you absolutely positively must be on it. Just use it properly. Don't go down that rabbit hole. Follow the main, 10 things that you need to follow for your fantasy information, and then ignore everything else, or you will spiral into a dark void and you will never emerge from it. The Harden news. In case anybody didn't see it, Woj had a tweet this morning that basically said that James Harden would like to be traded to the 76ers, but he hasn't wanted to say it publicly because he doesn't want to be disliked. David, I see you smiling, so I'll go to you first on this one. I mean, isn't that a public demand?
Yeah, I just question where it kind of, like, how did Woj get a hold of that? And I know he's got hundreds of thousands of sources probably, but it's weird to me. Maybe this is Harden trying to, leverage, that he leaked it on purpose to leverage this trade to push the hand of the Nets. But when stuff like this gets leaked, I always just wonder, okay, who do you have in your circle that is leaking this information? If you really didn't want this to get out, keep it in your tight circle. And I think that ball was definitely dropped.
Steve, what comes of this?
It kind of reminds me of a previous Woj, or somebody tweeted this earlier in the season, that Ben Simmons and Rich Paul met with the Sixers brass at like a coffee shop, and that Ben Simmons was still insisting that he wasn't going to play basketball for Philadelphia. I don't understand why we get these tweets. To me, I would just rather wait until we get an actual trade. I feel like this is just a move to a PR move. Maybe it'll move Philadelphia or Brooklyn to make a trade, but I don't think that kind of a tweet is going to make, Sean Marks is going to see it and be like, oh man, now I really have to make a move. I think it's a PR play to try and have people not dislike him if he's moved to Philadelphia. But in my opinion, people are going to think what they want regardless.
Steve, I'll come right back to you because I think this is actually something that deserves our attention. And again, to folks that are continuing to tune in, welcome. What we're going to be doing here, provided nothing breaks in the next couple of minutes, we're talking James Harden because that is easily the biggest story. And then we'll rewind things a little bit and go through some of this stuff that's happened already. I think there have been technically 5 trades if you count the KZ Opala one, which you have to. So I think maybe there's like an emotional element and there's a transactional element to this. And it sounds, Steve, like you're saying we shouldn't discount the emotional side for Sean Marks and the Brooklyn Nets, because on its surface, a statement like this, a tweet like this, a leak like this is intended to lower Harden's asking price by basically putting out publicly he doesn't want to stay. That's saying, Brooklyn, you better move me or you're going to have to see me go someplace else and not get whatever package, Ben Simmons package coming back in the offseason. I'll opt out, whatever. So, but what you're saying, Steve, is on the Nets side, they're looking at it like, get out of here with this nonsense. And maybe that even firms up their position. Or do you think this is just a whole lot of crap? We're just sitting on it and like we're watching whatever they want us to see, and negotiations are happening regardless?
I think that is very true. I think that negotiations could happen regardless. I think this doesn't impact negotiations. I mean, you have James Harden, Kevin Durant, and Kyrie Irving on your team. Sure, Kyrie is only eligible for home games right now, but that trio could potentially win a championship this season. So why would you trade James Harden away unless you think that the return you're getting could still keep you in championship contention? That's the way I look at it. Sure, I just don't think that this tweet will lower the asking price and all of a sudden Philadelphia is going to pull one over on Brooklyn.
David, what are your thoughts on that?
I can't help but wonder, you're getting kind of conflicting stories because Windhorse is reporting, discussions are happening. It's not
vehemently, by the way. He's been loudly reporting that.
So you have Woj this morning saying, oh, well, there's not been any conversations about this yet, but they're expected to, initiate this conversation today. And so which one of those guys has it right? I don't know the answer to that question, but, both those guys work for the same network and are both fairly credible guys. So I don't know. I don't know what to believe with this situation as far as have they had conversation, have they not? But it's definitely going to be interesting to see if there is a trade here, what type of package gets moved in between the two because of what Philly is saying they don't want to give up and things that we're seeing leaked that Brooklyn is kind of demanding in a trade. It's, it is James Harden. He is a phenomenal player, but this demanding out of two teams, he wanted out of Houston. They got him out of Houston, and now he wants out of Brooklyn. As the 76ers, does that give you any doubt? Does that put any doubt in your mind about, okay, he's been disgruntled in 2 places now. If I make this move and I get him over here, his contract's going to be hefty, $200+ million. Is it going to be worth it? Like what
would
kind of reservations?
Would you be worried? I would not.
I think that if you have him in a situation where he can win, he's going to be happy. I think, historically Harden has been, when he's been on a competitive team, he's been happy. I don't know what exactly went down in Houston, but there was a lot of moving going on. Morey just kind of resigns and gets out of there. And so what happened between the franchise and him, and then, you see the stuff with Harden, it's just, we don't know the full story behind that. I wouldn't be too scared, honestly, just because of the quality of basketball that I know James Harden can play.
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at with it as well. What about from a fantasy standpoint? Since, technically that is, I guess, what we're supposed to be doing around these parts. Steve, what do you think? So I know we're working on hypotheticals right now, but hypothetically, let's say Harden does go to Philly, Ben Simmons would be the big piece going back to Brooklyn, but it sounds like other things might be on their way to Brooklyn in such a deal. We've heard Matisse Thybulle, we've heard Seth Curry as names involved. I've been asked on Twitter a few times, what if Andre Drummond was involved in the deal? Is there anyone you're watching? Because let's assume Simmons and Harden are rostered in most fantasy leagues right now. People, sadly, many people have been sitting on Simmons this entire year. Don't draft players that aren't playing. This is the lesson of the morning. But anybody else, and Curry's rostered as well. Would you look at Thybulle? Would you look at Drummond if he got moved? It feels to me like we're talking about this trade a lot because there's a big name involved. But from a fantasy standpoint, it's not that much. Maybe a center.
Yeah, if Drummond goes to Brooklyn and Brooklyn doesn't send back like a LaMarcus Aldridge, I just think it probably complicates the center rotation more than anything else. Unfortunately, we always want there to be some sort of fantasy nugget out there, and there will be today. But in that kind of a situation, I don't think there will be. Also, I don't see Philly parting with Seth Curry. I think that
Even for Harden?
I mean, I just think that he provides them a really good shooter who works really well with Embiid. I mean, it's hard to say to not get Harden because you don't want to part with Seth Curry. But if I was Philadelphia, I would do everything I can to keep Seth Curry and try to get Harden. I'd rather give away firsts and keep Curry. But maybe Curry is on his way. Maybe he goes to Brooklyn. And that probably, thinking about it, that might hurt his value going to Brooklyn. But just a slight dip in his value.
By the way, I wanted to shout out the plants behind you, Steve. They're lovely.
Yeah, I actually have a bloom on this plant, and I wanted to make sure my fiance got it on the broadcast. So.
Nicely done, David. What are you thinking about hypothetics? How can we prepare ourselves for this trade, or is it more fun to talk about than it is to act on?
I don't know. I think there's enjoyment in both, right? Like if Drummond is a part of this deal, what does the center rotation look like in Philly? And obviously Embiid is going to play a lot of those minutes, but in the games that Embiid has been out this year, Andre Drummond has, you plug him in when Embiid is out, you play him. And so when you're looking at Philly's depth chart, if they move Drummond in that deal, that leaves Charles Bassey, and he's a guy that's, he was out of Western Kentucky. Great shot blocker. He's an undersized guy. I would probably have a little bit of an interest in him, not necessarily to stream, but if you know that Embiid is going to be out and he's going to be playing, I think that he's got a pretty fantasy friendly game and could be, plugged into that Drummond type streamer role whenever we know that Embiid's going to be out. I kind of disagree with Steven on the Curry value thing, because of if he goes to Brooklyn, you got Kyrie's only playing the away games. So there's going to be games where there's all that usage. You're just, Harden's going to be out. So you're moving over. Obviously you're going to get Ben Simmons in the trade, but I feel like there's going to be some usage there for him in Brooklyn if he does get moved. It's, obviously that's kind of like a coin toss. It could go either way, but I think that he may see a little bump in value if he does go to Brooklyn, just because of when Kyrie's not playing, there's going to be all that usage to divide between the guys that are there.
So there's a rumor circulating, and I suppose we can throw that into the mix as kind of our first. It's not breaking news; it's breaking rumor. Jake Fisher, reporting. I believe he writes for Bleacher Report. That Kristaps Porzingis and Goran Dragic are apparently involved in some discussions between Toronto and Dallas. This again, it's a weird one. I don't. Like, if you're Dallas, I know you really wanted Dragic, but this feels like the wrong way to do it. Like, why give up? I know Porzingis is never healthy, but he gives that team a dimension that they very much don't have when he's not on the floor. And Dragic gives them a dimension that they very much already do have, like repeatedly on the floor. Steve, what are your thoughts on that one if it goes down? I don't think I'd be adding Dragic if he was in Dallas.
Yeah. Do you think that this could also have to do with that like three-way trade rumor that broke earlier this morning with the Lakers, the Raptors, and who was the third team in that?
Maybe, I don't know. This one, it feels like if we're hearing this much about it.
Yeah, I wouldn't think that Dallas is there's got to be more to it, right? There has to be more coming from Toronto to Dallas in order to get Porzingis. It can't be straight Dragic for Porzingis. But then again, I was kind of surprised with what Portland got for Nickeil Alexander-Walker. So that surprised me. So you can always be surprised with these things. But I think there would have to be more to that trade unless Porzingis is dealing with a much serious injury.
We got our answer from Tyler Stevens. Third team was the Knicks.
So maybe it's like they're working on a 4-team trade, which is so complicated that maybe it won't happen, but maybe it will. I
just flipped it up for a sec.
Thanks, I don't think it's Porzingis for Dragic. I just don't see that happening.
No, David, even if it was, would it change anything?
The first thing that comes to mind for me is Nick Nurse will kill Porzingis. Like with his rotation, there's like Porzingis will be dead. I go back to that the overtime game with Miami, and you look, all of the starters played almost an hour of basketball in that game, and with Porzingis, his health history, I'm like, man, I don't know if that's such a great idea, but for me, I don't see Dallas making that move. Just, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Like you say, that Porzingis gives them a different dynamic, and the chemistry between Porzingis and Luka this year has been significantly better than it has been in the past. And so, you're starting to get the ball going in the right direction between those two guys. It would be a little bit weird for them to bust that up right now.
Yeah, and as Steve mentions, if there would have to be other stuff going to the Mavericks in such a deal, which I assume there would be, forget the contractual side, just from a pure basketball standpoint, does Dallas need more log jamming on their team? It feels like they have. I know that Tim Hardaway broke his foot, and so that did lighten the wing a little bit, but Reggie Bullock's actually been great. They've kept winning since Hardaway went down. They've kept winning since Porzingis went down. It doesn't, like, as you roll towards the playoffs, you want your 5 or 6 best players to be better because they will be going more Nick Nursian in their time on the floor. The regular season is when you want 13 capable players on your team. The playoffs is when you want 7. So I don't get this one at all. Like you guys are saying, if this is what's happening, there's going to be something else involved in it. I don't know what it is. And I don't know why Toronto would want to mess with things right now all that much either. These are two teams that are each playing really good ball. Toronto's won 7 games in a row. The Mavs have won 3 games in a row. They're, Dallas is in the 5 seed. They're 9 games over 500. Toronto's 7 games over 5. Why screw with it that much? Those are teams that should be sort of slicing things around the edges. So look, this is weird for everybody that's watched this show in the past. I'm actually going to leave for the next half hour. And I'm going to, pull back the curtain a little bit. You might have heard them screaming in the background briefly a moment ago. I'm going to help get the kids ready for school. I'll be back in about a half an hour. But the show goes on. You're in wonderful hands with David and Steven, who will be profiling anything that goes down over the next little bit. So good luck, guys. You guys get to produce and broadcast at the same time. I love to not have to do that for 30 minutes. And also go through some of the stuff that's already happened, which I know we've been saying we're going to do, but stuff keeps sort of floating through here. The Clippers Blazers trade that happened on Friday of last week. Cavs getting Karis LeVert, McCollum to the Pels, Larry Nance needing surgery, Josh Hart in Portland but not playing yet, Nickeil Alexander-Walker, who was briefly in Portland and now is in Utah. And then we saw most of the Sacramento Kings stuff that happened last night. So there's plenty of things that already happened to talk about. Before I go, once again, please do drop follows on all of us. I want to remind everybody, subscribe to our YouTube page here at Sports Ethos. Click the like button on this video if you haven't already, because there's sort of a snowballing effect. The more of you that are watching, the more of you that are liking, the more people that will just sort of stumble upon it. And that's actually really important for us. Like, yes, this is a lot of fun, but we also want to kind of grow what we're doing around here. So hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. Follow David on Twitter. I'm pointing the wrong way. I'll get this camera thing figured out. I don't know. I don't do stuff on camera very often. I know it's
this way. Yeah,
I can do the Steven one. I know he's below me on the screen right now. Follow Steven, follow Dave, follow me on Twitter. I'll be back in 30 minutes. Gentlemen, have at it.
All right. Well, while we were discussing, while Dane was closing out there, Tim McMahon tweeted out and he said, I was told the Mavs would need, quote, a lot more than Goran Dragic and pick package from the Raptors in order to move Porzingis. So, we suspected that this was going to be the case because Dragic for Porzingis just doesn't make a whole lot of sense, honestly. So what do you think, if you're looking at that Raptors roster, what do you think that they would need to send across? Is there anything in particular that you would see coming from the Raptors that would make this worthwhile to bolster the Mavs roster?
I honestly think that it would have to be a multi-team trade. I don't know what the Raptors have outside of a lot of people on the chat are making great comments. The Raptors lack depth. We do pickups of the night over at Hoop Ball. So you're looking at box scores, trying to scavenge for potential streamers for fantasy purposes. And the Raptors, it's always the same guys playing. Like you said, Porzingis would die if he went to Toronto because Nick Nurse would run him into the ground. They have basically 6 players who play all of the minutes, the starters plus Boucher. And then they give a little bit to Khem Birch, Precious Achiuwa. They like him, and they're going to continue to give him minutes. But beyond that, they don't have many other guys that are playing meaningful minutes. So I don't think that they have anything in terms of players currently playing that they could trade to Dallas. I think it would have to be a multi-team trade where they're trading picks, and maybe Dallas is getting something from another team. That's the only way that I could see this kind of a trade working. The Raptors do need some depth. I saw earlier this morning that there was talk. We were talking about that 3-team trade between the Knicks, the Raptors, and the Lakers. And there was talk about Talen Horton-Tucker ending up on Toronto. And I think that that's kind of what the Raptors are trying to do, is trying to replace Dragic, who wants to play with his Slovenian, friend, and he probably mentored Luka, so they are, I would assume, very close. And I would assume that they're just trying to trade Dragic and get a rotation player to add a little bit of depth on their bench.
So let's jump into like the fantasy side of some of these earlier trades. The Portland trade that sent Norm Powell and Robert Covington to the Clippers. Obviously, Portland's kind of going into, I would almost call it a full rebuild. They're calling it a retool around Dame Lillard. Are there any guys on either of those teams that were not getting fantasy value previously that you see getting a boost because of that trade?
It's surprising to me that I'm about to mention this name. I didn't think I would, but you're familiar with his work being over in Memphis. Justice Winslow is starting to play a lot of minutes for the Blazers right now because they don't have any other options. Perhaps, Josh Hart hasn't debuted for them yet, and his debut, when he starts playing, that could interfere with Winslow. But there's a chance that Winslow holds, low end streaming value for a period of time with the Blazers, because like you said, they don't have many other options. Last night, I think CJ Elby played like over 40 minutes. He's a guy to, keep on watch list. He didn't do much with his time on the court in terms of fantasy production. But if he's going to see that kind of opportunity, that's something to look at. I think that the Blazers are a team worth checking, worth watching over the next couple weeks, because there might be surprise value there. But there's nobody that like stands out as a bona fide ad, at this point in that trade.
Yeah, a guy that I'm keeping my eye on, Greg Brown out of Texas. He's a rookie. If they're leaning more into youth, he could see more run. His per 36 minutes, I've got it over here. I gotta get it up here. I don't want to get it wrong. Per 36, he's 17 points, 10 rebounds, and 3 combined defensive stats on pretty good percentages. He's not going to make a whole lot of threes. He's not going to turn the ball over a whole lot because he's not going to get a ton of usage. He's not a guy that I'm rushing out to pick up, but I'm definitely keeping an eye on him because he can be a guy that can get you some big man stats. And if we get the report that Dame is going to be out the remainder of the season, and we haven't gotten that right, I'm pretty sure the last I saw that there's still a possibility he returns this season. But if we get that report that Dame is out the remainder of the season and they're leaning into youth to try and bolster their pick, I think they're going to give some of these young guys a look. And Greg Brown is one guy that I'm definitely going to keep my eye on the Portland roster. I like the mention of Justice Winslow. I wish that would have worked out here in Memphis for him. It didn't. His percentages scare the crap out of me, man. And that's something. I don't know that he's a strong 9-cat guy because of that, but it's, you never know what's going to happen with this team as they move forward. So you just got to kind of watch and see the guys that are getting the minutes. And generally when you're getting the minutes, there's going to be value there.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And then do you have anybody that was going to the Clippers? Any implication there in terms of fantasy production?
Nah, not so much. I think Norm Powell is probably going to do about what he was doing in Portland, kind of chuck along like he was. Covington's, he has been coming off of the bench there, but I think that he's still going to get plenty of minutes. And he's not a usage, like he doesn't have to have usage in order to bring value because he does everything else so well. So I don't think there's any fall off from them. And, those guys, Amir Coffey was getting a little bit of a run there. I think that, if you still have him on your roster, he's probably safe to drop at this point. But no, I don't think that there's any big losers there because there wasn't anybody that was given, insane value from that team. You were getting guys that had extra usage because of the lack of talent on that team. The injuries, they've just been ravaged, Kawhi being out all year and then the stuff with Paul George. So it's I was actually surprised by that trade. I didn't expect the Clippers to be buyers, but they got those guys for pennies on the dollar. So, good on Ballmer for making that move.
Yeah, from a reality standpoint, I completely agree with you. It was a great move. I think they did it because they don't have their draft pick this upcoming year, and they're trying to add assets so that next year they can go all in. And Norman Powell is a great addition. He's on a great deal. So reality perspective, I think it was a great move for the Clippers. On the Clippers, I'd like to ask you what your thoughts are on Isaiah Hartenstein, who just keeps getting his minutes yanked around, and he has a great game, and then he goes back and gets 8 minutes. And what do you think that he's an ad rest of season? Does Covington interfere with it? I mean, what do you think on Hartenstein?
It's weird with him because, in the Memphis game, he had 19 and 7 and 4 assists and a block and a steal. So you can see that the value is there if he's going to get the minutes. But what is Lou going to do? Like you say, there'll be one night he gets 25 minutes and he puts up a fantasy friendly line. And then you play him the next night and he plays 8 minutes and he doesn't give you enough value, worth putting him out there. So I think I've got him in a couple spots and I'm holding on to him, but it's all based off of your roster. If you can afford to hold on to a guy in a head-to-head league and kind of take chances and still be competitive, he's one that I'm holding on to in a games cap roto. depending on where you are on games played, I think that he's a guy that is going to bring you value, but it's very, very difficult until you start seeing some consistency in minutes from him. If he's getting 20 minutes a game, he should be on rosters. He is going to be, inside the top 100 if he is getting 20 plus minutes a game. And I'm not convinced that Lou is going to give him that. And I said there was nobody else, but Luke Kennard is a guy that I'm keeping an eye on as well. Over the last 3 weeks, he's been inside the top 80. So he had a 6-game stretch there. He was 93% from the free throw line, 52% from the field, less than one turnover. He was doing great things, making 3.5 threes per game. And he's available in a ton of places, Yahoo, ESPN. He's not very widely owned. So he's another guy to keep an eye on to see, with them not having a true point guard on the team, he has playmaking abilities. So you may see him get some opportunities to, bump assist numbers and stuff like that. He may have some rest of the season value moving forward.
I see something in the chat. It says here Harrison Barnes to the Jazz, and I would just say that it seems like Harrison Barnes is sticking with the Kings based on everything I've seen. I think the only way that they would part with Barnes is if they get something of greater value to compete this season back, and that just doesn't seem to be in the cards, especially from Utah. So I don't see how that would happen unless it's a multi-team trade. So that would be my comment there. David, I have another question for you in terms of fantasy. Is there any guy that you preemptively picked up or you would advise preemptively stashing in the hopes of a trade? One guy that comes to mind for me, Talen Horton-Tucker, who's been in some trade rumors. Mm-hmm. That's a guy that comes up in my mind. Is there anybody that you think could be a winner after this deadline?
I like the fit. Sacramento is going to have to score a lot of points. Their defense is just subpar. Watching that game last night, it was great to see them get the win. Sabonis' first game after giving up a guy like Halliburton that the fans just loved. To see them get that win, it gives the fans a little bit of something. But I really like Metu and his slashing ability with that's terrible. Put that down.
Somebody thought it was a Laker jersey, so I just had to clear that out.
I got you. But I like, Sabonis is a phenomenal passer from the center position, and Metu is a great slasher. I feel like he could be sneaky value, and we don't know that the Kings are done. Rashawn Holmes is a guy that, he's been like a hoop ball / SportsEthos darling, but his value right now, if he doesn't get moved from the Kings, I don't know that he's rosterable. I don't know that he's going to get enough minutes to bring fantasy value. But Metu got the start last night with Sabonis, and he was pretty effective. So he's a guy that I've got my eye on. I think I've got him in a couple places that I have to look and see. But that's one for me that if we see some more clear out there, that I think that he gets increased value moving forward. And also Justin Holiday is a guy that went to Sacramento, and he, like, historically, he's been a good fantasy player. You look over, I've got his numbers here. So since 1920, he was top 60 by totals. 2021, he was top 70 by totals. He's available in 63% of Yahoo leagues, 95% of ESPN, and 51% of Fantrax leagues. He's going to be 12-team value. He is going to be like they've got Davion Mitchell, who's a great defender. Holiday's got a little more size. He's going to be on the floor because of his defensive abilities. He's going to get you defensive stats. He had a crap line last night. He didn't shoot the ball very well, but I think that he could easily, be inside the top 75, 80 moving forward on that team. And that's a guy that I like. I see somebody I'm not even going to try to say your name because I'll butcher the crap out of it, but he's talking about Marvin Bagley possibly being a stash. I think a lot of that depends on if he gets moved and what team he goes to. I don't know. There have been previous seasons where we looked at Bagley as, okay, maybe he can kind of move up and be fantasy relevant, but I don't know where he can go. I don't know what teams they're talking to, where he could go that he could have value. He's got the skill set, obviously, but a lot of that is going to depend on where he ends up. And if he stays in Sacramento, he's not for me at all. I don't think he's going to have any value in Sacramento.
Here, let's say hypothetically Bagley gets traded to the Blazers or the Thunder, one of those teams that doesn't have that great of a power forward. Would you then think of him as an ad?
Man, Portland doesn't have anybody that would take minutes from him. If he went to Portland, then yeah, I would. I don't in a games cap league. I don't know that I would fire him up starting him right away, but I would definitely snatch him up and have him and just kind of see where it's going to go. You've got Baisley in Oklahoma. I don't know how high they are on him. He's obviously not had a ton of fantasy value, but reality, you could see kind of a split between them. But yeah, I think Portland would be a great situation for him to go into. I think he would have plenty of opportunity there to play.
I think you're totally right, though. I think it definitely depends on the situation for Bagley. If he gets traded to a team that has a better front court, he's not going to – I don't think it'll happen for him this year. But the Blazers are probably a team that would let him loose.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, for sure.
Should we discuss some of these other trades that went down over the weekend? What did you think about the Nickeil Alexander-Walker to Utah? First, he got traded to Portland and then rerouted.
It really surprised me. I still have absolutely no idea what Portland is doing. They've created some cap space, which is great. But let's be honest, it's Portland. That's not a free agent destination. They're going to have a hard time getting free agents. We saw that last offseason. They had some money to play with, and they didn't really go out and get anybody of relevance. So what direction are they going? And when they made that move, I'm like, okay, they're going more youth. I like Simon's fit next to Dame as opposed to CJ because of the defensive deficiencies. Dame and CJ, neither one are great defensively. Simons is a good defender. And so when you get into a playoff series, you can hide one bad defender. You can put him on the guy that's going to get the least usage, but it's really, really hard to hide two bad defenders. And so getting rid of CJ there, I feel like is kind of a positive for them. And I know that's it's rough because of what he brought to that team. And I don't mean to dog him. CJ is obviously a great fantasy player. He's a great reality player. But when you're looking at team makeup, I think the defense, you have to have somebody next to Dame that is a good defender. And, McCollum has proven that he is not that guy. So I was surprised to see them turn around and flip Alexander Walker after making that move because I thought that they were leaning into youth. But then they made that trade to Utah. I'm lost with them. I have no idea what that front office is trying to do. And obviously, they know more about basketball than I do. They've got a plan that I'm sure that they're trying to execute. But a lot of times throughout the process, you just question what they're doing because they definitely did not get enough value in return out of some of these pieces that they moved, in my opinion.
Yeah, Nickeil Alexander-Walker, one thing that concerns me about this trade in terms of fantasy from a reality perspective is the return that Portland got for who is seen as such an intriguing young prospect. Does that mean that Portland just did a bad job in fielding trade offers? Or does that mean that Alexander Walker's value around the league is actually as low as we saw from that trade? And then a question for you in Alexander Walker with the Jazz is, we had a question in the chat. How do you think that impacts Jordan Clarkson?
Not at all. Not even a little bit. That's Jordan Clarkson's role is solidified with that team. And, adding Alexander Walker to that roster. I don't even know how much we're going to say. I know that he'll probably be a rotation player for the Jazz, but they've got guys. Forrest has been playing extremely well for them, and does making the move for Nickeil Alexander Walker, does that move Forrest off of his minutes? I'm not even sure that we see that happen. So I'm not concerned with Clarkson at all. He's still going to get his shots. He, sixth man of the year, he's earned it, and Alexander Walker has not done anything fantasy or reality wise to make me think that they're going to take anything away from Clarkson by moving him in there.
Yeah, and Trent Forrest has been playing really well. He's a watch list guy in deep leagues right now.
Yeah.
I watched the Warriors get destroyed by the Jazz last night, and Trent Forrest looked really good against them, driving to the bucket. I was very impressed with his reality game.
He looked really good in Memphis whenever I was at the game when Utah was in Memphis last week, and well, maybe 2 weeks ago now. I don't know. It's running together, but yeah, he looked really good in person as well. So yeah,
it would have made more sense for Portland to acquire him in the Nickeil Alexander Walker because they got Elijah Hughes, but wouldn't have made sense to get Trent Forrest.
Maybe it does, but I like Elijah Hughes. He was a guy out of Syracuse. He was, like just under 20 points a game, 5 assists, 4 rebounds. He can shoot the ball. He shot the ball from 3. The percentages were not that great at Syracuse, but he was the guy there. Like, he was the offense. And so defenses were scheming for him. And when you get to the league and you're not the number one option on the team, you look at a guy like Desmond Bane. He was the number one option at TCU, and then he gets to the league. He's not the number one option. Defenses aren't focusing on him as much, and he's having a heck of a season. So I'm not sitting here saying that Elijah Hughes is going to turn into Desmond Bane or anything like that, but I do like Elijah Hughes, and I think that you could see him get a run because looking at, I've got the Blazers depth chart up here. Small forward, you got Josh Hart, but Hart plays the 4 sometimes as well. A little bit undersized for the 4, but Ben McLemore, Josh Hart, CJ Ellaby. You look at these guys, and I think that you could easily see Elijah Hughes get into the rotation. And let's see. I don't have anything else. I had the Syracuse numbers. I was trying to pull up what he had done earlier in the season, but I know when we saw him get some minutes in Utah, he was fairly productive. I don't know that he's a guy that I'm picking up, but definitely worth keeping an eye on. And I don't has Alexander Walker done anything in your opinion to say that he is significantly better than Hughes?
Oh, we just got a trade. I'm sorry. We just got a trade that came in. The Sacramento Kings are trading Marvin Bagley to the Detroit Pistons. So it's not going to be Portland. It's not going to be Oklahoma City. It's going to be Detroit. It looks like we don't know what's coming back the other way at this point in time. Make sure to follow SportsEthos BK on Twitter if you guys want all the latest trades and the fantasy analysis. I'll be on that later this afternoon. And we got Mike Passador manning the keys this morning. So we don't know what's coming back yet. And depending on who comes back, if there's front court players coming back to
another trade just been announced by Woj. The Kings are acquiring Dante DiVincenzo in a 4-team trade.
Okay, so this is probably the same trade?
Yep, Marvin Bagley to the Pistons, DiVincenzo from Milwaukee to the Kings. Listen, there are a lot of Kings fans, like since I've been associated with Hoopball / SportsEthos, I've gotten to know a lot of Kings fans. And I feel like they're in good hands with Monty. He has made some great trades, and he's seeking talent. Like you look at the guys that he's targeted, and I would be, if I'm a Kings fan, I know that it's hard because of the 15 years of crap that they've had to go through. But I would be super happy. He's getting talent. Adding Dante DiVincenzo on top of what he already had is just giving depth to the Kings. I like that a lot. Shams just tweeted out the Clippers are trading Serge Ibaka to the Bucks. So maybe that's part of that 4-team trade. That is great news for Isaiah Hartenstein. If he is on your free agent wire, I would go out and add him immediately if you're in a 12-team league, because that opens up minutes for him. And he, like we said, he's a guy that is going to have fantasy value if he gets 20 minutes a game. And then moving Ibaka just let's go. Hartenstein time.
And it probably also indicates that maybe the Bucks are really worried about Brook Lopez coming back this year, right? That's probably why they went out and got Ibaka.
Yeah. There were talks that they wanted to get a big man, and it's been that has been a weird case with Rolo this year. We haven't gotten many updates. It's just been a back issue, and that's what it is. And so back issues are very finicky. Sometimes you can bounce back from that and recover, but apparently it's a little more severe than what we've been informed.
So one thing that I want to know on this one is Marvin Bagley to the Pistons. What we talked about him potentially being on Portland, and that would be a great situation because there's no power forwards there. In Detroit, he's dealing with Olynyk, Jeremy Grant. You got Isaiah Stewart at center. Trey Lyles is around. Where do you think Bagley fits in? Do you think he's worth a speculative add now, or do you think he's a wait and see kind of guy?
I'm still waiting and seeing. Honestly, I don't know what his minutes are going to look like there, but I just Bagley has not done enough for me to just go out and add him. I don't have, I've got a few spots where I can move people in and out, but there's other guys that I would prefer over Bagley. And also it depends on how deep your league is, right? In a 12-team league, it's a hard no from me. But if you're in a 14 or a 16-team league, the waiver wire is generally pretty thin in those, and so going out and grabbing Bagley may not be a bad idea. There's a tweetser. Looks like okay, so the Pistons are trading Josh Jackson and Trey Lyles to Sacramento in the 4-team deal. So that puts,
looks like what is happening.
Yeah. Man, I know that they're trying to get these out quick, but it'd be great just to have the full details of this trade. So Sham just tweeted the Raptors are trading Goran Dragic to the Spurs for Thaddeus Young. Okay. If you're not in a league with Dan Besbris, are you adding Thad Young?
Yeah, I don't see why Toronto would go and acquire Thad Young if they're not going to play him big minutes. I think the Raptors need a rotation player. I think Thad Young, unless he's going to get rerouted, who knows what's going to happen today when all the pieces land. But I don't think anyone is trading for Thad Young and not going to give him opportunity. So I actually might prefer adding Marvin Bagley. I might disagree with you there. I think he's a former number 2 overall pick. The Pistons are not going anywhere this season. I think they might take him for a test drive, see what they have in him. They traded Trey Lyles away, so that removes one body in the rotation. Isaiah Stewart, I think, is who he is. And I don't I think, you do have to deal with Kelly Olynyk there. But are you really building your future around Olynyk? Wouldn't you rather take a former number 2 overall pick that was, not in a good situation in Sacramento for himself? I think Bagley is a speculative add in 12-team leagues. I think that Detroit is not the ideal fit. I think Portland, would have been a lot better because you are dealing with a couple other players. But I like the idea of adding Marvin Bagley from this trade.
Okay, yeah. I mean, dude, it's fine. I love to have different perspectives, and that's a lot of times people will disagree and give you points to kind of look at something. I get it. Jeremy Grant is still on that team, and so you've got Jeremy Grant and Kelly Olynyk, Isaiah Stewart. Do you think what we're seeing from Stewart this year is what we're going to see moving forward, because at the end of last year, we were seeing stuff from him that made him get drafted fairly high, honestly. I think I saw him going as early as in the 60s in some places, and I was not taking him there. I felt like that was early. But do you feel like you said that Isaiah Stewart is what he is? Do you feel like this season is Isaiah Stewart we're going to see moving forward, or do you think there's a window of opportunity for him to improve and actually be worth that top 60, 70 pick?
I think based on what I have seen from Stewart, I think he's more of a top 100 in a really good scenario, maybe top 100 to 120. I think he's a role player. I don't think he's I think on a really good team, Isaiah Stewart is maybe even coming off the bench. So I don't really see the top 60, top 70 ceiling for him. But I mean, anyone can improve. And I think maybe best case scenario, he's the main guy. Maybe he could put up top 90, top 80 value for a period of time, but I don't see it lasting a very long time.
Gotcha. So let's talk about the pieces that are going to the Kings, and because we got Dante DiVincenzo, but then Trey Lyles and there's a new tweet from Woj. Sorry, I'm gonna interrupt. It's like
looks like that's part of the same deal. So we don't have all of the details. It looks like Ojale and Rodney Hood are going to the Clippers in this deal from Milwaukee, this 4-team trade. As soon as we get all of the details of everybody going everywhere, maybe we'll break it down in terms of where everybody is going. But I think the main piece is Bagley's going to Detroit, DiVincenzo is going to Sacramento, a couple of vets are going to the Clippers, and Serge Ibaka is going to the Bucks. Is that all that's what they're getting?
That's all that I've seen so far going to the Bucks.
So is there any other fantasy implications on this trade or anything in reality? Do you think Serge Ibaka, do you think he's going to play a big role for the Bucks, or you think it'll be more of a role player who's going to be there for the playoffs and not have much fantasy contribution?
Yeah, I don't know how much Serge has left in him, honestly. Like I don't. Portis has been playing pretty well this year, playing the 5. I don't think that you're going to see a minute share between those two. I think the minutes are still going to be, going to Portis. But Ibaka could definitely, you go back and you look at what he's capable of. There is a possibility he's going to bring you value. There's other guys that are moving, with this trade deadline. There's other guys that I prefer. And that's actually, I think, Bagley. I would even probably prefer Bagley over Ibaka at this point. And that's maybe a little risky to say, but that's just kind of where I am. I don't know how much Serge has left in the tank.
What about so Dante DiVincenzo is going to Sacramento. He'll be playing with De'Aaron Fox and Davion Mitchell. Do you think that this Davion Mitchell was a pretty popular ad after they traded Tyrese Halliburton? Do you think DiVincenzo's presence negatively affects Mitchell? And does it do it to the point where he's, a potential drop? Is DiVincenzo an ad if he's available in a league? I could see him being the starter in Sacramento. I don't see why they would get him to not start him. What do you think about that?
Yeah, there's going to be a lot for them to work out there. They just moved Halliburton to, kind of relieve the 3-guard pressure. And I say they got Sabonis. It's like they didn't get anything in return for him, but there's a lot of people. Jeremy Lamb was a guy that I was kind of keeping an eye on. He, as he could bring fantasy value, but now with DiVincenzo coming in, I don't know that you're going to get enough playing time from him. That's really, Monty has done a great job adding depth to this Kings team. That their bench was pretty weak, and he's going out and he's getting guys that are rotation type NBA players. So fantasy wise, I'm probably holding on to Davion just to kind of wait and see what happens here. DiVincenzo has been a guy that has had fantasy value in the past, so I think that if he's getting the starters minutes, that he could definitely be worth being. He's definitely rosterable. Um, it's just kind of a wait and see game, and depending on how competitive your leagues are and what your roster is looking like this time of year, I generally keep 2 to 3 guys on my roster that I can move on or off at any time just to stream. There's going to be certain stats that you're searching for, and so DiVincenzo could have rest of the season value. Davion Mitchell had a great game last night, 18, 7, and 7, and you know what he's going to do defensively. So you may see value from both of those guys, but I think Mitchell was kind of just a fringe guy. And adding DiVincenzo may kind of push him back onto the drop. It's going to be interesting to see how they work out the rotations there. There's going to be a lot for them to unpack and a lot to watch. I'm still confident in Justin Holiday. I think that he's going to get the minutes because defensively and his size, and he doesn't have to have a ton of usage. I think he's going to get probably 10 or 11 shots a game, and that's going to be plenty for him to have fantasy value.
I think you make a good point. I think that maybe DiVincenzo's presence in Sacramento might do more to hurt both DiVincenzo and Davion Mitchell. That might happen, but I think you're right. Mitchell has played well, and I think he's worth holding to see what plays out. DiVincenzo is probably a lesser speculative ad than other guys that we're talking about, like Hartenstein, in my opinion, Marvin Bagley. I have the full trade breakdown here. So 4-team trade between the Sacramento Kings, Milwaukee Bucks, LA Clippers, and Detroit Pistons. The Kings are getting Dante DiVincenzo from the Bucks, and they're getting Trey Lyles and Josh Jackson from the Pistons. The Bucks are getting Serge Ibaka in a couple seconds and some cash. The Clippers get Rodney Hood and Semi Ojeleye, and the Pistons get Marvin Bagley. And then we had another trade where the Raptors gave Goran Dragic to the Spurs, and Thaddeus Young is going to Toronto. I didn't see you pop back in.
I didn't want to interrupt. I came back in with shock and awe as Dan Besbris' old man squad logo, Thad Young, is on the move. I really thought I could go like pack a lunch and put sunscreen on it on a 5-year-old and come back and everything would just be chill. It is not chill. There's no chill this morning.
It blew up while you were gone, man. Love it.
It blew up a 4-team trade. I couldn't even come back to like, oh, one guy went to one team and one guy went to another. I came back to what's happening here? Okay, so I know you guys have covered it already. Did you guys get to do any promo? Can I come back into doing promo?
You can.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Hey, everybody. By the way, we're going to get Brew on here in just a matter of moments as well. So that'll be very cool. Hi to the over 700 of you now watching live on this bad boy. This is the Sports Ethos trade deadline live show. David and Steve doing an unbelievable job while I was getting children ready for school. Follow everybody on Twitter that you see on here. I've said it 1,000 times. I'll say it 1,000 more. Twitter really is the fastest source of fantasy basketball information. You must go there post haste. Follow the three of us. You can see our Twitter handles. They're on the screen right there. Ethos Fantasy BK is the Sports Ethos news feed. They've got all of this breaking news on there already. And it's got breakdowns of everything going on so far. So also while you're here, hit the like button. You guys know the YouTube drill. Hit the like button just below the screen. Please do subscribe to the Sports Ethos YouTube page. Everybody, I'm sure, wants to know my thoughts on Thad. I actually think he does play a little bit in Toronto. One of the things that I'm seeing on Twitter and even in this chat room here, which, by the way, if you guys are watching through the Twitter app, if you guys go to the actual YouTube page, you can type in the chat room that we're all looking at from time to time here. Will it be enough is the question mark. I mean, he's not going to play zero, which is kind of what was happening in San Antonio. And we know Toronto plays their starters a ton, but I don't think they want to have to play their starters 40 minutes a game. I think they've done that by necessity because they trust Chris Boucher for about 20 minutes a game and nobody else, which I think we can kind of understand. You guys have seen the rest of the Raptors roster. Throw a veteran like that in there, a ball mover who can play small power forward or center. He can rebound. He's one of the league leaders in deflections for like 2 decades running. And Toronto loves that. They love creating steals and running. I think he's going to play. I think he's going to probably play about 20 minutes. He probably slots in to what Precious Achiuwa was doing, and he may even slice into some of the starters' minutes to give those guys a little bit of a break. I'm not dropping anyone that has more than like top 95 upside, because I don't think Thad gets beyond that mark. But unfortunately, in this same trade, we may also have put the nail in the coffin of our Kelly Olynyk dreams. Did you guys already talk about that?
We were talking a little bit about Detroit. We didn't mention Kelly Olynyk at all. But there's a lot of talk in chat. We discussed Harden-Simmons, and I really, with Ibaka on the way out, I said that he was an ad in 12 teams. I think people are wanting to know what your thoughts are on Harden-Simmons and the Clippers situation, seeing that Ibaka is out of the way now.
So my issue with the Clippers is that, yes, Ibaka's gone, but they still have Marcus Morris, who can play the small ball 5, and they added Rob Covington, who can play some small ball 5. I think Hartenstein is actually in a similar boat to Thad. From what I just mentioned a moment ago, you're probably looking at about 20 minutes per ball game, which puts him really, really close to standard league value because he does have that kind of cool stat set. If any one of those 3 guys I just mentioned goes, or 2 plus Ivica Zubac, who's obviously the starting center there, if any of those guys has to miss time for any reason, I think Hartenstein probably grabs an extra 2 or 3 minutes there. So there's a lot to like with him. Weekly situation where you have a 4 moves cap, I'm probably not pulling the trigger on that one. I want to see what goes down the rest of this trade deadline. Clippers brought in guys that basically weren't playing this year, so it does feel, and I mean, this was a salary move for them. So I think we kind of have to see what goes on between now and 3 hours from now on that side. I'd be more inclined to take a long look at Marvin Bagley, more so in points formats, because we know his free throw percent can be a drag, and defensive stats haven't always been there, but he's probably going to get a chance in Detroit in a way that he didn't in Sacramento, because I'm guessing someone in Detroit is still also on the move. And again, I don't know that you can make the move yet on Bagley. We need to know, is Jeremy Grant going to get traded? Is Kelly Olynyk going to get traded? They need to whittle that down by one more player, because they sent a center out in Lyles. They brought one back in Bagley who can play power forward or center. So there's a lot still to be determined here. My first move from this trade is to consider whether or not I have someone to drop for Thaddeus Young, because I think he can also get it done in about 20 to 22 minutes a game. I think Toronto wants him. They had a lot of suitors in this Goran Dragic thing, and this is a guy that they went out and they got. So Thad is the guy I'm looking at first, but there needs to be an obvious drop. And sadly, it might be Kelly Olynyk. So that's kind of where we're at with that one. Busy. Things got busy in the last little bit. Corbin Ford, welcome to the show, my man. The 9 o'clock hour came and went.
Hello. Hi, everyone. Yeah, it really did. That was a blur. I was listening, and then it was like, oh, I'm on.
That's the best way to do it. Corbin at Corbin NBA. You can see the Twitter handle there. Give him a follow as well. He'll be with us here for, honestly, I've forgotten what the schedule was. I know I made it, but I don't remember. I think you're here with us for an hour. David and Steven, we've got you for just a little bit longer here. There's a lot. I guess this trade is a lot of, do we use a weekly move on it? And I didn't mean to just like come in and monologue for 6 or 7 minutes, but that's what I ended up doing. So, Dave, do you use, like, Roto is an easier decision. Roto, you're just deciding, is someone worth dropping? What about head to head with a moves limit? Do you act on what we've seen so far?
Hartenstein is really the only guy. I'm fairly confident in him. I think that Ibaka was, he was getting some minutes in there, and I don't know if they were doing that just to, maybe show, okay, he still got it. We can move him, like he's going to bring you some value. But I just really like Hartenstein's game, and I think that he can do enough in that 20 minutes to get to that line to where he's worth being on a roster.
Steve?
I'm looking at Marvin Bagley. I don't see why the Pistons would trade for him without taking him on a test drive. So that's the main guy that I'm looking at. I do agree with you on Thaddeus Young. I think he's going to see opportunity. I just see Marvin Bagley in a he does have some flaws for his fantasy game, but I think that if he's playing 30 or 25 plus minutes a night, I think that he could hit that top 100, top 90 value mark.
Corbin, you're our reality NBA correspondent here. What does all of this mean from a reality standpoint? Did anybody get better? Did anybody get worse? Did it matter?
I gotta say, I was just kind of understanding the trade along with the rest of y'all. It's really cool how the Kings went from, making that trade for the minus bonus. And my one question out of that is, hey, that fit alone was kind of, I want to say questionable, high potential, as we saw last night. Like there's some good benefits there, but where are the wings, right? Because Harrison Barnes, I still think more before. Jeremy Lamb came in. Justin Holiday, I think Holiday could be a 2. Jeremy Lamb 2-3. Like where is the additional help there? And then you go in and now you bring in a Josh Jackson, who I think is a great addition. Of course, Dante DiVincenzo as well. Like now you are set in the swingman department as well. So if you're really trying to make that push, like now it's a matter of the talent all working together, but you do have positions filled of need for Sacramento. I think they came out like thieves in this one. That was a great trade. As far as Marvin Bagley with the Pistons, I think every one of us has been on Twitter, has heard about this or thought about it. Like I think his pops on Twitter was making some overtures for the last couple of weeks that were pretty apparent. So like I think it's gonna be cool to have a young big over there with that group. You do have, of course, Killing Hayes, Cade Cunningham, Sadiq Bey, all these guys over there that I think you can kind of give a test drive. I think the word was used for Bagley in Detroit. See how you feel about him sticking around long term, but age-wise, positional fit, he works there. So I definitely like that. For Milwaukee, I don't know. It depends what Serge we get. Like if Serge gonna, get to Milwaukee and remember to play basketball again, like that'll be great. He's had an up and down year. Of course, injuries have been kind of the hallmark of his tenure in Los Angeles. So, hoping for good health at every stop, of course. But the idea is that if he is able to fill a need for Milwaukee, I think that also kind of gives a state into how they look at Brook Lopez, and probably he's out, and not just out for a period of time there. And then lastly, I don't know, for the Clippers, I mean, hey, they're cornering the market on former Blazers. You got Norman Powell, you got Robert Covington, bring back Rodney Hood. Like they're getting the band back together. And they love that versatility with the wings. So I think they're going to be dangerous, not this year so much, more next year, but also got to figure out how those minutes are all going to be allocated.
The day begins. That's where we're at. Okay, so let's take a deep breath. Things are going to keep happening here. We're continuing to get word on this one. Drew Eubanks, by the way, is also headed to Toronto. I don't think he plays very much. Anybody disagree with me on that one? You guys think Drew Eubanks plays at all in Toronto?
No.
That was not the Spurs big the Raptors wanted.
a lot of head shaking. Yeah, everybody wanted Jakob come home. No. So in the chat room, there's a lot of folks that are asking Hartenstein versus Thad, and which I guess is a pretty reasonable question. And I think my answer to that is maybe it doesn't matter from a fantasy standpoint. Steve, would you say one has a big edge over the other? I lean ever so slightly to Thaddeus Young because I do think that Toronto is so shallow that they're like, we need to get this guy in. And with the Clippers, it's like, well, like if he's playing well, great. But if Zoo's having a big game, he's in. If they want to go small, Marcus Morris. If they want to go real small, Rob. It just feels like Thad's a tiniest bit safer on the minutes front. But feel free to tell me I'm wrong, because this stuff is all breaking. We're trying to analyze it while watching Twitter, while talking to each other.
So I think that the answer there is just Nick Nurse versus Ty Lue. Like you got one coach who just plays with his rotations from a game to game, from playoff series to playoff series, which is what makes him such a great coach. That is, I really do like that about Ty Lue from a reality perspective. But Nick Nurse, he plays his guys, and he's going to get Thad Young to play him. So I think that Thad Young has a safer floor. I do think that Hartenstein might have a higher ceiling. I think that Hartenstein might be the upside play by a slight margin, but I think Thad Young is your floor play.
Dave?
Yeah, I lean Hardenstein, and that I like the the points that you guys are making about the minutes in Toronto and what Nurse does. So we have seen Ty Lue kind of mess with Hartenstein's minutes, and Steve and I talked about this earlier. You'll have one game like the game against the Grizzlies where you get 25 minutes from Hartenstein and he's 19, 7, 4, a block and a steal, good percentages. And then the next game he'll get 7 minutes, and it's like, why did I put him in my lineup? So definitely still some questions there on Hartenstein. I just at this point in the year, I think winning and losing leagues a lot of times depends on how much upside you get from a guy when you're going and you're making those sometimes safe plays work. But I think if you catch lightning in a bottle, if somebody goes down in that Clippers rotation and we start seeing Hartenstein get 25 minutes a game, where is his upside? And I think, I wouldn't think that top 75 is out of the question if he's getting that many minutes. Is he going to get that many minutes? That's a huge if, but I just like Hartenstein. I like his skill set. I like what he brings. And Thad does a lot of the same things, right? Like he can pass as a big man, rebound the ball. I think Hartenstein defensive stats probably give him a little bit of an edge.
Steve, any agreement, disagreement? Are you leaning to the upside play?
I think I would go. I guess it depends on where I'm at in the standings. I think that if I'm in a comfortable position where I'm sure I'm going to, maybe I go with Hartenstein. If I'm a team who's trying to just get some wins now in order to make the playoffs, and I'm referring more to head-to-head league, which is where I make my bones. I'll go with Thad Young. That's how I see that one. I do think it's close, like you guys are saying. I would go with Thad Young if I'm looking to make the playoffs.
Like Bagley. I didn't mean to interrupt, but you kind of liked Bagley as the take a flyer. Maybe he plays 30 some odd minutes guy there. Or
yeah, I actually think Bagley is the higher ceiling guy than Hartenstein. I see the narrative of a number 2 overall pick going to Detroit, where they need some front court help. Corbin made a great point. He fits their timeline really well. So, I mean, the guy there was a reason why he was drafted number 2. It hasn't worked out for him. He has flaws in his fantasy game for sure. But I think he could see 30 minutes towards the end of the year. We don't know what's going to happen in Detroit. They say that they're not going to trade Jeremy Grant, but if they trade Jeremy Grant, wouldn't Bagley become even more of an ad than he already is?
Yeah. Corbin, it looks like I saw your eyes go wide on that one.
No, I thought it was an excellent point. You're looking for all of a sudden Bagley to assume not only just usage, but you're looking at, and fantasy again, you're looking more rebounding. You're looking again across the board, certain categories that there's going to be a gaping hole that current Pistons can't really fill in this entirety. You know what I mean? It would be a little bit like committee, but then again, you bring in Bagley. He's ready kind of for this role. He's been wanting to show what I guess a change of scenery would do for him for the past maybe 2 years now. Let him go gangbusters, see what happens. I definitely am intrigued by that. And yeah, if the Pistons have their way and they're able to do that, it's wide open.
Question from the chat, and I suppose it's a player we talked about just briefly, and we can come back to him. Corbin, I'll start with you, and we can loop around the wall here. I know Brew is actually back in the studio, but he's filling his cup of coffee right now, so he's not quite ready to pop on. Corbin, what are your thoughts on Isaiah Stewart? He's played a little bit better lately. It seems like maybe they're making a little room for him with Lyles out. Do you think Bagley's there to challenge him or to play side by side?
I mean, you mentioned Stewart's played better as of late. I'm personally not been too high on Stewart this entire year. I thought last year he kind of went away from some of the things, specifically his outside shooting, that kind of made him more successful, for being an undersized, kind of big. I think that Bagley's kind of there to challenge because at the end of the day, Bagley can also stretch the floor a little bit in theory. Hasn't done a whole lot of that, but I would say more than Stewart has, at least sample size, been in the league a little bit longer. But I don't see them playing both sharing the front court, if that makes sense, or having minutes where you run both of them outside of in like some sort of platoon, because bottom line, they both like to be around the basket. I think Bagley's offensive game much more refined. He's much better in the post, but Isaiah has totally kind of beseech the offensive game on the outside anyway. So if you have two guys in the paint, obviously it's not going to be a great factor, especially opening up the game for the young guards that Detroit has. So I really do think you have challenging there. I think that to begin with, he'll probably be eased in by Coach Casey and just see how that goes. But I think they didn't bring him in to like be an understudy or to be side by side. I think he's trying to take that position by force.
Steve and Dave, I think this is your curtain call here before we send you off into the lovely day. The Bagley, Isaiah Stewart stuff going on. What are your thoughts on that Detroit front court? And then we'll give you guys a respite.
You can go ahead, Steve.
Yeah, Steve.
I agree with most of what Corbin said there. I think that I could see the Pistons trying to play them next to each other to experiment. I don't see why they wouldn't experiment with different lineup formations, but I think what they'll settle on is that it's not a good fit for them to play next to each other. So I would see them competing with each other for minutes. They're both going to be with Detroit, I would think, and they're both going to see opportunity moving forward for the rest of the season, barring injury. But I think Bagley would be competing for center minutes, and I think he can also play some power forward alongside Stewart, but I don't know how effective that will be. I'd love to see Cade Cunningham with Bagley, though. That I really want to see.
Get out of here, Steve. Go monitor the newswire. He is at Steven Vidovich. Follow him. I'll get my directional pointing right. Follow him on Twitter. Seriously, people, go follow him on Twitter. He's amazing at what he does. He's part of the machine at Ethos Fantasy BK, the Twitter feed that will keep you up to date all day long with the things written down in a way we cannot write things down. Dave, final thoughts basically on Detroit, but anything else you want to cover before I give you the old heave-ho?
Yeah, I think that Bagley's I know that Bagley's going to be a free agent. So why would you make the move for him and not give him a run? That's an excellent point. I think that you are going to see him get some minutes there, whether that leads to him being fantasy relevant. I've just not seen enough from him to be convinced. Like I know that the opportunity is going to be there, but I don't know if he's going to get to actually fantasy relevance. So I don't see them playing them, Stewart and Bagley side by side, because just like Steven said, it's just not going to work. There's not, the skill sets to me are very similar between those two players, and it's like oil and water to me. It's not going to mix very well. So that's about it, man. I really, again, Hartenstein is my guy out of this thing, and I'm hoping that works out well. I've got him in a couple places, and I would love to see him get more minutes and be more productive.
And I will say to you as well, as I once again screw up directional pointing, opposite direction. Mm-hmm. There it is. He's David Williams. He's also the host, not only a brilliant fantasy mind, of the SportsEthos Memphis Grizzlies podcast, which is just rocket boosting through the moon. David, thank you for your hosting duties while I readied my children for school at David W2111, because you incited something and lost your other Twitter handle.
I did.
David had to start over from scratch, you damn troublemaker. Get out of here.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Have a good one.
Brew.
Hey.
What's up, big dog?
Is everything working? Am I good?
Yeah, I love the very classy wooden cabinet backdrop. I like it a lot.
Nice. Yeah, I'm on a boat or something and my dog is barking. How about that for production value?
It's good. Hark, what do I hear? The little dog next to the big dog.
Yeah, I think he's barking at you, Dan.
Yeah, I don't blame him. Perhaps he's barking at Bubble Bobble. I'm going to show this shirt at least 4 times on today's
classy.
show. I said everybody had to wear something professional, so I put a sports coat on over a Bubble Bobble t-shirt. Corbin's got an actual button down, like an adult.
Oh, no.
Like an adult. So, Brew, what are your thoughts so far? I know you got to be monitoring the wire a lot, so I'm going to try to let you kind of mellow as long as possible between segments here. But Big 4 team trade to crack open the egg today.
Yeah, I was waiting to see what shoe dropped on the Milwaukee side because it just didn't seem like it made a ton of sense for them to give up Dante DiVincenzo. I mean, and this is a guy that we loved last year, and he did a lot of great things for us in fantasy leagues last year. The Kings weren't able to pick him up because of the tampering stuff, and then they get their guy. So that on top of everybody else that they've gotten, I believe they've got to cut 2 players now to get under the roster cap, and there's more moves coming for them. And they got Rashawn Holmes sitting there. So there's a lot going on early on today. That's exciting. Ibaka being viewed as a solution in Milwaukee is interesting. The Brook Lopez timeline is interesting. Maybe that's
Feels
playing into the mechanic there.
Right?
Yeah.
Isn't that it? Yeah.
Ibaka seemed like he might be dead money at the beginning of his first, say, 2, 3, 4 weeks of his comeback. Now he's, Ibaka light. And that kind of plays in the playoffs, I guess, if he's able to do a lot of veteran stuff. And I guess it takes one piece off the board of players that in the past have defended Giannis. So that's an interesting angle there.
And Brew, I saw you retweet this from Scoto. Am I pronouncing that wrong? Probably. It's not happened yet, but I did see you retweet that one. So we'll want to talk about that rumor here in a minute as well.
Yeah.
By the way, Corbin, you got a compliment on your look in the chat room. I'm not going to put it up on the screen, but
okay.
There you
Thank you. I appreciate that. All right.
Yeah. All right. Continue, Brew. I think take a fun turn here this morning.
Yeah. No compliments for me. No compliments for Dan.
You shouldn't. I shaved my neck for today's show, but that's about as far as it goes.
I worried about shaving my neck, but I couldn't get there.
Yeah, it was fleeting thought. So you came on right while David was wrapping up, Brew, and I'm gonna sort of squeeze the Brew lemon here right when you're popping on. Marvin Bagley on the move. He's a guy who feels like he gets a little bit of a reset button. Isaiah Hartenstein is someone we've been looking at a long time at Sports Ethos. He got one piece out of his way. Thad Young goes to a place where only 5 guys have played basketball for the last 6 weeks in a row. There's a lot going on. We're getting a lot of which direction do you lean on this stuff? It does feel like a lot of these guys are pretty close in terms of both upside and low side, like kind of a narrow band for them. I know you're a big Hartenstein guy. Is this enough out of his way in LA to get him where we need him to be?
I think for a lot of players, we're kind of stopped taking measurements 3 weeks in front of the deadline because it gets so chaotic. There's so much weird stuff going on, injury absences. And then he had the ankle injury. So I like to take the measurement from before these last 3 weeks when he was sitting at about 150, 130 in 8 and 9 cat leagues respectively. And he was doing that in about 16 minutes per game. That's why we were excited, because the what if he can get to 20, what if he can get to 24? Now, basketball wise, I think, and I like Zubac as a player. It's nothing against him, but I think that they're pretty equal. I think Hartenstein might even have a little bit more upside with the way he can move his feet, and he's really strong and does some interesting things in the offensive game. Zubac a little bit different, but also interesting. So they're 2 good players. I think 24 minutes a pop is totally possible if they go 25-23, 26-22. Either way, Hartenstein has a very good chance of giving you the low end value you're looking for in a fantasy league as the cushion in case he gets the high end value, which might be in the 180 range in sort of an upside scenario. And that kind of is hard to find. It depends on the format. But that's where I'm looking at Hartenstein going forward after this move.
I will note that there are about 3 times as many of you watching this as thumbs up we have received on said video. So I'm gonna keep clubbing you over the head with it. Please do hit the thumbs up on the YouTube video. This is the way that it gets pushed into more people's, hey, here's another thing that's happening right now you guys might like. It's how we grow. It's how we can do cool stuff like this and make it the longest trade deadline show in the history of basketball. And maybe if we get big enough, we'll start at 7:45 a.m. next year. Maybe. Can't hold me to it. Corbin, your thoughts on that rumor that just floated down? I want to push you guys both through on this one. I'll throw it back up there because Michael was kind enough to type it in the chat room, so I can just click a button and fire it up on the screen. The Hornets and Spurs have discussed PJ Washington, Kai Jones, and the inclusion of, I don't care about draft picks, for Jakob Poeltl. Forget the second half of it, but I mean, we can answer those questions as well. This is really more about the what if Jakob Poeltl ended up in Charlotte? What if PJ Washington ended up in San Antonio? Does this change anything? Because Corbin, I'll start with you. It does feel like San Antonio is sort of entering the front end of a rebuild. Does Poeltl make sense there? Charlotte, I'm sure, would love a big that they can trust throughout a ball game. It's a trade that, in my mind, makes kind of a lot of sense for both sides.
Yeah, actually, I like it. I mean, if in the trade in of itself, that's, I guess, I don't know. I'm thinking a lot, but I'm trying to take into account the draft pick. I think for San Antonio, that does signify the beginning of what I'm sure Spurs fans, I know, just general NBA fans, been looking for a while, which is, yes, let's commit to restarting. We have a bunch of interesting young pieces. Restricted free agencies coming up on Lonnie Walker, come up this next year. Got to make a decision soon on Keldon Johnson and others. So bring in a young big, kind of break up the logjam at the guard positions. And I think he is a fit in San Antonio, better on the offensive end, can help on the defensive end. And as good as Jakob Poeltl has been, and he's been very good in San Antonio, I think his talents will be better served on a team that's on a different timeline. He's not old, not ancient by any stretch, but, you bring that solid screen setting, you bring the defensive anchor to a team like Charlotte that kind of needs that from the big man position. You bring some legit size. I mean, they've only been playing with the one Plumlee brother, and it's been okay, but mixed results against some of these bigger, stronger centers. I think Jakob Poeltl does an immediate job raising the level of the defense on that side. And yeah, for San Antonio, I mean, you commit. You get a young guy in PJ Washington. You do have to look at retaining him long term soon. Kai Jones, recent draft pick, that's another young big. And then the draft pick, which again, for San Antonio, you're ushering in this new era. You want to get that. So I actually do think that trade works for both sides. That would be very interesting if it does happen.
Reminder to follow everybody on this screen on Twitter at Dan Besbris, at Corbin NBA, at Aaron Brewski, at Ethos Fantasy BK. Brew, what about that trade that just hasn't happened yet, but something coming down the pike there? I mean, there's the other side of this too, where if we hear the exact framework of a deal, it always feels like something a little bit different is the thing that actually comes through, right?
Yeah, we're talking about the Scotto report, I imagine. And basically, the first thing that flashed in my head was this is sending a shot across the bow at Sacramento that, hey, we got another person to dance with here. And what are you guys doing with Richaun Holmes? And so, Holmes was somebody that I talked about in the pod last night as a really interesting buy low target because he's been for about a month and a half really bad and almost like kind of unrecognizable on the floor after getting all-star articles written about him in places like The Athletic and elsewhere, not written by me, of course. And he's really peaked, I would say, at the beginning of this year in his career. So this dip is either injury related or maybe he was just unsatisfied with everything that was going on in Kingsland. If you can pull Richaun Holmes out of Sacramento, that could be a huge buy low in reality basketball for any team that's looking to make a difference here at the deadline, assuming those two things, one of them was really driving what was going on the floor with Holmes. So us seeing this report here in San Antonio, with Jakob Poeltl, it gives you pause to think, okay, which player actually would be the better fit for the Charlotte Hornets? I mean, Poeltl's really opened a lot of eyes over the last, say, 2 years with his ability to just be a solid big man that operates well within the offense with his limitations, of course, but then defensively being able to do kind of a similar job as Richaun Holmes and be incredible down low. PJ Washington is somebody that they're clamoring for in Sacramento. I mean, like begging for, surrounding the players that they've just built around with shooters. And in Charlotte, they can't really pay PJ Washington, if he does well there. So he's been, just the guy that everybody's expected to be on his way out the door. So I feel like this is a little bit of a, run up to the deadline here to see what those guys can get.
You may have seen a pretty new face on your screen. Good
pretty
morning.
being the operative word.
Hey,
hello.
Look at that. What a microphone.
Yeah.
I
had to upgrade.
Oh, my goodness. Josh Millman, ladies and gentlemen. Good day, sir.
What is look at the heavy hitters here. I'm so excited. Dan, Corbin, Brewski. What? I'm just here for comic relief, for God's sake. I am bringing nothing but my handsome looks to this table. I'm sorry, guys.
And Little Mac in the background. You're also bringing Little Mac.
I am bringing Little Mac. Mike Tyson's Punch Out. I have Grandmama over here. and that's Hank. Other shoulder, Hank, in the back, Henrik Lundqvist. So I have other basketball jerseys for my beloved Nets back there, but I don't need to give everyone the grand tour of the man cave right now. So
what do you think about what's going on with your Nets right now? We can double back to the Harden stuff.
Oh my God, I just, you guys might get a pretty spectacular live shot of me if news breaks. Like this could get ugly really quick. I don't know. We're gonna. I'm trying to stay calm. I really am. But just it's disastrous. And really, when you think about it, just everything that's happened over the last year or so, it's just amazing how quickly everything fell apart. Especially in the last, like, I don't know, like 6 to 8 weeks. It's oh God, it's driving me crazy. And thank you, Blake. I'm a lot better looking than most people give me credit for. So thank you.
I'm kind of throwing you like right into the mix here, Josh, because there's a little bit of a catch-up thing going on. What did you think about the 4-team trade that went down about 40 minutes ago? Serge Ibaka. Oh, by the way, I got to interrupt. There is actually breaking news. It's breaking. The Celtics, I don't want to get anybody's hopes up, are trading PJ Dozier and Bol picks and cash to the Magic for a future second-round pick. Straight cost savings for the Boston Celtics, and a tree fell in the forest, and so on and so forth. Okay, looping back around to something that actually matters. I was going to try to write down everything that happened today. I'm not even going to write this one down. I don't care. Like, you can, this will be on the Ethos Fantasy BK feed, but this is straight nothing. Okay, Thad Young is a Raptor. You know, my spidey sense is tingling there. Mm-hmm. Serge Ibaka's gone from the Clippers, so, you know, Brew's spidey sense is tingling there. Marvin Bagley is a Piston. Those, I think, were the three names. Hardenstein being the Ibaka sort of trickle down effect. Those are the three names that I think have been kicked around on the show so far as per the 4-team trade. I don't even know if we've had a chance to go back and review the stuff that happened earlier this week yet, but that'll probably be next. Josh, what are you thinking about some of those names that just popped up in the 4-teamer? Bagley, Hartenstein, Thad, probably the three biggest.
I'm looking at Thad, and I think that, again, you'll appreciate this, Dan, just because I know this is your guy. You know, and you've been ride or die with him for God knows how long. But I feel like the Raptors, look, this is all just moving pieces around on the chessboard, right? But the Raptors are you know, seeing a mess in the East and figure, yeah, why not? Like, we've got our guys locked up, but they've had this kind of revolving door of big men pretty much all year. Between Boucher and Precious Achua, and Birch has been hurt for the majority of the year. And here's, you get a solid veteran guy who, we've seen this in the past with Thad. You don't need Thad Young to play more than 20, 25 minutes to turn top 100 value, because that's the kind of player that he is. So I would imagine that team can find that kind of time for him and really put a scare into some of the better teams in the East, because there really isn't that much difference between, the teams that are in like the top, say 2 or 3 versus the teams that are kind of in like that 6-7 range right now. So that's the guy I'm looking for in both in terms of fantasy and reality to make an immediate impact.
Yeah, it's instead turned into unbelievable passer. There was actually shout out to Mason in the chat room who brought up this young man, Grayson Allen, who, because Dante DiVincenzo did get a player moved, or Dante got moved rather. So Grayson Allen did have a fellow shooting guard kind of moved out of his way. It seems actually like, whatever everybody's feelings are in Grayson Allen as a human being, he is becoming more and more unchallenged in his shooting guard spot on that team lately. So Josh, I'll just come right back to you again. I'm just going to milk you here while you're coming on the show. Does this help Grayson Allen enough to get him kind of over that line? Or is, as long as Middleton, Drew, Giannis, Portis, now Ibaka coming in, are these guys just going to take too many of the shots away? He's been kind of borderline lately anyway.
Yeah, he's been borderline, but I don't think it moves the needle that much. He's been playing around 30 minutes a game as it is. So I don't know that there's going to be that much more of a ceiling for him. So I think he's a fringe guy regardless, because like you said, Giannis, Middleton, and as long as Holiday's healthy, if you got there's certainly worse options to have at the end of the bench, but but Allen's a guy that if I'm looking at my team and I'm kind of more determining things on a need basis, do I need a guy who can score and make threes, or do I need more of like a field goal percentage, shot blocker, rebounder type of guy? And those are the end of the bench decisions that you're going to need to make. And I think Allen falls into that category. I don't see him turning into, unless he gets on a crazy hot scoring streak, I don't see him turning into like this elite option, because again, he's already playing the majority of the minutes.
Brew, I'll loop you back in here on Grayson Allen, and also one of our own, Kenji C, notes, like, basically, is it too early to drop Kelly Olynyk, given there's still a lot of Jeremy Grant rumors going on? So I'll give you the double question there. Grayson Allen, Kelly Olynyk, where do you stand on those two guys right now?
Grayson has played his way into the position where DiVincenzo was expendable, and he was a guy that in Memphis moved other players around him, on that talented Memphis squad where, we're always clamoring for DeAnthony Melton to play more. He's done this for a couple of years now, and I've had him as a late round value until they really got logjammed with Dante's return. And then even then he was able to cut through that noise. It really just depends, I think, on what plays in your league. If like 150 plays in your league, I think it's easy to have him on rosters and have him in lineups. Then when you look at Detroit, Marvin Bagley, somebody I've watched a ton of. I mean, what happens with him now that he's out of all of that is such a intriguing question, because there was a ton of all of that, but a lot of it was on him. So basically, skill set wise, can he play with Isaiah Stewart is the top line question that you guys have been talking about all show. I think the answer is no, at least in a credible way. There's always the possibility, I think Steve was mentioning this, that you do it just to experiment with it and see how much mileage you can get out of it. But in reality, that's a big no, mostly because of the ball handling issues for both players, the ability to do something that's actually productive on offense. And that's kind of a little sad, because Bagley's bag is supposed to be offense. And, really you don't want to cut him loose like that, at least at this stage in his career. He's got a little bit of a mountain to climb to really be used the way that it was intended that he should be used, and really how it looked like he could be used for a little bit there in Sacramento. So that leaves Kelly Olynyk, as that pivot, power forward center, the facilitator. Jeremy Grant's an isolation player. Will he be around? Cade Cunningham's going to get as many touches as he can get, and then some. You do have Corey Joseph there as a facilitator. I always like to talk about Corey Joseph in Sacramento, but for what I try to put that nicely.
Inextricably linked, Brew and Corey Joseph.
He is a great guy, by the way. There's all the stuff I've ever talked about him is really coaching related. You don't put that on the floor, but we're not going to do that. I bring that up though because Kelly Olynyk is a connector. And so if you have enough other connectors on the floor, and I don't think we're not going to accuse them of having too many players here, but that's why you hold on to Kelly Olynyk. And I think you also have to give Kelly Olynyk all the way until about a week after the All-Star break, maybe 10 days, to really assess where he's at physically. The COVID stuff came right as he was returning. It's been a stop and a start, And from a conditioning standpoint, that's just a really bad equation for a guy coming off of a knee injury like that. So your Olynyk foray, if you will, is a long-term foray. To see this out, you got to look a week or 10 days after the deadline. You got to add that into your calculus. Like, am I willing to do that?
Probably not. I'm too stir crazy.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, it just depends on what opens up in your league, right? But on the other side of all of this is, what if he can be Houston Olynyk? And Detroit is there. That's like one of the best places in the league for him to see if he can be that. So it's all, opportunity costs and what you can keep at the end of your roster. But that's the cost of doing so right now.
Corbin, what are your thoughts on Milwaukee right now? Adding Serge, moving DiVincenzo, Grayson Allen, the guy as the fifth starter on that team. It all feels very interesting.
It does. I was actually thinking about that when Josh was talking about how you look at Grayson Allen. I'm like, I'm not really sure what changes. And you mentioned the minutes, Josh, and that was a great point. And also, like, he's not exactly. I mean, there's enough shots to go around between Milton, of course, Giannis, of course, Holiday, but like he's kind of a low volume spot shooter who's shooting just under 40% from three for his career, like over the last couple of seasons specifically. So I don't know if this is exactly a sign of trust. It almost feels like, all right, you know what? We're not bad in that shooting guard area. Maybe we can devote more energy or attention to filling other gaps. You know what I mean? Or maybe we give up DiVincenzo because we have the opportunity to get a Serge Ibaka. Now, that's the one I'm really curious about because, I mean, we've seen Milwaukee kind of funnel through bigs for a little bit here. They've had, I think they had Greg Monroe, but I know they definitely had DeMarcus Cousins for a stretch. Like, they've been trying to kind of find that guy to kind of soak up some of those minutes that Brook Lopez assumed as the 5. And so if in theory Serge Ibaka is healthy and bringing what I don't think he's had since early Los Angeles, which is okay, good backline defender, stretch the floor, shoot some 3. That's the element that you are trying to replicate as closely as possible to Brook Lopez for him. And he does fit that. I just think, he's had a lot of stuff done with his back. I feel like a lot of his athleticism's gone on that end. His shot's been kind of hit or miss. He's actually been like a lot better around the rim than away from it over the last couple of weeks with the Clippers. So I do worry about that. Like if he's going to come back playing like he was, I want to say last 2 months, then like I'm not sure you got that meaningful upgrade. So I wonder if Milwaukee's still not done making moves around the edges, around the fringes, if you will. And if, of course, they will be active come the buyout market. But I guess, if anything, this does show that, okay, they feel confident in the shooting guard position between the guys they have there. Whether or not that's a sign of trust implicitly for Grayson Allen or not, they feel okay there. And, of course, they're still trying to find that backup big spot.
This feels like a great time to remind everybody that this is a Sports Ethos presentation. Yeah, sportsethos.com. Ethos Fantasy BK on Twitter. I think it's up like 100 follows in the last couple hours. So you guys are finding it. Keep finding it. I never know if there's like, I try to watch how many people are watching the show, but it doesn't say who's signing off and who's on. So I don't know. It's probably new folks of you now. At Ethos Fantasy BK, you can see all of our Twitter handles here on the screen. Again, I cannot stress this to you all enough, viewers. If you're not on Twitter for NBA news, you are hours behind the other people in your league, if anyone in your league. But again, I said at the front end, you got to be careful how you use Twitter, or you're going to end up in a very dark place. So just follow the right things. The 4 of us, the fantasy news feed, and then, of course, anybody else that we have on this show today. That'll get the job done. At Dan Vespers, at Corbin NBA, at Josh Millman, at Aaron Brewski. You can see them all on your screen. And, again, there's 2 times as many of you watching the show as people that have hit the like button on this thing. So please do hit the thumbs up. It's just right there. That'll take you less than a second to click down. And yeah, see, look at Josh's screen. It looks just like that.
Just like
thumb.
this.
It doesn't look like this because I have toe thumb. I don't know if anybody is aware that that's an ailment you can have. Megan Fox has it, so back off, everybody. But go click the thumbs up button at the bottom of the screen. Subscribe to the YouTube page for Sports Ethos at Ethos Fantasy BK. Someone in the chat, by the way, I feel like I this is like a little bit schmoozy, but whatever. We got a 5-hour show here. Brew, you got a compliment as well, too. I wanted you to know someone called you svelte, noted that you had slimmed down considerably and were looking good.
Oh, thank you very much. I appreciate that.
I know you've been working hard on that, so you got it. You got a note out that way. My shirt got complimented as well earlier in the pod, but that was internal. That's one of our guys, Blake, who I know plays a lot of old school video games. So I'm going to try to flip those in as they pop up. I just think it's fun. And again, we're here for 5 damn hours. So, as Eric Cartman once said, it's my hot body and I'll do what I want. So we've got a little mellow again. We had the big morning one. I think this might be our opportunity to wind the clock back a little bit. And Brew, I don't know if I even know your thoughts on some of the bigger things that went down in the last 2 days. 2 days ago was the big Kings trade. Sabonis, Justin Holiday, Jeremy Lamb, other way, Tyrese Halliburton, Buddy Hield, Tristan Thompson, the big McCollum trade, Larry Nance undergoing surgery, Nickeil Alexander-Walker and Josh Hart, and then Alexander Walker got rerouted. among that stuff, and there hasn't been, I don't think, a ton of disagreement in the analyst community on those big trades, but I guess with Larry Nance undergoing surgery, what are your thoughts on, I guess it'd be Jackson Hayes for the most part in New Orleans? I hear my audio kind of going in and out a tiny bit, so hopefully that's not coming through on your end as well. And then with the Kings one, Justin Holiday, Jeremy Lamb, they actually both played a ton in that last ball game. Does that stick? Is that a feeling you got, something that they might continue to do? Or Mo Harkless coming back, does that shake things up a little bit there as well? Do Trey Lyles, does he come in and play minutes? What do you think shakes out in Sacramento?
Oh, you asked me like 5 questions there, Dan. I'm also watching Kings Twitter. When you said there was like consensus around the analyst community about what's going on in Sacramento, I chuckled, and then I'm watching Kings Twitter all take shots at each other. It's a war zone on Kings Twitter because, of course, it was mission accomplished last night after the win, and Domantas Sabonis showed up, and they haven't seen good basketball in, I don't know, 15 years. I know I haven't covering them. It's like the contrast was amazing, and they threw a party last night in Sacramento. Beating the Wolves in the revenge game after, I think that was a back-to-back, right? I'm losing track of my days there. But that trade, I kind of want to say all eyes are on Sacramento right now, just because they are a storyline for how bad they are. And they've done something here that's really intriguing, bringing in a win-now player in Domantas Sabonis and then sending out the better of the two guards in Tyrese Halliburton. And that really, I did a thread on it on Twitter. You've got to take a step back and ask yourself, in 2 to 3 years, will Fox and Sabonis drag this team, into the playoffs? I would think that's a possibility. The good news for the Kings is all of these ancillary moves, the Justin Holidays, Jeremy Lambs, and bringing in the pieces that they just brought in with today's trade. That helps bring the water level up, and that's going to be a rising tide that lifts all boats. Dante DiVincenzo, it's another quality move there. They have one more move to make, and that's with Rashawn Holmes. I don't think they're moving Harrison Barnes. So what can they get for Holmes? Theoretically, is a pretty nice piece. So they've moved this team in a different direction. I mean, you're going with De'Aaron Fox, and it was funny last night. He had a great stat line. Sabonis had a great stat line. The over was, I think it hit in the first quarter. But Fox, I've never seen a player torched at the 3-point line like that over a 2-game span. It was about 40 points on easily defendable plays that really, in a nutshell, that tells you what they're going to have to figure out in Sacramento is what to do with 2 players that defensively can't really stack up over the long term. So they're going to have to surround them with shooting and defense, and we've seen the outlines of that so far. So it'll be interesting to see how that all plays out there. In New Orleans, the Larry Nance stuff was thankfully, he got finally shelved. It's been in a deeper format. If you play in a league that's got 150 players, that are active on rosters, you're looking at a player like Nance and you're going, man, if he could get it together in Portland, and just be the Larry Nance we've seen in the past, that could be 75. And those players are really hard to come by in those formats. A lot of folks play in 100 and 125 plays, in their league, and that kind of upside isn't worth chasing as much. So those of us in deeper leagues are looking at Nance and thinking, okay, got to just kind of ride this out, see what happens at the trade deadline. Then, of course, he finally gets knocked out with the knee surgery. So that was, I mean, he's been burning a hole on my roster forever, and getting rid of that is going to be helpful for me making moves right now. And then when you turn to Jackson Hayes, the team in New Orleans has really pivoted to wanting to make a playoff run. They looked at Jackson Hayes and said, all right, we're going to finally do this. We're going to play you next to Jonas Valanciunas. And he has the athleticism and just enough skill to make it a credible look. And when you put it, and I talked about this a little bit on the pod, if you guys want to go for a deeper dive, just go listen to last night's pod. Brandon Ingram at the 3, you've really put a lot of length on the floor with those 3 players. And if they can credibly move their feet, which, Jonas is iffy in that regard, but he's got enough good things that he does that this makes that three player look, that makes it credible and really skillful when you look at what Jonas can do both in the block and from the 3-point line as a spot up shooter. Ingram to me is making a charge at being a top 10 player in the league. He looks so good lately. I think that once you get the cloud of Zion off of that team, they're really playing freely. Now you add CJ McCollum, that's a leader. You got two guards that really struggle defensively with him and Devontae Graham. But when you have size behind them and a lot of arms and length, I think it kind of makes sense there. So Jackson Hayes, I made a run on him this last week, and I was able to get him in just about every league and in these free agent acquisition budget leagues where you got to make a big bid to get the hot name. And I basically said to myself, look, I think he's going to get 24 minutes the rest of the way. I think what we've seen in the last couple of weeks has been top 30, 40 value, probably not sustainable, but I set my bullseye at about 75 in an upside scenario. And I thought, you know what, I'll be happy if he comes back with 100. And I felt strong that he was going to come back with 100. And so Nance comes in and you're like, okay, maybe this is the thing that breaks that rotation up. And he's not going to break that rotation up. It looks like they're going to go with this long-term going forward. So Hayes does some interesting things, as a big man. He's not blocking as much as you would think he should be blocking, but he hits free throws. He hit something like 20 of 22 2-point shots, in a stretch there. So he's a really efficient player. He can climb the ranks real quick. So he's somebody that should be on all rosters as far as I'm concerned.
Brew, one more question for you, and then Josh, I have one for you on the fantasy side. Do you think Justin Holiday, Jeremy Lamb, what's their outlook in Sacramento?
It's going to be too crowded for those guys, I think, for the most part. We'll have to see what the player that they bring back in, for Richaun Holmes. And I've got this wonder, would they possibly think about keeping Holmes? I can't imagine it. I think the sense around, the Holmes camp is that he's not happy. And that personal absence, I thought, really said a lot about the kind of the team and the player. That they're waiting for the trade deadline, but then they got him back on the floor last night. I bring this up because you start to get too many players with that team. If you were going to play Richaun Holmes, you're looking at, can you get him? Can you really play a guy like that just 15 minutes a game, especially with the contract, but especially with how good he is? If they keep him, they're going to have serious logjam problems that start going down the roster. But if they get rid of him and they bring back a neutral player, which I don't think they will, I think they'll get like a PJ Washington style player. Then, all those other guys, I don't think they're making the cut line in leagues that play 150. But they fit this squad. They're going to get minutes. They played with Domantas Sabonis in Indiana, and that helps with the cutting game and just knowing where players are. They're going to be useful. I just don't think they're going to have enough to get over the cut line.
Josh, how do you set yourself up on trade deadline day? We haven't done a whole lot of more broad what do you do with your fantasy team? I know for me, I try not to make any moves today until we get much closer to noon in weekly leagues where you have a limit. Like you might end up picking up a guy who then gets moved on to another team and you've now wasted a move. In Roto, I'm trying to do it while we're doing this broadcast right now. I mean, is there a strategy? You got your list of the guys on your team you can cut, and how do you approach it today? It's nuts.
I don't I wish I had a cleaner answer for that, but again, there's so many moving parts to these things that look, and I preached this to you, Dan, on the pod before. It's control what you can control, and that's your own team. So the guys that are on your own team, the rules that you have to play by, and you have to decide who's expendable on your team. Or, do you need certain categories? Do you need certain things to pop on your team before you decide that, hey, a trade broke and I have to go chase this other guy? So that's how I'm approaching it. I'm taking a very much a wait and see approach on these things. But I think that you have to be very selective and choose your battles when it comes to trade deadline day. So taking a look at your league, taking a look at your competition, where everyone is in the standings, which of your opponents are most likely to make a move, who has dead weight on their team, the dead weight that you have on your team. And these are the angles that you have to think about. And then if something breaks, then, and you feel like you got a guy that's dead weight. And look, I cut Jonathan Isaac in a league not that long ago, which is crazy because we know what Jonathan Isaac is capable of. But I said, I can't keep this dead weight around. And I think it was for Jackson Hayes, actually, come to think of it. And I said, I just got to do it. I don't want to lose momentum here. And
I don't think he's playing. I don't think he's playing this year.
So that's the approach that I'm taking with these things, is that, again, it's know thyself, know your league, know your team, and then act accordingly. But don't make any rash moves or just pick up things every time a Woj bomb breaks,
Corbin, more on the reality side. Has anybody gotten better today? Folks at the top trying to shore themselves up? Do you think anybody made a dent in it? My vote would actually be the Raptors. I think getting Thad is a big deal for them, but what are you thinking so far?
I have to agree with you. I'm looking at the Raptors on a lower scale. I'm looking at the Kings. I think they got interesting in terms of fit for relative to their respective goals. I think for the Raptors, you bring a guy in Thad, you are obviously assembling like the 6'8", like Raptors, like you're trying to have this freak team where you have, shooting, playmaking, defense, positional versatility across multiple guys. You bring a guy in Thad Young who fits most of that in the bill, with the exception of maybe shooting, and also brings that veteran leadership as well. That's pretty solid. That's going to be making it a tough addition to an already scrappy, tough team that has been on a tear as of late. I think the Bucks are more of a to be determined type thing as of now. I really want to see kind of how Serge Ibaka fits in. For the Pistons relative to their goals, hey, bringing Marvin back, that's great. I don't know. I was so low on, and I'm not a Kings expert now. I was so low on the Kings from trading I was definitely, why you trade Halliburton for Sabonis, who I like. But then with the additional trades now, I've maybe backed up a little bit my stance. I kind of see an idea of what they're trying to do, and mind you, whether or not successful, I mean, remains to be seen. But like, there's some more of an actual like identity there, even with those bit players that you mentioned, like a Jeremy Lamb, like a Justin Holiday. The fact that you can even have some shooting, at those positions, given that you trade away one of your better 3-point shooters in general, and Halliburton, I think makes some sense. And I think there's still some stuff ongoing there. So yeah, I think the Raptors so far for just today, I think are the easy winners right now.
Josh, I'll come looping back around to you. We got a question that shot by real fast in the chat room, but then I realized it wasn't someone we talked about a lot, and that's Justice Winslow, who has had issues with his percentages in the past. But if he's just getting cut loose in Portland, is that enough?
I think so. I mean, the only question that I've typically had with Winslow is his health, because it seems like it seems like there's always something with him, right? That dude just hasn't been on the court since the day he was drafted, and yeah, if he's getting run, yeah, by all means. Like, I mean, there he has that kind of all around capabilities between just, he doesn't need to score a lot to have an impact on the box score, grab some rebounds, make some passes, make some steals. But, if Portland's going to play him 30 plus minutes, well, guess what? You're all going to get like 2 weeks of mileage out of him before he hits the shelf. So, it's sure, if you want to grab him. And I think I got him in a league. Maybe I did. I don't know. But if I'm thinking DFS. Sorry, guys. But
DFS.
No, yeah, I know. No. But like, I think right now with that team in so much flux and knowing that he's gotten the minutes, sure, milk that for all it's worth. And then don't be surprised and be ready to hit that little minus button on your screen, the red minus button on your screen, if that injury bug comes a crawling, because if he pulls a hammy, he's going to be out for like a month, not like a day-to-day thing with Justice Winslow, because that's been his track record. So,
Corbin, I'm coming back to you because I know we're running out of time on your hour here. What did you think about? I mean, what is Portland about to do? Do you have any thoughts on? We've heard them linked to Jeremy Grant. It seems like a consensus is that they are going to be going with the world's fastest teardown and rebuild around Dame. They think they're getting maybe Beal in the offseason or something in free agency. I don't know. Like, what?
I almost wish you hadn't asked me that question. I have zero clue. I was just debating this with a friend.
He was like, let me off the show without making about Portland.
Yeah. Good day, guys. No, I'm playing. But like, in general, it's like, I have no idea what Portland's trying to do. I thought like we talked about at the top of the hour, Dan, like they're maybe going to San Antonio route. Rebuild. Let's get it, right? And then you hear this stuff about, oh no, we're trying to retool. I'm like, okay, well, Covington and Powell are like the best guys I thought of with potential return, not named CJ, who is also gone, or Dame that could get you positive return. Even then, I was kind of surmising it would be at best equal value. You're not going to hike up and get several players better, but maybe you can package them together, get a couple picks, whatever the case may be. So seeing the return already for Powell and Covington was kind of shocking enough. I went, wow, like this is a horrible way to start a rebuild. But apparently they're not doing that, right? You bring in Nickeil Alexander-Walker, you bring in some of that, then you send that out as well. So yeah, exactly. So now we have Dame, we have Anthony Simons. You've cleared enough money to retain him. That's great. But like, how are you going to get a player in free agency? Because that's one thought, right? Like with the Jody Allen's Blazers, I don't think are a welcome oasis for potential free agents. I mean, they took Carmelo Anthony out for being out of the NBA for you. That was their biggest signing over the last couple of years before, of course, 2016. So you're not looking at free agency. If you're looking at a trade, who are you trading? Because you're keeping Dame, you're keeping Simons, you have the expiring contract of Yusuf Nurkic, and a couple of young, interesting pieces, but they're not that interesting. They're mostly just young. So I'm not sure how you parlay that unless you are taking your own picks and some aforementioned ones you received already for a Bradley Beal, maybe, for a Ben Simmons. And even then, I just don't understand the support players around that. You know, like a Jeremy Grant for me doesn't make a whole lot of sense. A Ben Simmons does, because he's young enough that you can kind of get your head around thinking, okay, he can like add something that a Dame sidekick hasn't had, you know. But even then, what is the potential package there? Especially when you have, you know, the Nets talking James Harden and Patty Mills and all these other rumors there. So I have no idea what Portland's doing. I think that was my elaborate way of saying that. I hope something shakes out. I'm still trying to make a sense of what Joe Cronin is trying to do at the helm here. Like, is he someone who has a master plan that we won't know to the offseason? Is he an overmatched interim executive who is just floundering right now, trying to blow it up and build it back? I just don't see the steps in place. So I think that we are all living on a prayer right now, Dan, and I think we'll see what the Blazers are doing there.
I'm going to try to get my directional pointing right, and I did it this time. Corbin Ford at Corbin NBA, host of the Round Ball Ramble here on Sports Ethos. Corbin, get out of here.
It's been a pleasure, y'all. Thank you. Take care, y'all.
I got a face to replace a face here. The great David Benkov, who can break some of this stuff down from a DFS standpoint. First time we'll be digging into that a little bit today. Good morning, Dave.
Good morning. How are you?
We're hanging in there. We've had the big 4-teamer so far. So I mean, I'll just throw you right into the mix. Thoughts on everybody getting something? The 4-teamer, Marvin Bagley, probably the biggest name going to Detroit. Thad Young to Toronto. Serge Ibaka to the Bucks. Dante DiVincenzo back to the Kings. Finally, they ended up getting DiVincenzo. And I know I'm forgetting some. Oh, Isaiah Hartenstein moving into a slightly larger role in Clippers Town. How do you assess this from a DFS standpoint, from a reality standpoint, full season, whatever you got, man? Hammer us with it.
Of course. Yeah, there's a lot to unpack in that 4-teamer. I mean, from a DFS perspective, we're looking at some interesting call-outs here. I think the biggest thing that comes to mind, the first thing is Isaiah Hartenstein on the Clippers. That's definitely going to be a larger role from a DFS perspective. His salary has been pretty much minimum salary to this point of all season long. His salary might get a slight uptick here. So that's going to be very interesting to see what kind of salary versus production he's going to end up getting from a DFS standpoint. I think his role is going to get to 20-25 minutes. I can also see a scenario where he ends up getting additional run, potentially with the first unit as well. And that could only help his DFS standpoint as well if Zubac flounders a little bit as well. So that's a key piece for me. The rest of the guys moving, it's more of a wait and see approach where DFS is concerned, really. Marvin Bagley on the Pistons, we've seen the potential from Marvin Bagley every year, but we have yet to see it come to fruition. Playing on the Pistons, this could be a good opportunity. He can get points, rebounds, get those bonuses from a DFS perspective, but at the same time, he could end up getting lost in the shuffle in that front court as well. He might only get 20-25 minutes a game if he ends up being in the doghouse for whatever reason. So I'm not sure that's going to have a huge impact from DFS perspective. Dante DiVincenzo on the Kings, that's an interesting one as well. The Kings backcourt is always something to look at from just in terms of the current trade market and where they've netted out with these current deadline moves. I don't know if DiVincenzo is going to carve out enough of a role. He's certainly going to have a better opportunity to contribute than being on the loaded Bucks roster, but I just don't see it being a necessarily impact from DFS perspective right away either. So all of these moves, while they're all interesting in their own ways, from a DFS perspective, it's more of a wait and see approach to many of them at this point for me.
He is at David Menkoff on Twitter. You can see that. Want to once again we're past the top of the hour now. So as I promised, this is a commercial-free 5-hour broadcast, but that also means that you need to listen to me yell at you guys to click the like button at the bottom of your screen, subscribe to our YouTube page, and again, by the way, many of you are actually starting to do that now. We're finally up over half the number of likes to the number of live viewers that we've got. So if you're just tuning in, please do click that like button, subscribe. We do this show every year, although this is the longest one we've ever done. We also have sometimes we do a free agency show. We'll have a bunch of stuff leading up to the start of the next fantasy season. Lots of cool stuff on our YouTube page. And of course, at Ethos Fantasy BK on Twitter. Again, don't fall behind. Get a Twitter account if you don't have one. Follow the right people. Get the right information. This is a way that we're trying to help you guys, because not every day we're going to have a 5-hour live show. And sometimes you got to get your information pretty quick. Again, that's at Ethos Fantasy BK. And then all of the names you see here with an @ in front of them on your screen. Again, we're sort of in this weird little lull. We've heard a couple players being waived. Etuan Moore got waived by the Magic. Apparently, Michael Carter-Williams was still on the Magic, and he's also being waived. That was, I don't know. Did we get a consensus on Justice Winslow during that last segment, Brew? I don't know if I came to you on that one. Is he someone that you're looking at?
Short answer is probably no. I just think because of all the reasons that you guys said with injury risk and the percentages and all of that. Where does he usually top out when things are going good for him? It's usually around 100. So with all that risk, I'm not pushing people out of the way to grab that. Could it all end up being that way? They're definitely trying to, tank or whatever, clear the deck for Dame. That's definitely a place where you could get some value, but expecting anything more than 100 and expecting it to go for the rest of the season, I think is just way too much there.
Brew, is there anyone, I haven't asked you this question before. I don't actually know where you stand on deadline stashes. We've done this we've been doing this for 5 years now, I think, this trade deadline show, and I don't actually know where you sit on that. Do you have deadline stashes on your roster?
I think this is hard to even conjure because I can't even remember last year or even last week, what the trade deadline has actually been. I think we've seen a steady decrease in transactions. This year might be a little bit more of an uptick compared to last year, I think. I don't know, but it used to be the case about 10 years ago, 5 to 10 years ago. There was one year we saw, I think, a third of the league swap spots or even more. And in that case, there was so much more to consider, and we were targeting players longer term for trade deadline stuff. And now you fast forward to now, the trade deadline's actually earlier, which helps, the idea of a trade deadline stash. But I think the amount of disappointing trade deadlines and not really having clear direction has decreased the amount of stashing that's going on. I think the league size has a lot to do with it as well. We stash in these deeper leagues way more aggressively than probably 50%, 75% of the fantasy public that plays in 150 player leagues where only the top 100 producers are actually in lineups. This year, I've been, probably more aggressive with players like Isaiah Jackson. To me, was an easy stash. Jackson Hayes was an easy stash. But then beyond that, I'm not really having any players come to mind that I'm missing in that respect. And it's turned into, I think, as Josh was saying earlier, more of a wait and see, and until it actually hits, then you make your move. And that's why you got to remain flexible going into the deadline.
The one thing I want to add, Brewski, and that's fantastic. You've got 10 teams now from each conference that are in playoff contention, where it used to be 8. And you've now, and you're seeing it with your Kings, you see it with the Pels, and you've got now 4 new teams. Yeah, no, well, I mean, look, I dressed for the occasion, so I'm calling them your Kings. No, but you got 4 other teams now that are basically have the opportunity to get into the big dance and say, we're just gonna try to get to that playing game and let the chips fall where they may. And it takes away for sellers, you would think, and that kind of mitigates a little bit of activity in the trade deadline. And again, I'm hoping that this year is a bit of an exception, but we haven't seen that as of right now.
There's also a swing, I think, in the value of cap space. That once upon a time, cap space was just so extremely valuable, and then it pivoted to not being as valuable. And I don't really know where it stands right now because of what you just said, Josh. There are so many teams, and especially when you got the Kings of the world that are not, their fan base is maybe not crying today, but they've been crying for the last couple of years that there's not a complete teardown there. So when you have those many teams competing, and even some of the anti-tanking stuff that you've seen, and the results of teams that have been tanking, the Sixers aren't exactly making that process look like the right way to go. The Oklahoma City Thunder with their 37 first-round draft picks. I mean, what's happening there? So I think teams have, like you said, Josh, gravitated toward making a playoff run, which is actually something I've been an advocate of, for a while, is not tanking and getting your team into playoff action so they can taste what it's like to play good basketball and work through all of those kinks. And then other free agents want to be a part of that. I think you're seeing that. And now, in terms of stashes, we just got to really hone in on stuff that we can really wrap our hands around. And that stuff's minimal. One thing I want to throw out there that I don't know that we've talked about is I'm kind of curious what happens with Chris Boucher now in Toronto, now that you've added Serge Ibaka, was something that's popped by my brain as we've gone through here. And, what can he do in another location if he does indeed get traded?
Is that, I don't know the right way to follow up that, is that, but again, it feels like all of this stuff is still wait and react as opposed to trying to get in front of it.
Yeah, I mean, maybe. With a player like Chris Boucher, I guess he's on rosters right now. But in terms of stashing, I'm also looking at buy low, I think, with this kind of stuff. And that's a player that you got to think also might have hit your waiver wire right now with Serge Ibaka coming in there. So stashes is a tough discussion. I don't think there's a lot of them. And obviously, we're scraping the bottom of the barrel there.
Frank Isola, Keith Pompey. There's a lot of traction here, or leakage, traction or leakage, on the James Harden, Ben Simmons stuff that's starting to emerge again. The Sixers, right now the teams are basically fighting over Matisse Thybulle. Effectively, is kind of where all the different sources are coming together. The Frank Isola tweet is that Ben Simmons, Seth Curry, a first and a second, is the Sixers' offer. The addition of Matisse Thybulle apparently could get it done. Keith Pompey, who covers the Sixers, who does Isola cover? I thought he was in New York. No, he's national now.
He's with the Daily News, I think, but he does. Yeah, he games on Yes as well.
Yeah. So Pompey now is saying that the Sixers are refusing to put Matisse Thybulle in the deal. So that's where we're at right now. It feels like this is on the cusp. If you're the Sixers, do you hold up getting James Harden past the deadline for Thybulle? Is this just waiting to see if Brooklyn, this feels like just the stare down, and someone's gonna make the call. And this is going to happen, isn't it? I guess I'm asking any of you who wants to say something first. Josh, you're out that way. This feels like it's going to happen.
Yeah, it's going to happen. I
need to see Josh.
Can I curse? Am I allowed to curse on this broadcast?
Yeah.
No, I won't. No. I just look. I can't imagine that. Look, someone's going to blink between now and 3:00. I don't know who. I just know that the situation in Brooklyn is untenable right now. But at the same time, I almost feel like Sean Marks holds the cards right now, because I mean, I understand that, Harden wants out, and the Kyrie Irving thing. And again, I've been so loud about this, has really ruined this team. And, but at the same time, Daryl Morey is holding an absolutely worthless asset in Ben Simmons. And and so I almost think that, Sean Marks can say, listen, I know things stink right now, but all it will take is for a vaccine mandate in New York City to go away and Kevin Durant's knee to get healthy. And guess what? I got all three of my guys back on the court. Good luck in April, and just all it takes is a little bit of a win streak to turn things around. And a month or two in this league is a lifetime. And so and again, I have no insider knowledge of this, but if I'm Daryl Morey and Thibel's the last link of this deal, then I got to do it, especially with Joel Embiid playing at an MVP level in his prime. And if you don't get something back in return while he's playing at this level, and you say, all right, I got a nothing asset in Simmons and I can get James Harden back and actually legitimately make a run at a title, then you got to do it. So for me, I just want this friggin' over with because of this, but just that's the way I'm thinking about it. I don't know. I'll live with it either way.
Where are you at, Mankov? You're out east somewhere, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm based in New York City, but I'm also a Sixers fan by root of Allen Iverson.
That's a good reason to be one. What do you think is going on here? I mean, wouldn't you? Okay, fan pragmatism, whatever you want to say. By the way, Freddie VanVleet is ruled out with a groin injury, which, like, the surprise of the century, a Raptors player is sore from playing 55 minutes a night.
Oh boy.
And that's all it ever takes for Chris Boucher's minutes to go from 19 to 26 because everybody just shuffles around. And this is another reason why he's someone that you've held and started for so long. Shams.
We might be getting our answer.
And I think it is done.
Oh,
is this real?
man.
Wow.
This is real, is it not?
It
Wow. Millman. Thoughts and prayers, buddy. Thoughts and prayers.
This is the legitimate account.
Excuse
This is
me.
not a fake, right? Okay. Well, we lost Josh.
Oh wow.
Brewski.
Yeah.
Oh my. Wow.
This is real.
That's why I love our show.
Oh, well, Millman's gone, but LJ's there. So at least he got Josh is back. Oh, it is done. James Harden will be traded to the Philadelphia 76ers for Ben Simmons, Seth Curry, and draft picks. It would appear as though Matisse Thybulle was not included in the deal. Andre Drummond is now appearing in the Woj tweet. So the Woj Shams battle is on. Okay. So Drummond, is he the only healthy center in Brooklyn right now? Sorry, Josh, I'll give you a minute. Brew, is Drummond the only center in Brooklyn right now? Is that actually Andre Drummond's job for like the next, I don't know how long? Oh my God.
I mean, yeah. There are, I'd like to think Steve Nash would understand what Andre Drummond can't do. But, on the flip side, Nicholas Claxton hasn't been healthy enough to get in a rhythm and actually establish himself at that spot. So probably going to see some sort of a timeshare between all three guys, including LaMarcus Aldridge.
Would you add to Drummond in any format? Mind you, let's say you're not punting free throws for a minute. Is he a 12-teamer?
I think he's got to be given consideration as a 12-teamer just because those guys haven't been able to stay on the floor. LaMarcus Aldridge has legitimate issues, defending pretty much anybody these days. So if they have the offensive side of the equation figured out, then all of a sudden you don't need to play LaMarcus Aldridge anymore. So Andre Drummond, what he does is he just stands in the lane and he gives you a big body and he gets all those rebounds and he's going to block a shot every once in a while. And then from there, it's all downhill. But 20 minutes of Andre Drummond historically has been in the ballpark of late round value, regardless of whether you're punting or not. So yeah, he's on the radar. Deep breaths all around.
Man. And then, sorry, go ahead.
I mean, there's a lot of angles, so you can tee him up as you want. But yeah, wow.
Well, obviously, the first thing everyone watching this show should do is stop and see if Ben Simmons got dropped in any of your leagues. That's the first thing, because someone might have gotten impatient. I would have certainly gotten impatient over the last 4 months. A quick recap here again. I mean, it seems like, I'm going to go with the Woj one that has Drummond involved. Okay, so James Harden is currently the only player. No, Paul Millsap, is he also in the deal now? Is that what we're hearing? Who cares? James Harden is effectively the only player going to Philadelphia. So, and Ben Simmons, who wasn't playing, goes to Brooklyn. So that Seth Curry, Andre Drummond, in terms of like just calculating the minutes in your head, Seth Curry's minutes, Andre Drummond's very much smaller minutes are on their way to Brooklyn. James Harden's very large number of minutes are on their way to Philadelphia. And then, so it feels to me like Brooklyn, now with Ben Simmons set to play, things got more crowded in Brooklyn. And with Philadelphia, it didn't change all that much, actually, from like a who's doing what standpoint. Is there a backup center in Philadelphia? Again, does it even really matter? Like, is it now Paul Millsap? Does Seth Curry slide into an interesting spot in Brooklyn? Because we don't know what Joe Harris's deal is. What are some of the Millman, I'll come to you because I know you're like seeing red right now. This feels like the perfect time to come to you. Let's talk about Brooklyn for a second. Yeah, you guys lost James Harden. You had a very different player in Ben Simmons. I like Seth Curry a lot. None of these guys is James Harden. I'm not trying to soften the blow here to you. Fantasy-wise, Seth Curry, does he just immediately become like Patty Mills after, the Altered Beast character gets the power upgrade?
I hate all of you.
Okay, Brewski.
No.
Yeah. Go, John.
No. Just I started talking about this, and literally the minute I started running my mouth, news breaks. So you're welcome, all of you.
Yes,
and you got my live reaction, which is basically what I predicted on Twitter earlier this morning. So again, live show. Congratulations, everyone. Look, here's. Again, in the span of 2 days, I went from there's no way this is going to happen to, all right, just get this over with already. And I think that now that I'm looking at it and I see that there are unprotected picks involved in this deal, because, again, the Nets cleared the cupboard out for Harden when this deal originally happened. So, it restocks the cupboard a little bit. Simmons, again, like we said, there's going to be a lot of runway for him, and it'll be whenever he's ready to get back on the court. It's just going to be the same Ben Simmons, the crappy free throw percentage, turnovers with whether you're an 8 or 9 cat lead, fine. Seth Curry is interesting to me, and I actually I would, if he's available, get him, but also hold on to him just because. The reports on Joe Harris's ankle are not good. And so, and one of the biggest problems that have been plaguing the Nets, especially with Harden now, is that there just hasn't been a whole lot of great spacing. And outside of Patty Mills, they've been really struggling with getting guys open looks. And I think adding Curry into that mix kind of softens that blow a little bit, because I think when Harris went down, forgetting the Kyrie Irving nonsense, just when Harris went down, it really hurt the offense a bunch, just because when you take out a 45-50% shooter from three, that's a big deal. And so I think having Curry back in there, I think there is going to be a lot of runway for him, because they frankly have run Patty Mills into the ground. This was never really meant for Patty Mills to play 33, 34 minutes a night, but they've had to do that out of complete necessity. So I would imagine that Curry is going to get a lot of minutes, and I think that they are going to need him to score the ball, especially because, you're not getting that out of Ben Simmons. That's clearly established. So to be able to get that in a deal, fine. I think Andre Drummond, again, they're terrible. They're a terrible rebounding team and have been for a while, and that's just something that they can do. And yes, I Dan, I think you said the point, or Brewski, maybe it was you, but just Nash will coach around him. They're not going to give Andre Drummond 30 minutes. That's ridiculous. So I'll live with it. I think that this right now, they're not. Listen, are they the best team in the East? No, but they're certainly not the 8th seed either. So they'll by April, I think they'll find their way back into like maybe 5 or 6. They'll give someone a scare, but then they'll have to reassess things, in the offseason. I don't see any other way. And I think that the other side of the equation is that did this team really want to, just the way that Harden had been playing at times this year, do they want to give him a max salary and have to pay him $50 million plus in his age 35, 36 or whatever season? And maybe you trade that off with the notion that you were supposed to get Durant, Kyrie, and Harden and win a title or two before that happens. So now it's kind of a moot point. So I just think that Marks had no choice but to reshuffle the deck a bit. And
David?
and have me yell a whole bunch.
Honestly, I'm blown away by just initial reaction by the fact that the Nets were able to kind of concede to a lot of the Sixers' standing demands. That's the biggest takeaway here. I'm surprised that they felt so limited with what they can actually negotiate with versus the Sixers, because if we forget, a few months ago, the Sixers had absolutely no leverage and Simmons was about to walk for nothing. And now they were able to basically keep their young core with Maxey and Tybal, and also get a guy that can win now with Harden. So they're kind of built for now, and they have some runway for success in the next couple of years, in my opinion, as well. So it's an interesting trade. I mean, it automatically makes the Sixers a top contender in the East, especially this year. So it's very interesting. I think from a DFS perspective, James Harden's value is probably going to continue to be high as long as he plays. If anything, it'll open up a little bit more of his playmaking ability with Maxey, and he's going to be able to feed off of Embiid a little bit more too. So from a daily fantasy perspective, I think it's going to open him up as well. The interesting part is what kind of DFS impact this will have on Maxey, in my perspective too. I'm curious to see if his assist numbers are going to suffer with Harden handling the ball a lot more in this offense. So that'll be interesting for me to see how that plays out as well. So there's a lot of things to unpack here. Is Charles Bassey going to get into the rotation now in Philadelphia? Is he going to get meaningful minutes as a backup? Who knows? So that's something to keep in mind as well. So there's a lot of things to look at here.
Yeah, well, this was the one we were waiting for, and now you also wonder what other shoes are about to drop, because this was sort of the big domino, and a lot of teams were making their plans based on who goes where, and this sort of starts things. So we have to assess that as well. Hi, everybody. A number of you jumped in to watch while that was going on. Much appreciated. Welcome to the Sports Ethos Trade Deadline live coverage show. Of course, James Harden, now a member of the Philadelphia 76ers. Josh Millman, now a member of the deceased fan club. He's hanging in there. Look at that. Look at that, Punham. He'll be okay. Please do, if you have a moment, hit that like button at the bottom of your screen. I know there's a lot of you that just joined us. That would help us a ton. Please do click the like button just below your screen. Follow everyone on your screen on Twitter at Ethos Fantasy BK is something I should have figured out a way to type and put on the screen. So I'm actually going to do that while I'm talking, because I think I can do that while I'm talking. There it is. Ethos Fantasy BK. That's the Twitter feed of Sports Ethos. You can get all this live breaking news as it happens, including the analysis to go with it. I'm now going to put that link away so you can see all of our names once again. We are going to be joined shortly by our dynasty expert at Sports Ethos, Rhett Bauer. He'll be joining us here in just a matter of moments. But obviously, this is the big one now. And kind of the interesting thing, and Josh, I know you got to go here in a second. I'm sure there's like a chair and a wall ready to meet.
Something's getting destroyed for sure.
You have to make a formal introduction, a meet cute between a chair and a wall. It actually seems oddly like you're not super thrilled about it, but looking at Twitter right now, both fan bases seem happy.
that's. I mean, I get it. I just think that we try to unpack like a lot of emotional baggage, if you will, and just I think that because the rumors were so hot and heavy over the last week or so, and you had Harden basically like, I'm tired of this crap, that I think a lot of the Nets fan base is just, all right, good, we're getting this over with, and we've got another headache off of our shoulders. But I mean, you can't. There isn't anyone in the right. Even James Harden, who hasn't been as good as what James Harden was. I don't know how anyone in their right mind says Ben Simmons, who hasn't been on a court this year, is some sort of upgrade to James Harden. He isn't. This is nonsense. Sorry. I'm just more annoyed about it. I'm more annoyed about it from the perspective of this was, again, a year in the making. This was supposed to be an offensive juggernaut, unlike anything that the NBA had ever seen before. And the stats backed it up. And because one moron wouldn't follow the rules in the city, it cost us another superstar.
I mean, he's not wrong. At Josh Millman on Twitter, the rant master. Good luck to you.
Amen.
Thank you, guys. I hope this was fun. I hope this was as much fun for you as it was for me. Let me tell you.
Get out of here. I have a replacement gentleman, the mighty Rhett Bauer, rocking all Pacers. Look at that outfit. And when I say outfit, I
am excited.
Oh my God, look at this. He's got the Pacers pullover. He's got the Miles Turner jersey. He's got the 8.9 seconds.
Yep.
You, sir, are ready for Tyrese Halliburton time, aren't you?
I am so ready. And it's not just like I bought this Miles Turner jersey when it was on sale in the Pacers store when it seemed like they were going to trade for Gordon Hayward because I was like, it's cheap, but it'll be good. I like Miles Turner. And now I got a bargain of a deal, just like it seems like the Brooklyn Nets may have, getting so many rotation players that fit needs and then also getting Ben Simmons, which is questionable. I feel bad that Josh was extremely upset about that, but glad to be here.
So I think on the Josh front, in his defense, I do feel like a lot of the upset tweet from Yomwasek, who covers the Lakers still, or he did for a while, noted that we really didn't ever get to see Harden, Kyrie, and KD for any, what do they play? A handful of games together. And I don't think that all three were like truly healthy when they were playing together. So I feel like a lot of Nets fans right now, like Josh and Red, I've got 1,000 questions to ask you on the dynasty front, but I do feel like the emotional component, and then Dave, I want to come back to you because you have an emotional component here on the Philly side, is as a Nets fan, you're like, I don't even care what we got. We didn't get to see the thing we were promised. It'll always feel like the one that got away. Sorry, Rhett, that was back to you.
Oh, yeah. No, and you're absolutely right. But I think it's also like the frustration. It depends on where you point it for me because, there's one guy who's a really big part of the reason why we haven't seen that group together. And that also cascades, like the domino effect of Kyrie not getting vaccinated is just crazy. And KD plays a bunch of minutes. Now he gets hurt. Now this team starts losing a bunch of games. And then now they have Ben Simmons. And I don't think that Harden would be as upset in his situation, has been as worried about staying in Brooklyn if this had just been a normal season for the Nets, if they had all three people. But I think I saw something that Russell Westbrook, Anthony Davis, and LeBron James played more games this season together than the Brooklyn Nets big three did in the last 2 years. Which is just haven't played ridiculous. No, they haven't. That's not some pat on the back for the Lakers big three. That's the Nets big three just being completely unavailable. And that is just, it hurts. I mean, the Nets went big on all of this, and then they had to pivot because things just have not gone the way that they had hoped. And I'm interested to see what Philly fans think about this because I was not a fan of Philly going for Harden with all the extra stuff that they had to add on top of that.
We've got one, sir. We've got one. And he's been quietly biding his time down there. David,
No,
you got to be over the moon. You can't possibly care that much about Seth Curry, Andre Drummond, and Ben Simmons gone because Simmons wasn't playing.
Absolutely not. With Simmons not playing, it becomes a win now scenario. And yes, do I think this Harden deal could end up blowing up in our face come off season? 100,000%. If the Sixers somehow lose in the first or second round, suddenly this deal becomes basically a non-starter, and we have to go back to the drawing board on getting another superstar in there to pair with Embiid. But right now, I mean, it's exciting. Harden has proven, similar to a bunch of, obviously we like to talk about other guys like, Kyrie and other guys being hard to play with. Harden has not proved that he's a great teammate yet either in the NBA throughout his time, especially in the last 18 months. So am I skeptical? Yes. Am I also hopeful? Also, yes. I mean, Embiid can't possibly carry the load by himself and expect the Sixers to make a run at the championship this season. That was never going to be able to in my opinion, happen.
I am breaking newsing myself into this thing. The San Antonio Spurs, I don't actually fully understand this one, are sending Derek White to the Boston Celtics for Josh Richardson. I had to triple check.
And you're done?
I had to triple check on this one. I don't understand this at all. I've got to think the Spurs are going to then try to move Richardson, but what? I mean, I know we got more Harden-Simmons stuff that we're probably going to want to go over here, but what do we not know about this one yet? Brew, I've left you alone for a while here. What the hell's what? Boston feels like they just won the damn lottery with this trade.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of wanted to get in on that Nets Sixers stuff, and this is
you can loop back around to that.
Well, we'll loop back around. This one, I'm kind of reading, and I don't know Josh Richardson's contract status right off the top of my head, but it feels like they get under the cap in Boston, getting off that contract. So, but they get the better player by a lot with Derek White. Probably not a great thing for Derek White's fantasy value, unfortunately. Josh Richardson hasn't established that he can have value, even in the best of scenarios. So I don't know that there's a rush to go there. That said, Devin Vassell, somebody that I've had on rosters all year. And again, I play in a little bit deeper leagues than most, but this opens things up theoretically for him just a little bit more. He's been sitting right at that 140, 130 level, and doing it in relatively lower minutes. So hopefully he can climb up over the top 100 and just stay there the rest of the way. Maybe even a little bit of upside beyond that. But, the story of really the NBA is what now with Ben Simmons and Kyrie Irving together? I mean,
the Spurs got a first rounder too, by the way. Chris Haynes just added that. So that does change the calculus a little bit.
Josh Richardson has one more year left at $4.5 million less than Derek White. Derek White has 2 additional years after this one, I believe. So Spurs cut some long-term money and some short-term money and add a couple picks. Not too bad both ways.
And Boston really has to decide what they want to do this upcoming playoff run. If they, this is a team with so many assets for the last 3-4 years. Obviously, Danny Ainge isn't there anymore. And it's really just this thud after so much hype about what they were capable of. The team itself bickered early in the year. They've sort of leveled out. Robert Williams is playing great. They've developed an identity with the core group, but they don't have enough guns to really make any noise in the playoffs. And I think what they want to do is end this season on a good note and see and evaluate, can this core actually be something that they want to try to make a big time move for? How they're going to do it is a little unclear because all those assets have been squandered, frankly, but it is a good move. Derek White is one of those better younger players in the NBA that folks don't know about. So he'll be able to add some defense and some toughness, and he doesn't need the ball a lot. And you got 2 guys, 3 if you count Marcus Smart, that really want the ball in their hands a lot. It's going to be a team. They finally probably crested into that team you don't want to face in the first round. Whereas probably prior to that, you looked at them and you said, they're not quite there. So that's a really interesting, and like you said, Rhett, it was a good trade for both sides. But then coming back to the Brooklyn stuff, I saw a tweet from a NBA media person that calls them the favorites in the East. And yeah, on one hand, you can say something like that. But I mean, what do you got to do to like knock that off its axis? Just go walk up to Ben Simmons and tell him Kyrie's talking about him, and go walk up to Kyrie and tell him that Ben Simmons is talking about him, and then they both freak out. Like, what are we talking about with that squad mentally? For a couple guys that haven't played basketball all year and really have these massive glaring flaws in their game. And then on the other side of the deal, it's the same thing. James Harden, even when he was at his best, getting MVPs, we always asked, did he have what it took to be a number one, championship contending player because of the way he plays, the mental game. And you line him up with Joel Embiid and Doc Rivers, and, we're going to see some fireworks with the Eastern Conference playoffs. To me, it's one of the most interesting things I've seen in maybe the last 5-10 years of hoop.
Mankov, thoughts on this latest deal going down?
Yeah, this latest deal is interesting. From a DFS perspective, Derek White goes from rosterable to I'm probably not going to touch him outside of big tournament lineups, and I'm hoping to throw a Hail Mary pick out there just because there's just too many mouths to feed now in Boston for him. He at least was one or two option with DeJounte Murray healthy and with a bunch of other guys, but now it's definitely interesting. I'm curious to see how it plays out for him. From a pure NBA standpoint, I mean, it's great for the Celtics, but from a DFS perspective, Derek White has definitely lost a lot of his value.
Red, I think you had some more on top of that. By the way, it looks like Romeo Langford is also headed to San Antonio. Brew mentioned Devin Vassell. I know you're a fan, right?
Oh, yeah. I've been on Vassell since he was drafted, especially to the Spurs, and he and DeJounte are going to be terrorizing people for years, I think. And I think more importantly to this is I think Marcus Smart's on the way out. I believe that there will be a follow-up move. Marcus Smart will be going somewhere else because he and Derek White are pretty similar. Like, neither of them are a primary on-ball. Both of them are pretty streaky shooters. Like, we know that from Derek White for the first 3 months of the season when we kept screaming, buy low, buy low, buy low. But at a certain point, it's just streaky as it gets. Both incredible defenders and both on kind of some long-term money. So there's a little bit of redundancy between the two. I think that it's a move where you might be a little bit lower on White still for DFS, like you said, David, but I think there's another move coming. But for the Spurs, I don't think Jay Rich is in their long-term plans. I would doubt Romeo Langford is also in their long-term plans. I just haven't seen much from Romeo that would entice me that much to think of him in anything other than 30-team leagues. But man, Vassell, love that guy. He's gonna be probably top 100 next year pretty easily. Because if I'm not mistaken, he's top 150 right now in about 25 minutes a game, and that's even with White in front of him. So.
Yeah, I mean, I'm inclined to agree. Spurs amassing things. This does feel like they are officially kind of. I mean, we've known, but thanks to the fact that mostly due to the play-in. What are they? They're like a game and a half, 2 games out of a play-in spot. I think this is officially them saying, "Look, we're gonna do this thing the right way." We've got DeJounte Murray, who we believe in a ton. We have Devin Vassell, who we believe in a ton, and we liked Derek White, but as an avenue to amass more first-round picks, that's what you want. I know they're teams have like 15 second-round picks, but the hit rate is a little bit lower. So to get something at a higher clip for sure. Brew, you still wanted to talk more about Sixers Nets. I want to make sure we don't ice you out on that front, but I do feel like this is one of those moments before I come back to you where I want us to sort of pause for just a second, not for promo this time, but we're about 75 minutes from the trade deadline. Are we? I mean, and again, like think of it from a lot of different leagues' perspectives. From everything we've seen so far today, who is everyone's most interesting player? And I think it might be Devin Vassell, who, and I love Thad also. He might get there. But Vassell, to me, clearly went from a guy who was like right on the cusp of being someone you could start every single night. He was right there. And there were stretches where he was and stretches where Pop sort of screwed with him. And if you averaged it all out, he pretty much got there, to someone who I mean, 4 or 5 extra minutes a ball game, couple extra shots per game, whatever involvement you want to put. He's a guy where you clearly saw that needle go from almost there to right there. And I don't want it to get lost that we could actually just like pause the show and say, hey, everybody, stop, check your waiver wire. Do we have consensus? He's a guy everyone should pause what they're doing, use one of your weekly moves if you have one, and go get him right now. Are we good on that?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I was already there to begin with. Like, I mean, again, these are all questions about what plays in your league. If it was 100 that plays in your league, if that's it, then I was still in on Vassell because he was right there, depending on 8 or 9 cat, of course. And you just believe in the talent and you believe in this kind of situation panning out. Like, they trusted him. They didn't all the way trust him last year, and he was playing well at the same time for the most part. So he earned his stripes, and he's going to now get probably that 30-minute role that we were thinking he would, trade deadline, it's got another hour to go. So we got to see how it goes. But yeah, no, absolutely. Because he hasn't been given must roster status in fantasy league. So absolutely, I'd say stop the show.
Yeah, there you go. Pause the show. There's your guy. Has anyone else hit that threshold for any of you three so far? Feel free to raise your hand so I know who I'm throwing it to first. But has anyone else hit that marker? To me, it's like the closest was maybe Thad, but I don't think it was a sure thing at all. I mean, he falls into a bucket with like 5 other guys this week that might sniff it, but also maybe even a larger chance they don't. Garrison Matthews right on that cusp. Isaiah Hardenstein right on that cusp. Marvin Bagley probably a little bit below that cusp. This to me feels like the first one where it's like, yes, this dude should not be on any waiver wires. Go. Does anyone else have a player they want to add to that list? No.
No. I mean, over here, I can't see you guys, but no.
Okay. So here, once again, follow everybody on your screen. I mean, we're dishing out fat analysis right now. So please do reward those who would sit perfectly still. By the way, my back is going to be such a disaster at the end of this show. It's already on its way there. I'm fenced in by a fake draft board behind me. This was, there was a question as to where the hell this came from. And last year during, I guess that was COVID lockdown. That was like December of 2020. We did a Zoom mock draft with industry pros, and I think it was FJ Fantasy. I might be getting that right. They did a board alongside it, and I said, hey guys, what's it going to cost you to ship that thing out to Los Angeles? And now you don't see Dan Best versus Unmade Bed in the background anymore. See how we've stepped things up here a little bit. This, of course, is a Sports Ethos presentation. I welcome any of you that did not know about Sports Ethos before today. I hope you will now. SportsEthos.com, at Ethos Fantasy BK on Twitter. Follow that feed, Ethos Fantasy BK for basketball. This is where all the analysis is getting put together. It's going to have every trade, many rumors that come out today, and the analysis. It's where you can go to see how basically what we thought on all of this stuff after the fact as well. At Ethos Fantasy BK. Follow at Dan Bespers, at Aaron Bruski, at Rhett_Bauer, at DMenk33. He is David Menkov. That's the full name down there. And of course, you guys are actually doing a really nice job of this, but I'm going to hit you with it anyway. Like and subscribe. You guys know the YouTube drill. Hit the thumbs up button down at the bottom of that screen. We're at 626 right now, which has just obliterated any previous record we've had on our trade deadline shows. So monster thank you to all of you guys listening. Hit that thumbs up button. Please do subscribe to the Sports Ethos YouTube page. There will be cool stuff that comes out here periodically. We're going to continue to try to do more with our YouTube stuff, but you're not going to want to miss these big shows when we do them at the very least. So please do us those favors and do it. I don't know what you guys are doing in the chat room. Someone's spamming the chat room. Does that actually like help the video get found more? I don't know how YouTube algorithms work. Brew, you finally get to talk Nets Sixers. You've been very patient and you chugged it. Was that an energy drink when Josh was on? What were you chugging there?
No, that's a protein shake.
Oh, okay.
You got to stay healthy, right?
There you go. Yeah. You mean I shouldn't be switching off between water and squirt? That's what this is.
Yeah, I think you got some corn dogs over there that you're hiding. I try
do,
to
actually.
stay nourished through this the longest show in sports. which is the new tag.
5 hours without a commercial break. There really should be a moment right at the halfway point where I'm like, okay, bye. And we just disappear for 20 seconds, but we don't. So what do you think, man? Does this, it helps both teams right now because Harden wasn't really playing and Simmons wasn't really playing.
Yeah, I'm seeing a tweet joke right now. It says it's time for Kyrie to get vaccinated right now to play the 8-dimensional chess. Like, so, I mean, and how quickly will Ben Simmons, come back to the floor since they used the reason of therapy, as one of the reasons he wasn't playing. And
boy, I hope they weren't screwing with that. That would be such a disservice to the many folks in the NBA and around the world who actually like mental health services can be incredibly helpful. I hope that was real.
Yeah. I mean, if anything, on the bright side, it increases awareness, but like the idea of, but I get what you're saying. The whole thing is kind of just a slimy feel. Yeah. It's a slimy feel to use the levers that he used to get himself, out of Philly, but and then he's playing right next to a guy doing the same exact thing, and they traded for a guy who was doing the same exact thing. It's kind of crazy that's all going on for two top teams in the East, and you got Joel Embiid out there tweeting hilarious stuff, and this is why we love the NBA trade deadline. But to take it back to those guys in Brooklyn. So when does Ben Simmons come back? What is it, a home game or is it an away game with Kyrie Irving? This is 2 years for this squad doing this kind of thing, and even all the way into the playoffs doing this kind of a thing. And can they develop any sort of rhythm, or is it just going to be like an all-star kind of a situation where, you just go out there, throw the ball out there, give it to KD, try some stuff with Ben Simmons. And then Seth Curry is a really important piece here. Like, he is really good, like it's unfair. He plays in the shadow of his brother. He's going to be a rock for those guys. I would expect the same production, if you're asking like, what's he going to do? There's going to be enough player absences, I think, for him to get, the touches that he needs. But, that's banging around in my brain on the Brooklyn side is when do they actually start to gel and coalesce? And again, the mental side. I mean, Kyrie is out there talking like he's the team leader, which, of course, as Josh was, alluding to, was probably just making James Harden's brain go numb. And to make James Harden's brain go numb, that's like a really, really special feat, right? And then you just kind of like, how is that all going to play out? And you go to Philly and the game between Joel Embiid and James Harden, it's not complimentary. I mean, it's two really good players, so they can probably find ways to make a lot of different things work. But James Harden's built on, a 5-out scheme where he can just have a lot of space in the middle of the floor to operate. He's not going to get any of that. I mean, you can park Joel Embiid out at the 3-point line and let him do stuff, but it's not complimentary. This is Daryl Morey backed into a big corner. I mean, the idea that he got off of the Ben Simmons asset just in general is fascinating in of itself. So for him to get his guy, James Harden, and how that all came to be, all the losing in Brooklyn and the vaccination stuff, that the injury to KD, and it's almost like James Harden kind of came kicking and screaming a little bit too. He's like, I know I don't want to play with Kyrie. I don't want to play here. I do like Daryl Morey, but I don't want to be the bad guy. So Daryl Morey and him concoct a plan to get back together. And
Are you suggesting there was tampering, sir?
Yeah, without any evidence. I'll play the game and just like they would, but me, I don't have any evidence, and I'm going to just talk about it. Me, no. But yeah, no. Now you have in Philly this 2-man, group that's it's as superstar driven as you're going to see. They didn't have to give up Matisse Thybulle. That's interesting. They're thinner now. What does that look like around the edges, or some of the thoughts that I'm having there? Are there any pickups in Philly, with the two players that have so much gravity the way that they do? Tyrese Maxey, obviously they get to keep. What happens with him? His value probably gets back down to late, 125, 150 range, which is really unfortunate. Can they have a big three in that respect is a question I'm sort of working right now as I'm talking. And then what happens with guys like Danny Green? Can Matisse Thybulle still, do his thing? That's probably the answer is yes there. But he was what he was. So are there any deep sleepers in Philly? Is Paul Reed gonna somehow show up here? Like,
that's the guy I was gonna say. Really, really deep, but there has to be something. They got Paul Millsap back, but I have a hard time believing that that's gonna end up mattering that much.
D-Mank, what you got over there?
No, I was gonna say. I mean, do we see the emergence of Furkan Korkmaz again? I mean, we've seen it, in previous iterations when he gets minutes. He can provide that shooting that Seth Curry provided. That could be a good compliment to Harden and Embiid because they need someone to shoot the ball from the outside with some consistency. So it could be Korkmaz out of them all. But I mean, it's definitely a combination of either Korkmaz, Reed, Danny Green. Someone has to step up here for Philly. It's just a question of which of the dice roll we're going to end up hitting with.
Wow. Well, that last 20, 30 minutes was awesome. Hey, everybody. We're approaching the 11 o'clock hour, and James Harden is no longer a member of the Brooklyn Nets. And as we all assumed, Derek White also got traded. There's more coming, which is kind of the cool part here. There are some trade deadlines where we see a big shoe drop and we're like, well, that was probably the thing. I mean, that the Harden one is almost definitely the thing. By the way, I have to make sure that the chat here isn't getting overly spammed. Folks are having a little fun with it. So I'm trying to do a couple things at the same time. The reason that I think this is really cool and nice is that, first of all, the Nets have a couple of first rounders, so they're going to be doing something with those. We know Boston is almost definitely going to be doing something. It feels like Detroit is still going to be doing something. Indiana, Rhett, something. I got to think something's coming down the pike. Hey, by the way, Rhett, and I'll jump in if something breaks here in the next minute or two. What are your thoughts on the Kings-Pacers deal?
So I actually wrote something about it last night and posted it this morning on my Twitter feed. So if you're interested in that, please go check it out. There's a lot of people writing stuff about it, and most of them are hitting a lot of points. But to me, I'm super excited to have Halliburton, but it's mostly about the play. It was the combination of the players that are still on the roster and the players they were going to be acquiring, because they picked Fox over Halliburton, and the Pacers did not pick Miles Turner over Domantas Sabonis. They picked the combination of Miles Turner and Tyrese Halliburton, and the Kings picked the combination of Domantas Sabonis and De'Aaron Fox. And that's the thing that I think people are missing. It's like, why would you trade Halliburton? It's like, well, maybe there's a chance that getting a two-time All-Star in Domantas Sabonis unlocks the borderline All-Star play that De'Aaron Fox had a couple of years ago. And I know, Brewski, I've been following all of your stuff, and it's a lot of really good stuff, and there is some reason for concern, but there's still a chance. And we saw last night Sabonis does so many great things with the offense, and it was a entertaining and fun game of Sacramento Kings basketball that you said you haven't seen in a while. And that's kind of what Sabonis does, especially when he's playing with joy. And that seems like what's going to be happening there. So on the Pacers side of things, Halliburton's going to be the best point guard that the Pacers have ever had, would be my guess. He might already be up there. I mean, Brogdon's not necessarily a true point guard, but he's very, very good. And I would say that if he comes back, it's going to be really interesting to see what Brogdon, Halliburton, Duarte, insert random 4, and Miles Turner looks like for the team this year before leading into the offseason. But I love getting Halliburton. It's so exciting. It's a perimeter-driven league. To be able to trade a guy in Sabonis who I'm not sure what his ceiling looks like on a good team. Maybe he's third best. Maybe he's second best with the right first option. I just didn't think there was any chance the Pacers were going to get that right first or second option
your team
without trading Sabonis. And so, did they really? What do we got?
Yeah, they really did. Torrey Craig to the Suns for Jalen Smith and a future second. What do you think? Live on air.
Okay, Jalen Smith, not bad. He clogs up the big man rotation that was cleaned up after they traded out Sabonis. I would imagine Tristan Thompson either gets bought out or traded here shortly as well. Torrey Craig was not going to be long for the team. Jalen Smith owners, I'm sorry, dynasty owners, this is not a good spot for him. He got his third-year option declined, so I would imagine he signs elsewhere in the offseason. But getting a second for Torrey Craig is about what I expected.
Mank, I know you got to go here in a minute, so I didn't mean – we've had a lot of things happening. I'm trying to balance it. And of course, this is a Pacers deal, so I got to go to Red on that one. Final thoughts here on trade deadline morning before I punt you into the stratosphere.
No, it's been very exciting. It's especially this last hour. You mentioned it. The big news we all wanted happened in the last hour. I'm curious to see what transpires. There's so many guys that are on the trade blocks, so many things that could happen in the next hour. So I'm going to stay close to what's happening, and I'm really excited to join everyone.
He is David Menkov, one of the DFS experts here at SportsEthos, at DMenk33. Au revoir, good sir.
Take care.
We'll have Sam Orlick here in a matter of seconds. Red, I wanted to bounce back to you on this one, and you may have said it while I was trying to kick a bunch of things at the same time. Do you think this Jalen Smith trade, does that impact Isaiah Jackson? Did you mention that?
No, I don't think it impacts Isaiah Jackson at all. Ijax is the future for the Pacers. They have been adamant about what he can be, and I've been very, very encouraged about what he's done so far. Miles Turner out until after the All-Star break, so maybe in that span we might see some Jalen Smith to just give him some run and see what happens. But I don't think there's much of a future for Jalen Smith in Indiana, and I don't think Isaiah Jackson is impacted in the long term at all.
I can't believe I have to spend this much time monitoring the damn chat room, but that's where we're at right now. We'll get Sam in here in just a second. Brew, thoughts on the Indiana front court while I solve this dilemma?
Yeah, no, I mean, that takes one question mark in the Isaiah Jackson, stash of questions, which I'm with Red. I don't know that there are questions there. They loved him when they picked him up, and Red knows this better than I. And then he's got a lot of versatility, and I don't know if he could slide down and play any small forward, but he's just a really good young player that they want to invest in a season like this. So that I think Jalen Smith isn't changing the equation there. Though I was interested to see if a team could get in there and do something with a Jalen Smith who had really no future there with the Suns. Torrey Craig, I think he was good a couple years ago, and now he's one of those players that, when he gets on the floor, he tries to do a little too much. So I don't know, for the Suns, if I think that that's going to add value there, but they probably believe so. And they're just, that team, the Suns, if I could just say a second about the Suns, to me is one of the better teams that I think I've seen in a long while. So while, if you hear a lot of hype and maybe the betting markets out there for the Philadelphia Sixers and the Brooklyn Nets, don't sleep on those Suns. I think they're just an amazingly constructed team that's got a lot going for it. And we might, if they end up winning it all, we might end up looking back and being like, yeah, that was one of the better, NBA champions of the last 10 years. So, if you're in the betting market, that's something to look at there.
Sam Orlick, what's up, dude? Host of the Ethos Warriors podcast. Dubs haven't done anything yet today. You hanging in there all right?
What's up, man? Yeah, really excited to be here. Kind of coming in at a hot moment here. A lot of action going down in the last 30 minutes or so. But yeah, Warriors standing pat, not really expecting them to do anything. I know they got kind of spanked by Utah last night, but they were on a pretty hot streak there, 9 games in a row that they ripped off. So yeah, not a lot of options out there for the Dubs right now, kind of just like low end vet minimum deals. I don't think anything really moves the needle for them per se, but a lot of stuff to talk about here. The James Harden deal, Vassell unlocked in fantasy right now. Good stuff.
What are you thinking so far? Hit us with it. You get to come in and the stage is yours. We all need a respite anyway.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's a really great time to be a fan of the NBA. It's probably one of the more interesting shows on television right now. There's so much drama right now, and all the the media and the news and how these kind of narratives spin off. And we've got Steve Nash saying that the Nets aren't going to make a move. And you got reports in the back channels going on about what players are leaking. And then you've got the fake Twitter accounts posting stuff, and you don't really know what's what or how it's going to go down. So for us as analysts and even as fans, it's really exciting. The trade deadline is definitely one of the more exciting days of the year to be kind of a consumer of the NBA, and it's really fun. So for me, I think, it's really interesting and curious, the situation between Brooklyn and Philadelphia, who could likely end up seeing each other in the playoffs. That'll be really interesting to see how that kind of all goes down and who ends up feeling like they got the better end of the deal there. I did see that Harden opted in as part of the deal, so I think Sixer fans will be feeling good that he's going to be sticking around for more than just the end of the season. I don't really know for Brooklyn. They kind of had this broken roster with the drama around Kyrie, and we really needed to do something. Looking at them at the beginning of the season, they kind of seemed like this clear-cut favorite with all of these incredible vets, and oh my gosh, they got all these guys to sign. And then you look at LaMarcus Aldridge and Paul Millsap and Joe Harris, and these guys not really contributing to wins, and it was really the KD show. And then we saw that led them to Durant, back to the sidelines and continuing the rehab. So I think, the Sixer fans are going to be pretty excited getting rid of Ben Simmons and kind of trying to retool this super team that they've been working on and not wasting any more of Embiid's prime. And for the Nets, I think we'll see how this goes. Ben Simmons hasn't played basketball in quite some time. I don't know how much he's been working on his game. I think his character has kind of been called into question a little bit over the last few seasons. So, we saw Kyrie kind of hit the ground running when he did actually get to start playing, which I think surprised a lot of people for how little he played. So it'll be interesting to see how much of an impact Simmons is able to make, from day one, and the cohesion that needs to come together. And, just comparing it to my squad, the Dubs, a little bit. And one of the reasons why I'm against or not expecting any moves to be made is because team cohesion and chemistry is really one of the key kind of underlying things for championship teams. You need to have the same guys together. They need to get reps. They need to get comfortable with each other, learn the sets, learn the different spots where they like to be in, be able to communicate effectively together. And sometimes, half a season's good enough, or a little less than half the season. We kind of consider the All-Star break kind of the halfway point, and sometimes it's not. So it's interesting, and different franchises are in different places as far as what ownership wants to do, what the front office wants to do, the different narratives that they have, trying to sell tickets, trying to hit the reset button, and we can kind of guess and speculate as to what we think that they're going to do, but at the end it's a little bit of a little bit of a guessing game. And I just really like seeing that all these different guys and teams are doing different things, and you've got teams like Portland or Detroit or Orlando who are rebuilding, and then you've got like the Clippers and Sixers and Nets who are really trying, or even Toronto who are kind of going all in, and then you got teams like the Warriors who are just standing pat. You got the Lakers who are struggling. It'll be interesting to see if they do anything in the next hour or so. So it's just really interesting time to watch the NBA and see everything go down. And it's going to be curious how all this shakes out in the next hour and what we see come spring, summertime when the playoffs roll around.
Your every 20-minute reminder to please do hit the like button at the bottom of your screen. Subscribe to the Sports Ethos YouTube page and follow all of the Twitter handles you see on your screen, because they are new ones here since the last time I reminded you. We've also added the laid up Adam King, who, did you just pull an all-nighter, dude?
Close to. I woke up probably 20 minutes ago, so I got a couple of hours sleep, and I happened to sleep through the biggest deal.
You were in the chat room when we started.
I'm in a lot of pain, so I'm only sort of sleeping short periods, and then I go to roll over and remember that my knee's blown out and wake up. So I'm
moving
here.
around is a young man's game, and
it is.
He is the great Adam King at AdamKing91. I'm throwing you right into the mix here too, man. I know you're dazed, pained, confused. This is the perfect time for me to bug you. You're gonna get something insane coming out of your mouth right now. Thoughts on the day so far? And in fact, while you're doing that, I'm actually going to walk away for 5 minutes. So, Adam, after you're done, Rhett, I want to hear, Rhett, some more on any of the lesser known stuff that's gone on this trade deadline that you're eyeballing on the dynasty side. So I'll be back in 5. You guys have at it. Adam,
All
you
right.
get to start on this one.
Okay, I'll start. I'm still just working my way through what's actually happened. And obviously I've been listening in the last 15, 20 minutes. So I know that Harden is gone. I know that Simmons is gone. And sort of just recapping things that have gone on. And I think that's probably the big one. I like the Derek White trade. For the Celtics, I think he's a really good pickup for them. I'm not sure. Again, just having a look at what has happened. Has Isaiah Hartenstein, has he been talked about? I just think I was expecting Serge Ibaka to be gone, and he is gone. So I assume he's going to play as the primary backup to Zubats, and we're looking at 20 minutes, 22 minutes at least. I think he needs to be added. I've tried to add Thad Young, but Mike Panda beat me to it because I was asleep. So he's gone in a few of my leagues already. I'm assuming Dan was pretty happy with the fact that Thad is going to the Raptors and could play, could play minutes in the mid-20s. I assume the Raptors run a pretty shallow rotation. Probably impacts Chris Boucher a little bit, maybe, in terms of those backup minutes. So, you guys jump in here and let me know what has been discussed and what hasn't, because I don't want to repeat things that have been talked about already. So I think Rhett, you were going to go next.
Yeah. So honestly, there haven't been that many moves that have drastically impacted dynasty outlooks. There's been a lot that have impacted this, like the rest of the season and into the fantasy playoffs, in my opinion. I think like the young guys that have moved, like the Romeo Langfords, I pegged him as a guy who might be he might be a guy you want to buy in deep leagues because a change in scenery might mean more opportunity. And I'm not sure that's the case for the Spurs, but it's also he can't have less opportunity than what he had in Boston. So you've got that to go off of. Nickeil Alexander-Walker, if we strongly dislike his fantasy game, and Dan's talked about that quite a bit over the last couple of days. That's not exactly recent. Nick Claxton takes a little bit of a hit just because they add Drummond, and that's just another body in the front court. Maybe you could say that it's a Drummond-Millsap swap, but they didn't bring Drummond in not to play him, and they weren't playing Paul Millsap, so there's not exactly an easy way to squeeze Drummond in there that doesn't impact Claxton. We'll see what exactly happens by the end of the deadline. There's rumors that the Nets are interested in Miles Turner, which they have a couple first-round picks now, and they have matching salary. I'm not sure what that's going to look like. Derek White does take a hit going to Boston. We already talked about that. I like Marvin Bagley to the Pistons. I think that's good long-term. I think that they have a need for him, and I think that Jeremy Grant gets moved here in the next hour or 45 minutes or so. So that's Bagley could be big there, but really it's just a bunch of guys that are kind of swapping spots. There's not really one big dynasty benefit other than Vassell, which we already talked about.
Yeah, and I'll jump in here and I'll try to play Dan. Basically, the guys, I inartfully tried to bring Chris Boucher into the conversation earlier just because of his high profile as a per minute guy. That got squashed early in the year with his hand injury and the slow start, and then really left for dead. It really looked bad for Chris Boucher. If you want to link it to dynasty leagues, I think everybody's like, oh boy, this is the end. And then he took his game to really the best, highest level of his career, and they can't say enough good things about him in Toronto. And if you look at the film of him now versus 2-3 months ago, it's a night and day different player. He's doing the right things. He's staying in his lane. He's kind of, their most consistent bench player is what you hear about a lot. And now you bring in Thad Young. Now you bring in Serge Ibaka, not Serge Ibaka, Thad Young. And he's going to take that 15, 20-minute high volume, theoretically role. It'll be really fun to see how those guys play off of him because they've got so many offensive options and they play through Siakam so much, and just where do they go with that? Is it really valuable to them? Might be the thing that saves Chris Boucher if they don't need that role, those minutes. Then maybe Chris Boucher survives, but he was definitely on the trade block. I mean, for the last 2 months, he was their only piece really that they were talking about other than Goran Dragic to get out there. And really, they didn't think they were going to get much for him. And now you've rehabbed his value. What could you get for Chris Boucher? And I always talk about what if he was to land in a place like Houston? That could be phenomenal for him. Not that I've heard any rumor like that. But there is probably a team that's, lower in the league that doesn't have anything to lose, that really needs to take chances on good young players, when their value is low. And so can Chris Boucher bounce out of that? And the other one you brought up was Hartenstein. This is a guy that really, from a per minute standpoint, when he's getting it done in 16 minutes per game, when he's showing you the ability to get steals and blocks, when he's showing you the ability to stay on the floor, slide his feet. No, he's not, the greatest thing since sliced bread. But, this is an even minute split situation here with Zubac and Hartenstein. It could go 24 and 24, maybe 26 and, whatever. Possibly they throw some small lineups in there. There's even a bonus in the sense that, maybe they don't get, hell bent on whatever they're going to end up doing in the playoffs. Maybe both of their key guys don't come back, and Kawhi Leonard and Paul George, and they say, all right, we do want to play Hartenstein, see what we have here. Because Zubac, there are a lot of teams around the league that can use a Zubac. And if you're trying to find assets, if you're the Clippers, and kind of make something out of nothing there, that would be somewhere I would look. Because I don't think, Hartenstein hasn't been tapped out yet. I think he can play 25 minutes in this league and be just fine, with that kind of an arrangement.
Well done, gentlemen. You guys, I enjoyed an Oreo while I was off air. I stretched my back. I would like to do a plug for Golden Oreos.
They're not paying us, man.
They better. All I want is free Golden Oreos. I don't need a penny out of this. I just want to be sated by them. There are rumors that Nick Claxton is on the block. I think I heard his name. You guys were talking about him in kind of a logjam. If he got moved, that would really jiggle a few things free. The LaMarcus Aldridge stuff and Andre Drummond in Brooklyn, and then wherever Claxton ended up. Red, I heard you talking about what if the Nets made a run at Miles Turner. I have to assume he's still out there as well. So this is a fun one, guys. I'm having a wingding here on this trade deadline. Thank you to everybody that continues to tune in. You guys get to talk. You four get to talk about the fun stuff. I want to jump in and make sure that everybody's doing their part to help us grow here at Sports Ethos. Again, it is at Ethos Fantasy BK on Twitter. Follow them. I am at Dan Bespris. You can see everybody's Twitter handles on your screen. I'll say it again. Many of you have been watching since the start, and you're pretty sick of it by now, but sorry, we're not doing commercial breaks, so this is 45 seconds of it. Follow everyone, all of us on Twitter. Follow Ethos Fantasy BK on Twitter. Follow Woj on Twitter, all that stuff, because you are fully falling behind if you're not getting your news every second. We are tenacious. We are insane. We are degenerates, but it's important. You will fall behind other people in your league if you are not following the people on your screen on Twitter, Sports Ethos newsfeed, and everybody that's been on this show so far today. So please do take a second to do that. Hit that thumbs up at the bottom of the screen. My voice is starting to get a little bit pained. 654 likes on this thing. I think the previous high that anything we've done was like 350. So you guys are awesome. I want to see it hit 700. I'm now getting extraordinarily greedy here in the last 42 minutes before the trade deadline. And we shall see. I'm sure something else is coming down the chute here. By the way, Red, I want to shout you out again for your awesome Dynasty work. The Punt Intended pod has been a massive success here at Sports Ethos. You have a brain that deals with complicated things in a way that mine refuses to. You know that, like, the thing I try to stress on my own show, Fantasy NBA Today, which I'll plug here on this one, please do follow my daily podcast, is, excuse me, I try so hard to simplify every part of fantasy sports, to try to make this thing something that you can to sort of pare down. And your show has to look 10, 15 years down the line. There's no way to simplify that. I don't know how you keep all of that in your brain.
I don't usually. I'm usually writing it down between me and my co-host Travis Fuller. At Travis_Fuller92. Go follow him if you want some more Dynasty stuff. No, it's crazy considering all of the aspects. And that's why when I don't have somebody right off the top of my head that's a huge Dynasty benefactor of all of this, because it's going to take some time to really look at all the moves. And plus, there's no point in going out and making huge adds and drops in a Dynasty league or transactions in a Dynasty league right now anyways, because if you did that for Naw when he was on Portland, well, now he's on Utah. So sorry, like you have to wait until the deadline's over in most of these circumstances. But yeah, it's all about that team building, and that's kind of where my heart's at. So that's why Dynasty suits me so well.
I wanted to throw this up there. I know he can't be on the show today, but Brandon is our Clippers expert here at SportsEthos at BD Marcus on Twitter, if you want to follow him. Hi, Brandon. Also an excellent fantasy player. Also his brother, an excellent fantasy player. I'm not sure if you guys knew that. He's probably going to win one of the Roto leagues we're in. Notes on Hardenstein and the Clippers and just sort of how many bodies they've got out that way. It's going to be interesting. They've added quite a lot. It's absolutely a situation to maintain. And someday, Brandon, when we get you off your 9 to 5, you too will be losing your mind here with us here. There's something coming. We're 40 minutes now. I'm staring at the feed. I know you guys are right there with me all the way across the board. Rhett, you got about 10 minutes left. So I'm trying to sort of, again, I've used the term juice the lemon here on this show. And beyond just the general plugs on things, planning ahead now, while we have this very brief lull leading up to the deadline, we've heard about, maybe Nick Claxton gets moved. I know maybe Miles Turner gets moved. We know the Lakers are trying to do something. I'm sure the Rockets are trying to move Eric Gordon. What are you doing to prepare yourself for some of these things that might still shake out? Not bigger deals, but from a fantasy standpoint, they might actually have the larger implications.
Yeah, I put a lot of targets on the Dynasty piece that I put out about a week ago for shallow leagues and then deeper leagues. So funny enough, a lot of those guys have already had the impact out there, like Hartenstein, like Romeo Langford. Go.
I'm going to jump in. Shams. I need a sound effect. So who wants to play me a sound effect? Which one of you guys to do it?
That was a good one.
Washington. This is Brewski. You were a good one for this sound effect because it clears out a whole bunch of space in Washington. Montrezl Harrell is on his way to the Charlotte Hornets. Montrezl Harrell to the Charlotte Hornets. Brewski, I think I know what you're going to say, but I'm just going to open the door for you. What do people do now?
Well, they should have
Thomas
already.
Bryant season?
Yeah, exactly. They should have gone and run out and got Tom's. No, I can't do that to you guys. What if I actually said that and then you went and did it? I'd feel terrible. I couldn't live with myself. Gafford was somebody that, 5 weeks ago, this writing was on the wall. If you're going to have a Thomas Bryant come back, you got to see what you have in him, even though, I personally have never been high on Thomas Bryant, except for that first year he was productive. And we actually did really well with him in fantasy leagues. The lateral quickness issues, even prior to the injury, were almost disqualifying. And then you got to ask yourself, like, somebody like that, when they get injured like that, are they going to be able to stay on the floor? And it's really resulted in, it's unfortunate for him. He's only going to do what he thinks is best for him. He's going to go out there and try, but they've put him in a position where they try to showcase him and he's unplayable. And it's some of the worst, unfortunately, NBA defense that I've ever seen. So 5 weeks ago, we knew that they would have to do this. They did it in those 3 weeks. I actually looked at it as a good thing for Daniel Gafford because he looks to me like a guy with long-term knee issues that's going to unfortunately dampen his dynasty value, for example. But with that, you already started to see Josh Robbins of the Athletics starting to telegraph, hey, we're going to bring Gafford back. We're going to start playing some of these young guys. You got no more Bradley Beal. So they'll call it developmental minutes and they'll call it like Daniel Gafford playing through his mistakes, which is really just kind of a bunch of team-driven BS. But now you get rid of this is the bigger piece. Montrezl Harrell was really legitimately taking 24 or even more minutes at the center position at times, taking a ton of gravity with the ball. now it's the runway is all the way clear, unless they really want to lose with Thomas Bryant. They could possibly want to do that. That could be on the radar. They could take 3-4 weeks and think, all right, maybe Thomas Bryant will get it worked out in the 15-20 minute role, perhaps as a backup. I think when you watch those Washington telecasts, you see the entire organization clamoring for Daniel Gafford because they know he is a guy that gives them a legitimate player at a position, at least for 20-25 minutes per game. So I've been saying for folks, you want to evaluate Gafford just like he was before the time period prior to Thomas Bryant coming back. So that's in the 90 to 110 range in 9 and 8 cat leagues respectively. And this actually adds a little bit more juice. He's kind of a guy that operates in his own silo. So this Montrezl Harrell news doesn't necessarily give him an instant bump all the way up to say like 26, 28 minutes. I think he can get there. The one thing that I think is the hidden piece of value for
another one.
Yeah. Smaller one though, to be fair.
This is Aaron Holiday, right?
Yeah. You can go ahead and just break that one.
Yeah. Holiday, there's really nothing doing there. He's been eating up a few minutes. I think this will help clean up things for guys like Kentavious Caldwell-Pope, Spencer Dinwiddie. And the point I was going to make about Gafford actually feathers into the Spencer Dinwiddie stuff, who they're still trying to move, by the way. So he could, possibly be out there and, somewhere else that I kind of doubt it. I don't know if there'll be a lot of takers there, but in the pick and roll, Daniel Gafford with Spencer Dinwiddie, if they really commit to that, you could see extra usage for Gafford that we haven't seen. So if you want to factor in that he's going to play similar minutes as before, put him in that 90 to 110 range, consider the fact he might get a few extra more minutes, and you're taking a high gravity guy away in Montrezl Harrell. And then factor what if they do play him in the pick and roll more, get that usage bump. Maybe he does. He's got an outside shot at getting to the 50, 60, 70 that we thought he might be capable of at the beginning of the year. So he's possibly, I think he's been under rostered criminally, Daniel Gafford. He might actually usurp Devin Vassell from that perspective. Given some additional upside, he might end up being the winner of this thing. Now that Montrezl Harrell,
yeah, those are definitely the two. Rhett, I know we've only got you for 4 more minutes. Thoughts on what Washington's up to right now?
I like it. Just get all those. They've got so many players on that team. I haven't even seen what they're getting for Aaron Holiday in this, but I can't imagine it's very much. Vernon Carey going to Washington is a little bit interesting just because I don't believe in Thomas Bryant either as a dynasty asset, as a player, as anything. So Vernon Carey could end up being the backup big for Washington next season if they don't bring back Thomas Bryant. And that's not to say that, Vernon Carey is going to be exceptional, but there is an increase in value there, I think. Trez to the Hornets, sure. Yeah, forget about defense as a whole and just throw lobs all over the place. And
we heard a Pirtle.
The
Pirtle rumor earlier today. We kind of went the other direction from that one. Not Jakob Pirtle.
Yeah.
Carroll, basically.
Okay.
Like,
well,
do you want the all defense guy or do you want?
Yeah.
Sorry, please. Continue.
Yeah, well, considering the price, for what I saw for Pirtle, it was going to be PJ Washington, Kai Jones, and a first, which is just lose.
Nope, I think
is probably the smarter business.
We almost lost.
Yeah, I think getting Trez for Charlotte doesn't do much, but
there you go.
Okay.
You were cutting in and out for just a second. I didn't mean to interrupt you there. So let's do show of hands move here. Devin Vassell, Daniel Gafford, stop what you're doing. Go get them both. Have we put them all on the list right now? Let me see some thumbs up across the board or a thumbs down if you disagree. All right, we'll go head nod. Head nod counts too. There we go. All right, that's a funny how like the James Harden trade obviously is going to be the big one of the day, but it's not always the one that creates the most fantasy news. They clearing out room for Devin Vassell, huge deal. Clearing out room for Daniel Gafford. The stuff that's actually been the big deal is who's been left on a team when someone got the heck out of their way. Rhett, parting thoughts here. It looks like your video's back, your audio's back. I want to give you a chance to sign off and plug your pod while you're at it before you hit the old dusty trail.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Punt intended. At Punt Intended Pod on Twitter. We're on all of the places. You can find us on the SportsEthos feed as well. We will be breaking down every single move and all of the people who are impacted positively or negatively across the entire league. We will be posting that hopefully this weekend, so that way you can try to get a jump on all these moves if possible. But yeah, just buckle in, because this last half hour is going to be pretty ridiculous to me.
Oh, is it ever? At Rhett_Bauer on Twitter. Follow him immediately. And as I've said to everybody else, Rhett, get out of here.
Goodbye. Thanks, Dan.
He's the great Rhett Bauer. Sam, we've had you on ice here for a minute. Thoughts on Washington?
Yeah, I think Washington made the right call. You know, they had a logjam at center. I don't think Trez has ever really been the answer. He's just kind of an offensive weapon and hasn't really proven to be a two-way player. And you know, don't really think Thomas Bryant's been the answer either, but continues to be an intriguing upside big man who has an interesting skill set. But you know, it's Daniel Gafford time. He's proven to be an elite above the rim defender. He's going to be, and from a fantasy perspective, he's going to be really good for field goal percentage, blocks, and rebounds. I like what Brewski was saying earlier, potentially some upside to creep into mid-round value territory if he gets a little bit more usage in the pick and roll. You know, it was pretty clear in listening to the Wizards broadcasting when I did tune into games that, you know, Gafford is a piece that they really like. He just is a much more complete player. It is kind of interesting and curious to see other GMs kind of get into panic time and start to make a little bit of questionable moves. Like, I don't really know what this does for Charlotte. I would have thought they would have gone after someone like a Rashawn Holmes or Jakob Poeltl to be a little bit more of a complete team, and just instead continue to punt the defense and just go all offense. Okay, great. You know, maybe they'll win games. We'll see how that does for them come postseason time. But yeah, excited for Washington to be one of those bad teams that has a lot of fantasy value because of that. It's one of the things we always talk about, some of the bad teams, especially when you've got your stars who are going to be out the rest of the season. That's the time to really scoop them all up and get as much fantasy value out of these guys, and especially as we approach silly season time.
Adam, you've been on ice over there too, quite literally, your knee.
Yes, I have. Well, I don't have ice on it at the moment, only because I don't want to go out and wake the rest of my family up by clattering around the house. Yeah, look, in terms of Washington, I as Brew touched on there, they know what they have in Gafford, and so they've been able to just rein him back in. They're not playing to win. They've had to get a look at Thomas Bryant, and hopefully they've seen all they need to see. And I mean, he's seemingly always injured. I mean, he did his ankle, only missed a game, but I mean, yeah. Look, I would be adding Gafford there. I think for the Wizards as well. I mean, we don't know. Obviously, that they might still be have some moves to be made, but with Holiday gone and Ish Smith coming in, people in deep leagues might want to just keep an eye on Ish Smith, because I mean, he could, with Beal out, Dinwiddie not a great player. Maybe Ish Smith gets 20 minutes, 22 minutes. We know what he can do. He could be a nice little deep league ad, but he may not even stay in Washington. So sort of wouldn't go getting ahead of ourselves there, but just a name to monitor in deeper leagues, I think.
Honestly, I'm kind of surprised that nothing else is broken over the last 8 or 9 minutes as my voice tumbles down the toilet. I don't know how much stock we put in Evan Massey, but he's reporting the Lakers are close on Terrence Ross. We'll reassess that if indeed that does come through right in the not too distant future here. Devin Vassell, Daniel Gafford. Those are the obvious ones. The ones we've gotten close to. What I'm trying to do here, and I know a lot of the folks in the chat have been like, well, I tuned in later. We didn't get to hear all the different breakdowns. That's cool. I want to do my best when we do our recaps here to make sure that I'm kind of bringing the consensus opinions to people tuning in partway through the show, Thad Young is sort of the upper part of the maybe department. Marvin Bagley's been mentioned in the maybe department. Isaiah Hartenstein has been mentioned in the maybe department as well. But certainly to this point, and hold on to whatever's going on in Boston right now, because everybody and their mother thinks something else is coming through there. They've got Dennis Schroeder, Marcus Smart, and now Derek White. So don't throw anybody away. That's the other thing. Like, we're 26 minutes to the deadline, and then stuff trickles in afterwards. Don't dump things now. A lot of these teams are still probably in the works for something. And like, a personal example here, before I turn it back over to you guys again, is I haven't dropped Kelly Olynyk yet. Even though right now, if the trade deadline came and went today, in this exact moment, he wouldn't have enough room as it currently stands, because Marvin Bagley is now there, and they're seeing what they've got in Isaiah Stewart, and Jeremy Grant is still there, which actually is kind of surprising, but I'm sure they're seeing the maximum amount they can get for him. If all those guys are still there, that's going to be a tough road to hoe. But the next 30 minutes, you might see something get pushed out of the way. So again, try to sort of be ready to drop someone. And then, like, while you guys were talking, I tweeted to go pick up Daniel Gafford if he was available. And everybody's replying with, well, should I drop so-and-so? I'm like, dude, figure it out at this point. Figure it out. This is what you should have done. And when at 8 a.m, we signed on and said, figure out who your drop is. Okay? Figure it out. We can only do so much hand-holding on this stuff. This is the Sports Ethos Trade Deadline live show. We are 3.5 hours in. Again, massive shout out to Dave and Steve for getting on for the first segment. That is a segment we've never had before on this show. We've always started it at either, I think it was 10 at the very beginning, and then we pushed it up to 9, and that's where it sat for a long time. And today, Pacific time, first time ever, we started at 8 o'clock, and I think it's been a really big win for us. So hopefully we'll be able to do that again. You guys want us to go even earlier? Hit the like button under your screen. See what I did there? Subscribe to the YouTube page, blah, blah, blah. Dan, shut up. Stop doing the promo crap. Okay.
We got some trades breaking.
Spencer Dinwiddie is on the move as of about 25 seconds ago. And Kristaps Porzingis is on the move.
Bam!
But it's not clear that they're the same trade. And if they are, it does seem like there are more pieces, because we've got 2 different directions being reported separately right now. Shams reported the Wizards are sending Spencer Dinwiddie to the Mavs, but didn't report what's coming back. Mark Stein reported that the Kristaps Porzingis is going to Washington. So they're connected somehow, but there's going to be a whole lot going on around it after we all just picked up Daniel Gafford. Kristaps Porzingis and his busted knee are headed to Washington in a who knows what's so Kristaps,
this is great.
And then didn't we also hear that the Mavs were the favorites to get Goran Dragic after a buyout? They're going to have every point guard in the NBA before today is done. I honestly don't know what to do with this information, because Kristaps is the starting center out there when he's healthy. Brew, do we have to put Gafford back on the shelf?
If you're in an aggressive situation where, you see somebody that's definitely a run, don't walk guy. Yeah. But that said, what do we know about Porzingis at this point? Are they going to push Porzingis to play through as many different injuries in this lost season? That's something I would be thinking of. The return is Spencer Dinwiddie. That tells you a lot about what teams around the league think of Kristaps Porzingis, because that's not a good contract for Spencer Dinwiddie. The idea that he even gets sent to Dallas is just kind of curious in general, because, he's got a guy that needs the ball in his hands. So really what you've done is you've decreased the value of Kristaps Porzingis. It's not what people think of when they think of Kristaps Porzingis. The league has spoken and said, this is a injured guy with questionable high-end value, even though, we've seen what he can do. On the flip side, of course, yeah, he could get back into Washington. He could start playing right away, put up big numbers, so you got to give that piece of it respect. So I would wait and see on Gafford. The other thing with Gafford is he's always played the 22 minutes, right? That's what you're not expecting minutes 23 through 28. If you get him, great. That might be able to fold into.
Is Miles Turner getting moved? I got to jump in. Is Dallas really? I don't think Dallas is trying to make a championship run with Kleba Powell, two-headed monster at center.
Well, that Rashawn Holmes is still out there. Is
Holmes, Turner,
as well as Jakob Poeltl, So that's a huge question going on right now.
I got to think Dallas is getting a center after this. I cannot imagine that they're going to try to make their playoff run with Kleba and Powell as the centers on that team. I like it does not compute. What about, so I think from a fantasy perspective, and Brew, I'm going to come right back to you, and then we're going to loop around the horn here. So I don't think I would do anything with the centers in Dallas right now because I don't think they're done. What about the point guards in Washington? Because they just traded away Aaron Holiday and Spencer Dinwiddie, and Beal's out for the year. Who's running that offense? Who's left?
Ish Smith.
Ish Smith. Did he end up in Charlotte? Oh no, they got him back from Charlotte. Sorry. What?
No.
Is it Corey Kispert? Is he running the offense out there?
It's Howell Neto.
Yes, Neto. It's Howell Neto.
No, Ish Smith did go to the Wizards.
Is he with the Wizards now?
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Because he's got to play for all 32 or whatever the number. My God.
Davis Bertans, by the way, is also going to the Mavs. So if you think that's going to slow them down from going to get an actual center, I don't think that's going to be the thing. Wizards get Kristaps and a second rounder. Mavs get Dinwiddie and Davis Bertans.
I mean, that sounds like the medical came back bad on Kristaps. Yeah. Because you got to swap medical for these deals. And that return, I mean, he still has incredible name value around the league. I know the Kings were interested at one point in time, and people were willing to give up stuff. And that's not stuff. That's the bottom of the barrel right there.
Adam, what the hell's going on?
Yeah, it's as Bruce said there. It's got to have something to do with the knee, which I think the last report was that it was a bone bruise, which can be quite significant in terms of sort of immediate playing future. But I mean, as we saw when Porzingis has been healthy this year, he's been good. He's been, in terms of fantasy, he's been a top 20 player on a per game basis. So that return for him seems odd. You would think that there'd have to be more happening there that we aren't aware of, unless they've told Porzingis he can run the point.
Sam?
I think maybe this might hurt Bryant more than Gafford. So as Brew kind of mentioned, Gafford doesn't typically play minutes in the high 30s. So even if, Gafford's currently in health and safety protocol, so he's not playing at the moment. But even if Porzingis does come back and play out the season when he's ready, Gafford could still hold value for sure in that low 20 minutes role. And it might be Bryant, or maybe there's more moves to come. We'll see, but yeah, definitely a hole in the guard rotation in Washington, and yeah, it's just kind of interesting to see how GMs are valuing their players and what others are also valuing them, and how that can all change from season to season, or just even halfway through a season. A guy who was thought to be like worth first round, top tier first round value, and then has suddenly kind of dropped off to just kind of crumbs like Dinwiddie and yeah, so it'll definitely be interesting, but I'm not panicking on Gafford. I mean, I just picked him up, so I'm not regretting that decision. I think we need to see what happens in the next 17 minutes and more. And I think Gafford can specifically still hold some pretty good value in a low minutes role. And like we said, Wizards aren't trying to make the playoffs or do anything crazy this season, so it would be curious for them to go ahead and roll Porzingis out there for 30 minutes a night, especially while Beal's still on the mend. So I kind of think that they're thinking a little bit for the future, and this is still probably a lost season for them, and might be time for them to just let their young guys play. They've got the Israeli wing, Denny, and some other pieces. Kyle Kuzma. We'll see. But it's going to be interesting in Washington for sure. And then for Dallas, it's curious as well what they're going to do. Maybe a guard from Boston, or at least for the Wizards, maybe they end up getting one of the guards in Boston. But if Dallas wants to contend, they definitely need some size. I don't think they have enough legitimate wing players to go 5 smalls. And I mean, Kleba and Powell are serviceable, but definitely not. You can roll out one or both of those guys for 10 to 15, 20 minutes a night, and they're okay, but they're not going to get you to the Western Conference Finals for sure. And I don't think their offense is good enough to carry them that far either. They're going to need some defense as well.
I'm like so certain that Dallas has something else coming in the next 14 minutes. This trade makes no sense at all by itself because they have Jalen Brunson there. Again, they've been linked to Goran Dragic, Luka, obviously. Trading the big man, who, again, Porzingis never really healthy, so I get that part of it. But if this is what you're trying to do, there's got to be another piece to it. So this is why I personally am not racing out to really do anything with my Mavericks. I'm not going to like drop Jalen Brunson because he's about to get squeezed, because he might be in a move. He might be getting traded somewhere. We don't know, because he's going to cost him a bunch of money, I think, at the end of this year, if I'm not mistaken. We'll have Stephen Bagel on the show coming up after the 12 o'clock hour. He'll help us with contractual stuff. But something else, there's another shoe that has to drop. I would bet a small amount of money, because I don't know what the hell the Wizards are actually going to do, but I would bet a small amount of money that Raul Neto and Ish Smith end up splitting the point guard minutes, and neither one of them has fantasy value from now through the end of the year. Avdia, Sam, like you said, he might be someone they try to shoehorn into some more minutes. You've got to think that they're trying to get perhaps off of any other veterans on the roster. I think KCP, although I don't know what the rules are on trades there. And then Corey Kispert, who is a scorer, but again, you throw someone like that into a crap ton of minutes and usage, anything can happen. By the way, Tim McMahon tweeting, the Mavs remain optimistic that they will re-sign Jalen Brunson. Pistons are known to have serious interest and significant cap space. So I don't know. Go figure. Like, are they really going to try to run 3 point guards at the same time? That doesn't feel like the solution for Dallas. That's just where I'm at with it right now. So I didn't actually do anything in any of my leagues with this trade news. Did any of you guys go and make a move on the Kristaps trade news? Because I definitely went out and picked up Gafford when Montrez got traded, and I have an angry text from David Williams, who we had earlier on the show, yelling at me because I beat him by like 25 seconds. And people in the chat room, I promise I'm going to shut up in a minute. People in the chat room are like, oh, I'm going to go ahead and drop him. But Brew, you already said, wait, Kristaps might not play again this year.
Yeah, just reading those tea leaves, the return on there was a joke going around that he didn't even make it into Shams's tweet about Spencer Dinwiddie getting traded to Dallas. Like, what is that? Like, it's wild. So yeah, no, with the medical situation, you just got to hang on to Gafford at this point and see what the postmortem report is. Like, you will get reports out of Washington once they get with management and they do their conference call later. Usually these conference calls happen pretty quick, within an hour or two. They'll telegraph, like, this is a move for the future, or this is a move, we're going to get him back right now and we're going to play. So you got probably about a 3-hour window there. After there's the deadline, then there's an hour for the calls to clear the league office. After that, there's another 2 hours or so where the media starts getting involved and reporting out. Everybody talks about how they won the deadline and all that. So we'll figure it out at that point, but you got to hold through then.
This is nuts. I just, don't dump yet. Do hit the like button at the bottom of your screen and follow everybody on your screen on Twitter at Aaron Bruski, at SD Orlick, at Adam King 91. Should you be listening and not looking at your screen, I am at Dan Vespris, at Ethos Fantasy BK. I can see the follows for that amazing feed ticking up every couple of minutes. It should be all of you. There are almost 1,000 of you watching this show. I expect each and every one of you to hit the like button at the bottom of your screen or figure out wherever the hell it is on your smart device, and to go follow at Ethos Fantasy BK on Twitter. Even if you don't follow each of us individually, you got to start there. And maybe that one will point you to all of us. So there you go. That's your one-stop shop on this one. Again, there's more coming. This is going to be I feel very confident that the last 11 minutes here are going to be nuts. And I said it right before this. Okay, well, so wait a minute. Adam, I'll come to you on this one. Maybe you know better than I do. And Brew, maybe you know better than I do on this one. Sam, hell, maybe everybody does. But Adam, I'm going to start on your side. As far as Washington goes, young guys, is Avdia someone you'd consider without knowing more? Are you making any moves on this news?
I haven't made any moves at the moment, and yeah, look, I mean, Avdia seems like a guy that they want to try and get out there and have a look at him, and he can handle the ball a little bit. So he probably wouldn't be a priority, but he is someone, if you've missed out on these other guys, he is someone to consider, I think. But yeah, look, I think we do need to wait and see what's going to happen with Porzingis. It's the return. We touched on the return seems ridiculous. So there's got to be more moves coming, or potentially they're just going to shut him down and use Porzingis as bait to try and keep Beal there beyond this season, because there are rumors that Beal doesn't want to be there. Why would you want to be there with
I was going to say
the team that they've got currently?
Him?
So they need to be adding some pieces, and Porzingis is a really good piece if he's healthy. So yeah, look, I think Avdia is probably someone. It probably just boosts Kyle Kuzma's value for the rest of the season. I mean, he's been really good anyway, but I think that just locks him in. And yeah, beyond that, I personally haven't made any moves. Although part of the reason is just I'm monitoring Twitter and on this chat and trying to deal with the pain of my leg. So I'm multitasking.
Yeah, Sam, have you made any moves on this one? I've stood pat.
No, I'm sitting patiently. I think maybe if you're in a deeper, more competitive league, you might go after Ish Smith or Advia, but I think for a lot of people, or the everyday kind of league, I don't think anybody's rushing to make a pickup here from this Porzingis trade news. So likely you can just stand pat and wait and see how things play out in the next few days. Maybe wait until Washington plays and we get to see how their rotation shakes out. But I think kind of for fantasy basketball, you got to know your league and you got to know the people in your league. And so I think that's the biggest thing. And that's really hard to just kind of in a vacuum answer these questions, is you got to know, hey, are the other owners in my league, are they uber competitive? Are they going to be watching this, trade deadline show? Are they hearing the same things as me? And if you feel like they are, and you feel like you don't want to miss out, then you swing, and sometimes you miss and sometimes it works out. So you kind of have to make that decision for yourself as far as, are you going to make a risky pickup? Is the person that you're dropping just dead weight? Are you letting go of someone that could be more productive? I mean, if you're holding on to somebody who's injured, if you've been sitting on Brad Beal for a few days because you're just sour, maybe you do something just to do something because you're ready to move on and see what happens. But I mean, for me personally, no, I don't think anything's really changed drastically to where I'm rushing to make a move right away.
Jake Fisher, by the way, reporting that Jalen Smith is unlikely to remain in Indiana, which I think is notable because our very own Rhett Bauer did say, don't abandon ship on Isaiah Jackson. And this would be another feather in that cap. Dude knows his stuff, man. And Aaron, I saw you actually just retweeted that as well. That's a big piece of news. So if you have Isaiah Jackson, continue to sit on him. That's some good reporting from Jake Fisher on that front. Don't know what Indiana's about to try to pull back. Picks would be my guess. I'm sure they're trying to amass those, as we effectively right now are in time killing mode because we want to be ready when that one comes through. It's coming. I will be floored and extremely disappointed if there's not something between now and the end, which is crummy because this has actually been a really cool trade deadline to this point. I said I was going to write them all down. I completely failed at that endeavor. Brew, what did you tweeted? What are you still looking for? I think you said the Lakers, something you're watching, Rashawn Holmes, possibly anything else in Indiana.
We've had a really fun deadline, and that's great because it's not always the case. The Lakers, I mean, come on.
No, that's not real. That's a fake. Don't fall for the fake Chris Haynes. Don't fall for the fake Chris Haynes. Sorry, go ahead, Brew.
Yeah, no. I mean, you got the league's marquee franchise, whatever. They got issues. I mean, you got Russell Westbrook patting LeBron on the head on the sidelines, and he might not even be able to be on the floor. He's to the point where I think people are realizing he's not. He's probably better off the floor than he is on the floor in many respects. Like, what does the league's face want to try to do about that? You know better than I do, Dan, what they can do, but it's probably not a ton. But what can they do there? Can he actually pull some strings around the league to get something big, to head over to the Lakers? Melton's obviously on the radar. There's some really, kind of like obvious trade deadline targets like Eric Gordon. Somebody chimed in with, because I put this out to Twitter, who would actually be out there that, would be making some moves. Jeremy Grant's still out there, Rashawn Holmes. So these are the guys that I'm looking at right now. And there's actually a good amount of gravity to the idea that those guys could get moved. So we might end up with a flurry here to kind of finish this off.
That's what I'm thinking too. Sam, I know you're getting close to the end here. Are you expecting anything from your Warriors in these last 5 minutes? Because maybe, let me rephrase that. What are you hearing on Draymond? Because that feels like kind of the thing they would need to not have to worry about the trade deadline.
Yeah, well, I think the bottom line with Draymond is if he's not healthy come playoff time, Warriors are cooked. He is the key to their defense. They've been playing pretty admirably defensively. Their rating's been pretty good with him out. That's really been to Kevon Looney's credit. But I don't think anything you do, even going out and get Miles Turner, which would likely cost James Wiseman plus 2 other pieces to make salaries work. And they're pretty all in on these young guys in Golden State. So if Draymond's not healthy come playoff time, this team's championship aspirations are going to be, I don't think they really have a shot. So, it will be kind of curious to see, how Draymond recovers. He says he's doing good and he's making progress, but it's definitely slower than we expected. They're treating him pretty carefully. But yeah, I think, it's not good enough a reason if Draymond's health to go make a trade, because anything they do isn't going to replace Draymond, because there isn't really anyone in the league who can do what he does for them, who has that chemistry with Steph Curry, who can play small ball 5 and be the point forward. And it's interesting because we all thought at the start of the season it was going to come down to the health of Klay Thompson. And here we are, and Klay looks great, but it's really Draymond Green that's been kind of the motor for this team. Unlocking him at the small ball 5 is really what's allowed them to be one of the better defensive teams and have the success that they've had over the last 5, 6, 7 years or so.
That fake Chris Haynes is making the rounds, by the way. I always wonder which one's going to be the one. There's one every year, There's always the one. Usually it's fake Woj or fake Shams, but fake Haynes was the one this year. So don't buy that one. He was tweeting something about Boucher and Eric Gordon. This is not a real deal. We're going to get the fax machine trades that come through at 12:02 here in a couple of minutes.
My show, Dan. Boucher to Houston. Come on. Let's make it happen.
Seriously, can fake Chris Haynes talk to real Chris Haynes about getting Boucher out of Toronto? Boucher probably he might be in a little bit of trouble with Thad Young coming in as we currently stand. Although, someone's always getting hurt on that team. Freddie VanVleet, he's out. It's just
Raptors are interesting too. They play a lot of large wing players at the same time. They'll play like Boucher at the 3 at times. It looks like there'll be him out there with Siakam and Achua. So, it's quite possible that they could start like four bigs with Fred VanVleet or something like that. And Boucher kind of maintains that value in that 15 to 20 minute role where he just is high motor, rebounding, blocks, occasional threes, good field goal percentage.
Sam, I want to give you your shout out before you got to go here. at SD Orlick on Twitter, the host of the Ethos Warriors podcast. Thanks so much for taking an hour with us today. I was make sure to follow at Ethos Warriors on Twitter as well. Listen to Sam's show. It's excellent. And flexing that fantasy knowledge today, man. Have an amazing, amazing rest of trade deadline Thursday.
Thanks, guys. Great to be here. Good luck for the next few minutes here. And yeah, great to be on the show.
Here comes the weird. And as I've said before, get out of here. By the way, I want to add here as we get into semi-wrap-up mode, and we're going to throw Corky into the mix here. Brian Windhorst was the guy who kept insisting that the Harden-Simmons stuff was happening when all of the other reporters were saying it wasn't. By the way, this one is real. Daniel Tice is going back to the Celtics. Welcome, Keith. We got you a great one to start.
Awesome, man. I'm glad to be here. Daniel Tice, huh? I know that name.
Yeah, so Daniel Tice, who wasn't playing in Houston anyway, is on his way back to the Celtics. This was not the Celtics trade we thought was coming, and this is a big who doesn't care. Anybody care about this one?
Not particularly. Not for fantasy, at least.
Nope. Nothing. No. Not moving the needle.
No.
All right. Here's the trickling now. Let's see what else we get. So Daniel Tice is the first trickle. He feels like Dennis Schroeder is going the other way. So there's the other half of that one. So that moves one of the point guards out of Boston. Dennis Schroeder to the Rockets. This actually got a tiny bit more interesting. Brew is tipped head nod. Is Schroeder going to get to play is the question I have for you, Brew. Because the Rockets have Gavin Porter Jr. there. Is he someone you think Schroeder's someone they want to like give the keys to at all? Or what's your thoughts on Dennis?
I just retweeted our most excellent bird rights pod. I gotta like understand the rules of the trade game a lot better. I don't like, can they reroute Schroeder? I'm seeing some stuff like, is he a buyout candidate? This is a player that is going to be very affordable that had previous designs on an $84 million contract that his agent totally screwed him over with. But the point being is that he's still a pretty good player in the right spot. He could help a team. And I know he was linked to the Lakers a little bit. In Houston, he would really get a lot of attention as a guy that deserves to have the ball in his hands, because they are really just kind of playing with disaster, trying to develop Jalen Green as well as Kevin Porter Jr. at the same time. That's just a bad recipe for bad development across your entire team. And we factor in, we didn't mention Sinjin with the Daniel Tice news because Tice isn't playing and that doesn't take any minutes away from Sinjin, but that might have perked some people's interest up, like, hey, there's one less roadblock there with Sinjin. And at least in my pod, I've been talking about how the upside hasn't been there. The production hasn't been there. If they turn to him and say, all right, we're going to give you 30 minutes, then possibly, what's in play, top 100 there. That whole developmental strategy is just bad for all the players involved. They're going to lose a lot of games because Sinjin can't play defense, but their offensive players are not efficient. And the other flip side of that is maybe who cares? You just throw them out there and just let them get minutes, let them take on bad development just because any development is good development. So, they could all go big. I think if Schroeder stays, he would be to me a logical player to say, hey, go out there and get your usage. We want to clean things up here a little bit, in which case he has top 75 potential.
Adam, follow up.
Yeah, look, I'm not that high on Schroeder, but I'm also not very high on Kevin Porter. So maybe they do just run Schroeder out there. I think with Schroeder out though, I'm trying to figure out in my head what the Celtics rotation is going to look like. Is Derek White going to start? Are they going to move Al Horford to the bench and Jason Tatum up to the 4 and run two sort of traditional guards, or is White coming off the bench behind Smart? because I think we're done in terms of time. As you said, we're going to get these trickles coming in, and maybe there's a deal, but it looks like Smart is going to stay, unless.
And Jeremy Grant is staying with the
Grant
Pistons.
is staying. Yep.
Jeremy Grant is staying. The Lakers are doing nothing. And it sounds like Schroeder is a potential buyout candidate as well.
Yeah.
So
What's
some of these teams that we're hearing are standing pat, might be keeping an eye on the buyout market. Keith, I didn't mean to freeze you out there at all. What are your thoughts on this last little wave here?
It's all good. I think I have the same questions that Adam had there about, what the Celtics rotation is going to look like. I do think Marcus Smart and Derek White can both start in that backcourt there, or Derek White might start. Maybe Marcus Smart comes off the bench. I don't know. But yeah, as far as Schroeder goes, like I said, buyout candidate. Don't like him in Houston. There's not a whole lot here that I really like as far as fantasy goes. But I would be curious to see what that Boston backcourt looks like. I think Adam was onto something there.
I remain floored that the Mavericks haven't done anything else other than apparently releasing Moses Brown. So they traded a center. They dropped a center that wasn't playing for them. They really are going to go forward with Kleba Powell as the front court there. That's wild. Woj, by the way, confirming the Lakers are not making any moves, which again, even if they had, it probably wasn't going to be very big. They didn't want to give away a first to switch Russell Westbrook for John Wall. And with Jeremy Grant staying put in Detroit, I've got to think that that's not particularly great for Marvin Bagley. It's definitely not good for Kelly Olynyk. Detroit's front court stays very log jammy with nobody else getting sent away. They got Bagley. They traded away Trey Lyles. It seems like they brought in someone they'd maybe like to give even more minutes to than Lyles was getting. Is anybody reading that differently than I am? I feel like with Detroit, I feel comfortable moving on from Kelly Olynyk. I think there's just too many bodies there. Brew, I know you said this one could take a little time to shake out, but it does seem like that may be too many dudes in Detroit.
Yeah, no, I want to see, how they go with it. Again, you got to be willing to wait that. It's probably like 3-4 weeks now. So I would say if you're in a league that top 150 plays, that's probably the most shallow league that you want to mess around with something for that long. Unless, of course, you just play with a lot of dynamite fantasy GMs that are able to, really take advantage of everything that's out there. And then you're like, okay, the upside to the, the percentage odds that it works out, it actually works out in my favor. You get deeper than that. I think I like it. They need connectors there, especially when you want to develop your rookie the right way. Dwayne Casey's a coach that's going to trend more towards putting the right talent on the floor rather than developing younger players that, don't have it going on. So, at the same time, all of the obvious things, you don't go out and get Marvin Bagley and not, take it for a spin. But I'll throw this out there. He hasn't been able to stay healthy in any respect forever. And that's whether we're talking hand injuries, which he's kind of at the point with the hand injuries where if he gets a swipe down, there's like a really good chance he's going to hurt it. And, as far as his wheels go, he's had a hard time with foot injuries and the idea that he's just going to get out there and give you 30 minutes is like completely unlikely. It's probably the case that he needs a summer to get his body right, get in there next year, figure out what the scheme is, and they might make a move or two to see if they can optimize around that. And really, he's lost a lot of his lift. Like, he's just not the guy that you saw when he came into the league. So I look at Kelly Olynyk and I go, he can actually be productive in 25 minutes. And we haven't had a chance to see if he can do that. One last thing on Olynyk, he actually hasn't been productive at all this year. He wasn't hitting his free throws at all before, in his first 10 games before he got hurt. So, we really haven't seen what he's capable of at all. And I would think 3-4 weeks from now, if he is getting 25 minutes per game, he can actually bring you back 125. So again, if you're in a 125 or 100 league, that's what plays in your league. That's not worth it. So for the vast majority of leagues, I would say Kelly Olynyk's probably on the waiver wire going forward.
Yeah, I think I'm on that too. Go ahead, Keith.
I was going to say, are you guys as surprised as I am that the Golden State Warriors weren't involved in any kind of trade with all the talent they have there?
I don't know. I don't know if anybody made the right sense for them. What did they need to add if they get Draymond?
Well,
back? Is the question.
I know they were like linked to some centers like Miles Turner or what have you. I don't know if they necessarily even need that. I think Kevon Looney does a lot for them, and like you said, Draymond Green's coming back. But I just felt, yeah, we hope. I just felt like they've got Kuminga, they've got Moody. I mean, they've got so many pieces that are just sitting there doing nothing for them. I just felt they could consolidate, and give Steph and Clay a better chance. I mean, they don't have many years left, so I think I don't know. Is this them picking a direction, or do they just feel like those guys are going to pan out and do something for them down the road?
I'm still completely blown away by a few key things. Like I thought the Clippers might do something else, and I guess they were early on. They got rid of Serge Ibaka, so that was something. I thought the Lakers would do something, anything at all, but I guess they're eyeballing the buyout market. I don't know how much pull the Lakers are going to have in the buyout market. A lot of the veterans, they want to go to a team that looks like they're on their path to a championship, and they don't have that going for them this year. So I don't know. I don't know what they're selling really. And then the Mavericks is the other one that boggles my mind. I thought for sure they'd be in play for a center to replace Porzingis, but they're going to just rotate through, go hot hand up there, and run a crap ton of guards. That's where we're at right now. I doubt Goran Dragic joins them as a free agent now with all the guards, but anything is possible. And, and as far as, and this is the other thing with deadline day is, yeah, a lot of things happen, and at the end of it, it's not clear that we needed to do all that much about it. It feels like at the end of all of this, Devin Vassell was the one true king today. All of these moves, and Daniel Gafford might still be, depending on what happens with Porzingis and his knee, but it really feels like Devin Vassell is like the one spot where you're like, okay, yeah, someone definitely got out of his way, and there's not a whole lot of murkiness there. Like, am I leaving something off the table? There was a lot of noise today, and that might be the one thing we're looking at. Brew, you seem genuinely.
I'm just trying to remember when the last time we had one of those big wins. I was thinking it was Rashawn Holmes like 5 years ago when stuff got cleared for him, and then he went nuts for the last third of the season. But I can't recall, a big, huge hit in the last 5 years. So maybe somebody let me know, who was the last big hit that we had during the trade deadline?
There aren't many. Kelly Olynyk playing a bunch more at the end of last year was a big one.
Yeah.
Which is why we all kept waiting and hoping. Womp womp on the Kelly Olynyk. Right? Yeah. Could we do it again? No.
Well, why did we do all of this?
Why did we? What was the point of this show? Thanks everybody for. No, we're not done yet. We have the closing hour here, 40 some odd minutes or so. As we work towards the conclusion, we'll work through some of the contractual stuff. Again, Stephen Bagel coming on of the Bird Rights Pod. That'll be a lot of fun. He can tell us what the hell happened today and why teams did some of the trades that they did. By the way, Keith, I didn't get to do a formal intro for you here on the show because you came in at deadline moment. Keith Cork, of course, is the host of our Ethos Bulls podcast, also a dynamite DFS fantasy player and prop better as well. So we've got a new look here on the show here for this last little bit. Bulls were very quiet, but I think kind of expectedly so. I didn't hear them linked to too many things.
Yeah, there were some rumors that seemed to have a little bit of traction. Obviously, Jakob Poeltl, but that didn't go very far. Their offer just wasn't good enough, which doesn't really surprise me. I think it was always pretty much a given that they were going to try to make some moves around the edges if they made any moves. And I think they're probably going to be very active in the buyout market, which is where most people thought that they were going to be active. So looking at guys like, maybe a Paul Millsap or something, if they end up being bought out. If Jalen Smith does get bought out, I would love to have him on the Bulls. I'm much higher than Jalen Smith than most people, I think, in the fantasy and regular NBA community are. So I think he's got a lot of talent. Love what I saw of him out of Summer League and what I've seen from him in his minutes with Phoenix. So little surprised that Indiana doesn't want to hang on to him just to see what he's got for this season. But he is on an expiring contract. I guess they don't really have any interest in him, and they're just going to get the pick instead. So that makes sense to me. I think Ajax was always safe, though, Isaiah Jackson in Indiana. But as far as the Bulls go, I think they want to add a big body. but they're not going to give away any assets at this point. The only guy that they might have dangled out there, Derrick Jones Jr., which nobody really has any interest in, and making about $9 million this year. And they also have Troy Brown Jr. and obviously Kobe White. If they wanted to move up from Kobe White, that's probably the most appealing piece. But he just fills such a needed role for scoring off the bench for the Bulls. It just wasn't going to happen. So I think the buyout market's where it's going to be.
Shout out to all of you guys that are hanging out with us here in the recap hour as we go through some of what we've learned today. If you're joining us recently for the recap hour, please do hit the like button at the bottom of that screen. 763, that's pretty damn cool. That now has actually, I think we may have doubled up a previous high there. So please do hit that. Subscribe to the Sports Ethos YouTube page. Follow all of the names you see on your screen on Twitter at Dan Vespers, at Aaron Bruski, at Adam King 91, at BSBP Keith, who you may need a retooling on that Twitter handle. You're now Bulls Keith.
Yeah. I'll have to figure something else out.
Yeah, we'll push you through there. Adam, first of all, how's your leg doing over the last half hour? And also, I think everybody wants to know what moves we're doing. Have you? Because I'm actually, while you guys are talking, I'm scanning to see what some of the other teams are doing in my leagues and just trying to get a feel for it. And it's a lot of, like, I've seen Jalen Smith go on and off of rosters about 4 times in 20 minutes in one of my roto leagues. You're more of a head-to-head guy. So what did you pull the trigger on anything today?
No, I haven't. But part of the reason, as I said, because I did manage to get some sleep, some of those bigger moves, I was beaten to the punch by guys that were awake over there.
This is the one day of the year where we have an advantage over you.
Yeah. And a lot of my leagues, because I'm obviously in a few leagues with mates over here, we have deadlines for when you can pick up players, and they're generally around midnight our time. And so a lot of these guys that we want to go and be picking up, like maybe a Hartenstein or a Devin Vassell, we actually can't do it until tonight in our league. So there's going to be a huge flurry on our and a lot of bids on players tonight. People are going to be throwing big money out to try and get these players. So that's when a lot of the pickups will happen in my leagues. And my league is doing okay, to answer your first question. It's I can't move it anyway. It's in the biggest knee brace you've ever seen. So it's
when's the MRI? Next week?
Tuesday, I hope.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Prayer hands emoji, I think, is all we can do for you over here. What about Brew? Your leagues are a little different. Your leagues tend to be a bit more competitive, a little deeper. Most of the guys I think that were changing hands today were probably rostered a bit, but put yourself in the mind of a traditional 12-teamer. What are you looking at for today?
I think it's the kind of the nexus of the Gafford and Vassell, Isaiah Jackson. Can't imagine he got dropped over the last couple hours, but that was somebody we moved on early, just in anticipation of what we were going to have happen here in this deadline. And and I asked the question, what was the last big one? You guys remember? I think somebody said it was Gobert when Cantor was moved. So the trade deadline it may do more to shuffle the deck within the top 100 than it does to do, to bring you that big ad that, that's other. Hartenstein is another one. I think that I finally dropped him in one spot, and these are leagues that play top 150 and there are 200 players rostered. So they're deeper. I really think he might end up making a lot of noise and the kind of abrupt noise because of the ankle injury, which was really bad. It took him out right as he was peaking too. That might be a situation where he just kind of hits the scene and hits the ground running. Maybe that occurs after the All-Star break because we're still, we got a week to go here. And it's still, it gets to be real silly season in that week as well. They try to buy as much rest time for players and make 7 days turn into 10 days. So we'll have a lot of weird stuff going on in the next few games here.
Well, first of all, I want to get Steven in the mix here. He's 2 minutes early, but you Steven has brought his Sixers cap to the mix. I didn't think I knew that. Are you a Sixers fan?
I am. I'm a season ticket holder, actually.
Oh, all right. Well, so we've had two Sixers guys on the show today.
My Nets and Sixers tickets all just sold 5 minutes ago already. So.
for a cool mint, I'm reckoning.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So first of all, Stephen Bagel, by the way, host of the Bird Rights Pod. You're another one, much like Rhett Bauer, who we had earlier on the show talking Dynasty. You are able to process things that my brain simply either can't or doesn't want to, and that is contractual elements to a lot of this stuff today. But before we even get into that, let's talk the Harden-Simmons deal. You've got to be over the moon right now.
Yeah, first I was like, I think we gave up a bit too much because I was anticipating Ben, Seth, and a first. So then when I saw Drummond was in there, when I saw the second first was in there, I was like, okay, maybe it's too much. But then I thought back to the negotiations we had with Houston before Harden went to Brooklyn, and that was going to be Maxey, Thibault, 3 picks, 3 swaps. We would have given up everything. So I think the fact that, this was the happy medium between what we would have given Houston, we still keep Maxey, we still keep Thibault. So, yeah, I'm pretty over the moon about it right now.
I bet. I want everybody, and I know this is the time of the show where people start to go back to their real lives, but please, all of you, follow Steven and Keith. Those are the last two to pop on here on Twitter. You can see their names on the screen, BSBP Keith, at Bird Rights Pod. Check out the Ethos Bulls podcast, and do check out the Bird Rights Pod because... And you did a few written pieces for Sports Ethos leading up to the deadline as well. Really, really cool stuff, Steven. I got mega props on that. Please, everybody that's watching, go check out Steven's articles and what he puts together because you can see things that we don't see. We all have the things that we hope happen, but you can tell us whether or not they're feasible, which is something like we fantasy players, we don't give a crap what's feasible. We just want what we want. We want it to work out. And you can come in and you'll be like, yeah, they're not going to do that because financially it doesn't make any sense. And ultimately this is a business. So today, and this is a pretty open-ended question, so feel free to say, Dan, that's an idiotic open-ended question, but whatever you can do with it, I'll appreciate. Of the things that you saw shake out today, what kind of stuck out at you? What were the trades that jumped out beyond even the Harden-Simmons deal? Because that's really the big one of the day. But there was a lot of stuff that went on that seemed to have more financial implications.
Yeah, there were a lot of things. I guess I suppose I understand it financially, but there was a lot of head-scratching decisions today. I mean, I'm going back a little bit to last week where we saw the Norm Powell and Covington deal where they didn't get a whole lot back. There were definitely ways for Portland to get out of the tax that would have been more feasible than having to give up both those guys for essentially Keon Johnson, a second-round pick. Same thing with the Mavs. I mean, I get wanting to split up Kristaps Porzingis into 2 smaller contracts because the smaller the contract, the easier it is to move. But I don't know how much Spencer Dinwiddie and Davis Bertans is really going to help them out. So, I mean, this is projected actually to be the largest luxury tax bill in NBA history. So you knew teams like the Blazers, you knew teams like the Celtics that were right on the threshold and don't really have championship aspirations this year. They were going to do everything they can to not only get out of the tax so they don't have to pay it, but right now there's an $11 million distribution to the 23 or 24 teams that aren't in the tax. So, when you saw the Celtics flip Bol and PJ Dozier to Orlando, that was a move that gave them $18 million because they were in the tax by $7 million, and then they got out of it, and then they got the $11 million distribution. So this,
what you're doing is you're explaining why certain things happen in a way that makes a bit more sense to us. Because for fantasy folks, we're like, yeah, meh, but $18 million that's a big deal for guys you're not playing. Anyway.
2 guys that are out for the season, yeah.
Yeah.
So,
what do you see, and maybe I'm getting too far ahead of myself, but what do you see developing on the buyout market? Do you see, I've heard Schroeder, I saw that getting tweeted a lot that he might get bought out. I don't know that that's necessarily the case, but what do you think happens kind of going forward here now that we are through the deadline?
Usually with the buyout market, you need to look at who's an expiring contract. Very rarely, I know the Spurs did it a couple years ago with DeMarre Carroll. Well, they bought him out with 3 years left on his deal. But more often than not, it's usually guys who are expiring contracts, which makes sense. So obviously Blake Griffin is. an exception to that. But I'm looking at guys like Gary Harris. I'm looking at guys like Robin Lopez. As you said, Dennis Schroeder. I think it was already announced that the Rockets are going to be buying out Ennis Freedom. So guys like that are on expiring deals. And again, the guys I named are just to name a few of them. But I wouldn't expect a guy like Terrence Ross. I think, he has one more year on his deal, and they know they could move him either in the offseason or next year. Any guy that you think might have some kind of trade value that has more than 1 year on the deal, I don't really anticipate. But you got to look at, those bottom-dwelling teams like the Pistons, the Magic, the Thunder, and see who they have and who could feasibly, who's a veteran that is on expiring that they're going to give another opportunity to get in good graces with their agents.
I'm fascinated by the things that are in your head. I feel like the rest of us are probably as well. Sorry, guys. I didn't mean to ignore the rest of you. Talk amongst yourselves, I think was the old Saturday Night Live bit. Keith, can I ask you something about the Bulls, not trade deadline related?
Yeah, absolutely.
How do they piece this thing? What's the patchwork here that goes on between now and the end of the regular season? How it gets them to Lonzo Ball coming back? Because now Io's in concussion protocol. It seemed like he was a pretty big winner and much better than most folks anticipated quickly, although I think you had him pretty high. What's going on with Chicago over the next, say, 4 weeks?
Yeah, I can't believe that so many people passed on out to Sumu. That kid, he's just incredible, man. He's really a lot better than I guess a lot of people give him credit for during the draft, and especially on the defensive end, he just brings so much that other guards that are in this similar position just don't. I don't think he's a regular starter in the league. I'm not like delusional about it. He's a good role player. He's going to be a great bench player for us once we're for full health. But yeah, without him in the lineup, it's going to be a struggle at point guard. We have really bad ball security. In general, just Zach LaVine, not very good ball security. We got Kobe White, who is just absolutely atrocious when it comes to ball security. So it's something that I'm really a little worried about, to be honest with you. But you will see Kobe White play a lot. You'll see Zach LaVine handle the ball more. You'll see DeMar DeRozan bringing the ball up the floor more. And the offense generally runs through DeMar DeRozan, so it's not like it's the end of the absolute world that we don't have these point guards. The Bulls are in a pretty soft part of the stretch as far as their games go right now. So I'm hoping that they can, close out with 3-4 wins here before the All-Star break and hopefully maintain the top of the standings. Maybe not first, but first, second, third, I'd be happy with going into the All-Star break. But Lonzo Ball, he is ahead of schedule as far as I've heard, as far as getting back from his injury. So hopefully in about, I would say, a month to a month and a half, we will get a good update and hopefully he'll be able to play games around that time. No guarantees obviously there, but if we can get to that stretch of games, then that's absolutely great. And obviously Alex Caruso, not far behind him in coming back to the floor, which is going to be awesome as well. He'd probably be starting at point guard if he was healthy, I would think. Although he's played power forward for us before, so I don't know. Maybe he plays power forward and we shift someone else to guard. I don't know. But having both those guys back is going to be absolutely huge. And then obviously the biggest update we've had is Patrick Williams ahead of schedule also. And just there's been pictures of him circulating with his cast off. He's been shooting the basketball. He's been hanging out at the facilities. So you start to get those kind of things before you get the 3-on-3, 2v2, whatever updates that they're starting to really ramp up and get to that 5v5 scrimmage and then eventually into game action. So if Patrick Williams can get back, I think that solves so many of the Bulls' problems. But yeah, you're right. Through this next, I would say, month and a half is going to be a really rough stretch for us as far as injuries going, not having bodies available.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the screen. I'm looking at all the things going on right now, and I'm feeling like I know we talked about all of it as it was happening, but I also feel like I have so much mental catching up to do to figure out where all the pieces just landed. And there are going to be some things around the edges here that we're going to want to do on our fantasy teams. And I thought, kind of knowing what was going on out there might be useful as well. Adam, and so we'll get Brew back here in a minute to get into wrap-up mode. Adam, first of all, I'm sure you're going to need a nap today at some point. But before taking your nap, what's your process now? Let's transition from, okay, we've seen the mayhem. What do you do over the next 30 to 45 minutes after we sign off air to kind of get your teams where you want them to be? Because I think we're all probably just waiting to do a couple things with our fantasy teams right now. What's your schedule for the rest of the day as you assess your clubs?
Yeah, look, I mean, I've been, as I'm sure most people who have been on here, I've been flicking through my teams and having a look at my rosters, and I guess it's there will have been a lot of moves made by other teams in your leagues this morning that were probably a little hasty, just based on, oh wow, this guy's going to get all these minutes now, pick him up. So I'll probably go and have a look at who was dropped in my leagues,
Good call.
because there could be players that fit my builds. As you said, I am a head-to-head, more of a head-to-head guy than a roto guy. So I'll be going and checking who was dropped, and I guess just analysing players on my team and comparing them to who's available. Because I mean, a lot of my teams I'm sitting pretty comfortably, and so while there might be I could take a riff flyer on this guy. Do I do that, or do I just keep rolling with the squad that I've got and that I'm winning with? And as is always the way with trade deadline, I've probably got more questions than answers based on what has happened and what hasn't happened. Rashawn Holmes, I mean, we're going to get tons of questions about Rashawn Holmes. Is he a drop? Is he not a drop? How does James Harden?
What do you do with Rashawn Holmes right now? Sorry to jump in. You brought up, I thought, a really interesting name. I think I'd probably hold for about 2 to 3 games and see what happens on my end.
Yeah, I think the upside is too high to just go and drop him. As I said, make a hasty move and just drop him. I would wait and see. I mean, yesterday wasn't encouraging. He only played 12 minutes, I think, but he was in early foul trouble, so that would have had a bit of an impact. It doesn't look good, but I would wait a couple of games. And then Tyrese Maxey is another guy that I want to see what his role looks like now, because he's been the unquestioned starting point guard. They have James Harden now, so what does Maxey's role look like? Where does he fit in the fantasy landscape? So he's another one that I'm interested to see how things play out. So yeah, it's really just taking a step back and having a look at what has gone down, and just judging my pickups based on my squads and who else might be available in my league.
Yeah, I feel like I want to use up my moves now. I saved roster moves for today, and I feel like I want to blow them on something. You know, you want to go to the store and just get a fancy hat or something like that.
Yeah. And that's true, but I mean, it is only the middle of the week as well. We're not at Saturday or Sunday, so we still do have 3. Oh, it's Friday here, but it's Thursday there, so we still do have a few days left in the week. So let everyone make their moves today, and then reassess tomorrow when everyone has used all their moves, and you've got 2 or 3 left, and there might be some guys available that were overlooked or dropped.
Steven, how did your calls go for today? You had 3 pieces leading up to the trade deadline. How did things shake out?
You know, I kind of redeemed myself at the buzzer there. We actually had exactly Daniel Tice going back to the Celtics. Oh. So we hit that. We didn't get the trade perfect, but we did have Daniel Tice going back to the Celtics. There were some things that guys that weren't even really mentioned in trade rumors that we hit getting traded. Like we had Porzingis going to the Kings for Rashawn Holmes and Harrison Barnes. So while obviously that didn't happen, Kristaps Porzingis did get moved, and I get it. The contract's not great, so I could see why there might have been speculation, even though there weren't many rumors about it. We had, Tyrese Halliburton and Buddy Hield going to the Sixers with picks for Ben Simmons. And that trade was done in the very beginning of January. We started this thing back on January 3rd and had Keith. Keith was one of the participants in it. We had like a month-long negotiation. So obviously this is waiting for when the James Harden stuff transpired. But, it's more of an art than a science. You're not going to be able to it's impossible. There's 29 scenarios where a guy could go. So you're not going to get them all perfect, but I was able to, the exercise was more to, okay, this is what could happen. This is what I expect to happen, more than, getting the exact trade right. So overall, I do think it was a successful experiment. And yeah, it was fun conducting it with other people, because I usually just do it myself every year and just, figure out what makes sense to me. So it was cool to get interesting value from other people on how they value players and what they thought this guy could go for. So it was definitely a fun exercise.
So what do you think of the Porzingis deal that actually went down? Reading the tea leaves there, is this like, does Washington want to build around him, or like what? That's a pretty weird destination, isn't it?
It's very weird because of the fact that Bradley Beal is going to opt out of his player option, be a free agent. Like, I don't know if Bradley Beal's going to look at this team now and say, oh, Kristaps Porzingis is a running mate I need to, want to stay here long term. I don't think he is. I see Keith shaking his head there. I think he agrees with me.
I don't think so either.
But I think the bottom line is I read that Beal and Dinwiddie, they haven't gotten along great. They both want the ball in their hands, and Washington already had buyer's remorse on that contract. So I think between getting off of Dinwiddie and getting off of Bertans, who is one of the worst contracts in the NBA, he's been DNP-CDs almost every game for the past month, and he's getting paid $18 million a year. So I think to get off those contracts and get a guy you could sell Beal on, hey, we have a second all-star to you guys. I don't think Kristaps is that anymore, even remotely. But that's, I guess, the theory behind it. For the Mavs, they saved significant money in 23 and 24, which I know is down the line. But with Jalen Brunson contract extension eligible and Dorian Finney-Smith, they want to re-sign, they're going to be in the luxury tax. So they're looking a few years ahead. As I said, it's easier to move the smaller contracts like Bertans and Dinwiddie than it is to move with Porzingis. So Washington, I just think it was a desperation move that Dinwiddie and Beal don't get along. They need to get Dinwiddie off the roster, and that and the combination of Bertans' bad contract will take your bad contract for our bad contract, and that's really what it was.
Adam, I know you got to start getting your day going here. Final thoughts on trade deadline morning before you cart yourself across the house.
Yeah, look, it was fun. It always is fun. I was like you. I was a little bit surprised that the deals ended when they did. It felt like there were more to be made, and then we just sort of ran out of time. So, it's going to be interesting to see what some of these rotations look like for teams like the Pistons and the Rockets, the Celtics. As I said, I'm interested to see what they look like. So it's going to be, a weird couple of days, but it was fun. And unfortunately, I was asleep when the big trade went down, when the Harden, that was actually when I actually managed to get a couple of hours sleep. So, I'm going to go get the kids ready for school and then probably have a nap.
Adam, I've said it to everyone. I'll say it to you. Affectionately, get out of here.
Thank you. I will.
Your watch has ended.
Yes, your watch has ended. Mine is close, as is the end of the show. I know this is, again, we're sort of in wind down time. Brew got himself a little stretch there. Brew, what are some of your wrap-up thoughts on today? What do you do next with your fantasy teams from a strategic standpoint? Keith, I'm going to ask you the same thing, or honestly, you could just jump in after Brew.
I think it's just about adjusting expectations. What we've circled around, and maybe even, for future years, it's not so much about the big pickup or what's going to happen outside of the top 100, but what's happening inside of the top 100. Maybe you can get ahead of some of that stuff and try to squeeze some value out of the trade deadline on the non-obvious stuff. We got big pieces that have shifted across the NBA. What does that do to all of those players? I kind of feel like you could go team by team. And while we're not talking big pickups and things like that, there's probably about 20 to 30 really important value shifts. So I think you got to go look at your team right now, figure out if you're in a head-to-head format, did things change? Do I need to now de-emphasize or emphasize other categories? If you're in a roto format, you're looking like, okay, and this is a good time of year to do this anyway. What can I realistically gain, and what am I possibly losing the rest of the way out? And just start optimizing for the obvious, places that you want to go with that. And this is just another wrinkle in all of that. So it's a great time, especially over the All-Star break, to reassess and really get geared up for the stretch run. But, the other takeaway is this is as wide open as we've seen the NBA in a really long time. I mean, I think Phoenix and possibly Golden State are, the two teams that stand out to me as not having really major issues while also having the talent to compete for a championship. Phoenix, as I said earlier in the show, is one of the better contenders that I feel like we've seen in the last 5-10 years, just given their depth and their balance and, the high-end talent that they have hiding in like the 3rd, 4th, 5th slots. And then after that, when you just go look, there's 2.5 games separating the top 5 teams in the East. After that, you've got Toronto, Boston, Brooklyn, and Charlotte and Atlanta, all the way down to the 10 slot. That's a lot of interesting, punchy, talent that we're gonna watch go up against each other. And God, can we please get a Philly Brooklyn series? Joke is that that Ben Simmons or the Kyrie's not going to play the
home games.
Yeah.
Ben Simmons is going to play the road games.
Yeah, exactly. Like, you can't make this stuff up. I would give quite a bit of money to see that one. And that's just the East. In the West, you're really looking at, like, could a Denver get their guys back? There was a report hidden in all of this today that Michael Malone said that he wasn't quite sure if Michael Porter Jr. would play again this season, but that it's a possibility based on his workouts alone. To me seems really unlikely, and it might have been a little bit of posturing prior to the deadline to talk about that piece. Who knows? But they get Jamal Murray and Michael Porter Jr. back, and you're facing those guys at the bottom half of the bracket. That's crazy. You got the Lakers at 9, New Orleans playing, for a playoff spot, which is just funny to say. Sacramento playing for a playoff spot. Big time improvement in the now for Sacramento. You're going to get a lot of kudos for this trade deadline here. The kudos on the Sabonis, and I'll disagree. I think it was Red earlier who said that this wasn't a choice between Tyrese and De'Aaron Fox. To me, it absolutely was. But the pieces that they brought in around Sabonis, Dante DiVincenzo, Justin Holiday, Jeremy Lamb, these are guys that can fill out slots in their rotation that were previously not really, worth a lot. So they're going to theoretically push into the bottom part of the playoffs. The Lakers are at 9 right now and reeling with no sign of improvement. Maybe LeBron and AD turn it on. Maybe they just let Russ be Russ a little bit for 20 minutes, 25 minutes a game, or how are they going to make that work? I don't know, but it's a great storyline. And in the West, you're gonna see a lot of, like, can the Grizzlies punch up? Can they get into that top tier? What will happen with the Jazz? Did they do enough at the deadline to deal with some of their lack of athleticism? Adding Nickeil Alexander-Walker, I thought that was a smart move for them. Losing Joe Ingles might not have been all that bad because they struggle with athleticism as they go deeper into the playoffs. Dallas, wow. Like, what are you really doing there? So it's just a ton of interesting things going on, and one of the more memorable trade deadlines that we've seen in a while.
Keith?
Yeah, there was a lot of interesting moves today. Some head scratchers. I really don't know what Dallas is doing. I don't really understand what Portland's doing either. But I think that they, their moves do create some value there. And like Brewski said, there's some value shifts that we have to pay attention to. And I'm thinking, on top of who do I go out and grab, which is, I'm one of those guys. So I purposely have maybe 2, maybe 3 like guys that I just consider dead weight on my roster. Maybe, I go about 120, 130 deep as far as value goes in these leagues. And if they're in that ballpark, I consider them just dead weight. And I just take 2 or 3. I load up my gun with some bullets, man. And I'm hoping I'm going to hit a bullseye. So I did grab some guys in some leagues. And Hartenstein, I know you guys mentioned, I grabbed him in a few leagues. I also grabbed I did grab Jalen Smith. I think that you were talking about me there, Dan, when you were talking about a league that you saw some people being grabbed. So one guy I don't think we talked about a lot that I did grab also even before the deadline is Zach Collins over in San Antonio. Drew Eubanks was traded away, so I just think that all those backup big minutes do go to Zach Collins, and he's just a per-minute monster. So I think he's someone that you have to just add to your watch list right now. I've got him as one of my just a flyer. I just snagged him a couple games ago when he came back just to see what he could do. And now that Eubanks is out of there, maybe some minutes get opened up for him. And hopefully he can hit that 22, 24 minute mark and produce some value for me. So we'll see how that goes. But on the flip side of that, the other thing you have to consider is, and I think Bruce hit on this pretty much, as eloquently as he could and probably better than I will. But I'm looking at guys on my team also that, I need to just consider watching and hoping that they, hoping for the best case scenario, but ready to drop them if I don't like what I'm seeing. So I'm talking about, like, I've got Chris Boucher. I was stashing Onyeka Okongwu in some leagues, so Capella didn't get moved. I was hoping he might get moved to open up some space for Okongwu there. Some other guys that I've got also that just I need to make sure I'm on top of what's going on there. Seth Curry just got traded, obviously. Got to see what he's looking like over in Brooklyn. Just guys that are, they were producing solid 6th, 7th, 8th round value for much of the season, but now they're in just much different scenarios, and you can't bank on past value. You have to think about what's happening in the now and potentially in the future, when the future part's really difficult to suss out. But you have to think about that side of things as well as who the hot grabs are. But yeah, this was an exciting trade deadline. I mean, a lot of basketball implications. As far as fantasy goes, I don't think there was a particular home run. Like you said, Evan Vassell, probably the one guy I would point to as just a solid go get him right now type thing. Gafford, I'm less high on Gafford than most people, but yeah, I think he's probably the second biggest one.
I'd like to shout out
that's
great call, Keith, on Drew Eubanks leaving and opening things up for Zach Collins, because he's had an interesting stat set for years, and you look at him and he's been injured for so long, and then he had a decent little game the other day, and can that open up, for him, and maybe just if especially maybe from a dynasty context, can that get him, get things moving in the right direction there, and then to throw in a little bit more of a challenge for Chris Boucher, who's been having kind of a late round run here, with less per minute pop than we're accustomed to. Eubanks, to me, has always been a guy that I've thought, he's got a purpose in the NBA. It's not a big purpose, but, like a 10, 12, 14, 16-minute purpose. That might be another obstacle if he sticks around there in Toronto, for Chris Boucher, who unfortunately, unless he continues on his upward trajectory, and continues to impress and then can start to lean into some of that per-minute goodness that we've seen in the past, this is going to be yet another challenge for him this season.
I'm literally adding Zach Collins in my league as we speak. So I just added him.
It's worth a fly. If you got dead weight, man, go.
Yeah, I just added him. That's why I was.
Yep. That's good timing, because I have to go moderate this live feeds chat room again. Now it's now it's a sexy,
interesting,
fan.
Sexy fantasy basketball. That's what I'm here for.
That's exactly right. Come for the analysis, stay for that. So. Yeah, I mean, I guess, we're kind of in wrap-up mode here on the show now. We're 4 hours and 46 minutes into this thing. We're all still standing, like nobody's completely dried up. Nobody's desiccated here on air. And yeah, I mean, just to throw in my own deal, my move here is to kind of go through the NBA piece by piece at the end of this trade deadline, because it all happens in such a whirlwind, and we're trying to talk about it. But, I don't know for you guys, like I try to put out a tweet every once in a while when you guys are talking, but I can't fully process it. I can't check all my teams, and I can't look at sometimes the little stuff like you each were mentioning that's also happening with these pieces. We look at who's left behind. We look at who's on the move. It's a very linear, like 2-chunk thing. Now is the time to go back and look at every team's depth chart again. Talking about Zach Collins is such a perfect example of what's like 2 steps down the board for a team that, I don't know, like Jakob Poeltl didn't get moved, so his path isn't that great right in this moment, but these are things that set up a pathway to the future, to understand how a team feels about a particular player. All of this data goes into that. Here's a dated reference. All of these little files go into that Rolodex of, okay, well, what happens? Let's say Poeltl gets moved, I don't know, in the offseason. Steven, can that happen before I suggest it contractually? Could Jakob Poeltl be traded whenever they want him to?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So I didn't say anything dumb yet. Give me time.
There's still time.
So the thought really becomes, and this is a learning process for everybody that's viewing, I hope, as we kind of teach along the way. If something happens, sure, you could say, oh, well, look at the box score, blah, 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 happened. But hey, remember that at the trade deadline, they moved Drew Eubanks. They didn't move Zach Collins. They're clearing a way for this to be someone that maybe they explore down the line. This could all not happen. Again, this is more of a hypothetical future thing, but understanding what happens 2-3 players down the line, the trickle-down effect. And I know it's going to take time. I know it's going to take, I don't know, it could probably be done in an hour if you really we're grinding it out. But go through each team in the NBA now and look at what their makeup is. And the nice part is some of these teams did nothing. Knicks, knock them off the board. Lakers, knock them off the board. Plenty of teams did absolutely nothing at this deal. Someone tweeted or someone messaged that that Eubanks has been waived. I'm not worried about what he's doing in Toronto. I'm worried more about what it meant for San Antonio getting him out of the way. By the way, this happened while we were talking about him. Kind of weird that we're talking about Drew Eubanks while he's getting waived. Sorry, Drew. You just ended up in the crosshairs of a discussion that wasn't really about you. The point is, go through each team, anybody that made moves today, anybody that might be looking at buyouts, and look at what the team is gonna be when all of that is done. So that's my move here after the trade deadline. I made one move, actually, and it was in a head-to-head league. I was able to get Devin Vassell mid-show. In some roto leagues, I did other stuff because there's no moves cap there, so I didn't have to think too much about it. But hey, Brew, I got one last question for you here before we go into full wrap-up mode. We talked early in the show about the logjam on the Kings wing with Justin Holiday, Jeremy Lamb, and now Dante DiVincenzo. Is there a chance any one of those three guys pushes the other ones off to the side? And why is it Dante DiVincenzo? No. And I mean, he's a guy they wanted before, right?
Yeah, but I really do think that injury was a substantial injury. It's going to take him about a month, I would think, to get back up to the previous. And he played through it for so long. You could see it in his game. If you recall, he's really tailed off at the end there before finally succumbing. And so I don't think any of the three that just recently arrived are going to have standard league fantasy value. I think it's going to be sporadic, especially with Sabonis at the helm, because he sprays it around. It's a cutting offense. It's just kind of like a random who's going to get the ball. And you've got quite a bit of I don't want to oversell this, but you've got quite a bit of players that need the ball. You're going to need Davion Mitchell to get the ball. He's going to play a big role for that team. De'Aaron Fox, a high usage guy that's really now the pressure is on him. After they made the choice between the two players, the pressure's on him to, make that work. And the one that I was going to almost raise my hand and just, I know what the right advice is here is you're going to wait with Richaun Holmes and see what happens. But, his brother's tweeting right now, Kings writers and asking how are these guys how are they going to coexist? We saw it with Miles Turner. And I'll say this, we remember when Richaun was shooting threes. He wasn't that bad at it, but it's not a part of his game. It's not something they're going to want him to do. Is he going to get that explosiveness back that you could even begin to entertain the idea of him playing, next to Sabonis like that defensively is the big key there. And it's not so much even on him. It's that he has to be so much better because Sabonis, unfortunately, as you saw last night with the Wolves, they immediately went right to Sabonis, right to Fox for about 12 straight offensive plays to open the game, knowing that was what they would want to do, not just to score on offense, but also to put them on the defensive so they don't just get a free ride on that side of the floor. So you can see a lot of that there. What will happen to Richaun Holmes is probably, if I had to guess, I don't think they're going to take Sabonis down to 30. I think they'll probably keep him at 31, 32 minutes. So you're probably looking at 16 minutes for Richaun Holmes, which isn't, unfortunately, enough to get it done in fantasy leagues, especially with that block rate going down. To me, this feels like they didn't like what they had there in a deal. And they said, you know what, we're just going to pull this off the table. We'll deal with it in the summertime, see if the chessboard looks better there. And it's the kind of decision when you make it that agents, players, teams, whatever they sold to Richaun to get him to sign there, this is probably why you've been seeing the down, body language and the, whatever's going on there. You now have told this guy, we went another direction and we're basically going to put your career on pause and you're going to just be a low minute guy in your prime and, kind of whatever's going to happen. And this affects his next deal. It affects his standing within the league. And it's going to be a low key thing that, last thing here on the Kings before, we end this thing is they chose Fox and in a sense chose to remake the locker room. And Sabonis will be a big piece of that locker room. and they'll shift everything into that direction with those two players. But that wasn't where the leadership in the locker room was. The leadership in the locker room was really trending toward Halliburton and in a way, Rashawn Holmes, maybe not so much from the leadership perspective, but knowing who you want on the floor to win you games. He was definitely in that crew. So that's the kind of stuff that, speaking to your points about like who do teams believe in and what is their trajectory coming out of the deadline. That's the kind of stuff you're looking at. But, Rashawn Holmes is a previous late early round producer earlier in the year, again, getting written up as an all-star candidate and now, down to 16 minutes. That has kind of been the story of his career, is just kind of constant disappointment from the management side. And that's really unfortunate. He's done a lot for the city of Sacramento in terms of playing through injuries and really trying to keep that team going the right direction. And most certainly for us in fantasy leagues, we've definitely benefited from his play. So he would be the guy that, big name player, it's like, do you have to drop him? And I think you got to hold him a couple games and see how things go.
Brew, I'm gonna give you the heave ho here. Awesome day, amazing. Everybody knows Aaron Bruski. He is at Aaron Bruski. He is the founder and CEO of SportsEthos.com. Follow him on Twitter if you don't already. Brew, mwah. This is where I start to punt you off one by one.
Uh-oh.
Who is next in my sights? Corky. Steven came after you, so I'm punting you first. Keith, much obliged, my man. The host of the Ethos Bulls podcast, which, by the way, taking off. Well done, sir. Bulls expert, fantasy expert. Follow Keith for his Bulls knowledge, his DFS knowledge, his player prop knowledge as well. My man, thanks so much for joining us here on Deadline Day.
Thanks for having me. It was fun.
Keith is gone. Steven.
Yes.
Final thoughts from my man who knows contracts. So honestly, I know so little about it that I don't even know the right question to ask. What is your next thing? What do you start studying next now that today is sort of technically done? And I'll kick you out of here.
I actually start looking towards the offseason already. The same way I did my mock trade deadline for Sports Ethos, I actually also usually do a mock offseason where,
awesome.
I already have a vision of how we'll do it, but it's definitely something I want to pursue as well over the summer. But yeah, the offseason is really, obviously I enjoy the playoffs as a Sixers fan. Hopefully, we make it past the second round of the playoffs this year. So, but yeah, that's what I'm looking at. As you were just talking, I saw DJ Augustine got waived, so that was another buyout guy we were talking about. But yeah, the buyout markets, what's going to happen in the offseason, stuff like that. That's really what's next for me.
Where do you think DJ's going? That's the last thing I'll ask you.
Let's go with Boston. Boston has 5 open roster spots and they need a point guard.
Oh my God. How the hell do you know these things?
And I'm doubling down on the mock trade deadline because that's where I had him going then too.
He is Stephen Bagel, the host of the Bird Rights podcast here at Sports Ethos. He is a man who has different knowledge in his head than everybody else here at this website, and you guys should go absorb some of it. Stephen, thank you, sir. Awesome work today. Awesome work leading up to the deadline. I will talk to you very soon.
Thank you.
And then there was one. Oh, no, the background went away. You guys don't want me up close. How can I switch this? Can I switch this? I don't think I can switch this. Oh, no, you're stuck with me. Hey, thanks, everybody. This has been amazing. Thank you to all of our incredible guests and hosts that we had on today's show, the experts. I mean, me up close. Now you're seeing how unkempt my beard is. David Williams, Steve Vidovich, who started us off here in the 8 a.m. hour, earliest we've ever gone on air with this show, and I think it paid off in spades. We were able to break some news before anybody else on the planet here on this live show. That was truly awesome. Corbin Ford, the 9 a.m. hour. Josh Millman in the 9 a.m. hour. Two of my favorites in the business, in the sports world, in the NBA world. David Menkoff, the 10 o'clock hour. Trying to remember the order of everybody. Sam Orlick, the 11 a.m. hour. Adam King was also with us in the chat room at the beginning when it was like 2, 3 in the morning where he was at. And at the end when it was like 6 in the morning in Australia. That's absolutely nuts. Keith and Steven. Rhett. How did I forget about Rhett? The 10:30 span, our dynasty guy. Incredible work, everybody. And then, of course, the great Aaron Bruski, our founder, our president here at Sports Ethos. Amazing amazing work. This is the first time in the history of this live deadline show that I've actually gotten up and walked away for more than just filling up a glass of water. But today, I was smart enough to bring 2. Water and soda. Need my sugar fix. Folks, I hope you guys enjoyed our trade deadline live coverage today. It will be continued on Twitter. At Ethos Fantasy BK is the Twitter feed for Sports Ethos. Please do follow them. I know some of you guys might be watching this show after the fact, so perhaps you got to this point for the recap hour. Ethos Fantasy BK. I am again at Dan Vespers on Twitter. I'll be doing a wrap-up. Like I just mentioned a moment ago, I'm going to go through every team in the NBA, and I'm going to try to find the most interesting things that shook out from this trade deadline, and I'll put all of that on social media so you guys know my thoughts on pretty much everybody going forward. That'll be later on tonight, though. This old man needs to probably just go lie on the ground and maybe have someone pour lunch straight onto my face as I lie on my back on the floor. Once again, thank you. Thank you. Hit that like button. Subscribe to our YouTube page. Much appreciated. You guys are amazing. Thanks for watching. Thanks for all the chats. Again, thank you to all the hosts and guests. Have a great Thursday. My show, Fantasy NBA Today, is actually just going to be a chunk of this show. So, you don't even really need to listen to it. But hopefully you guys will subscribe to that. And I will talk to you on that show tomorrow. Social media later on today. So long, everybody.